What's going on, people? It's that dude named David. I am back. It's a Saturday because we got to make that time here. But check it out, people. Before we get started here, I got to make sure I'm not struggle streaming. Press a 1 if you can hear me. Press 2 if you can't. Lego. How's everybody doing? How's everybody going on today? What's popping here? I want to see if y'all can hear me. I was struggle streaming yesterday. Y'all couldn't hear me at first. So I just want to see if y'all can hear me before we get started. You know what I mean? You know, trying to get back in the tune of things here since I was gone for a whole week and everything. So let's see who's in the building, guys. Glad y'all here on the Saturday. Yo, we're going to talk about it today. We have another discussion regarding passport bros. Yo, we're going to have a conversation about expats and the younger community. We're going to talk about what? The passport hoe. Oh, yeah. Because know what we got going on here, guys? So many women are quick to go in on the men, talk down on the men, belittle the men, using all kinds of sign language with the shame, the insult, the guilt, and the need to be right, trying to make men feel bad about exercising their options. But here's the thing, though. Women's been doing this too. And they've been doing it on a worse scale than men, y'all. So we gonna talk about it today, y'all. I got a couple things on my mind before we get into it here. And on top of that, too, I got my main man who's gonna join me in a little bit once he gets done with his coffee here. You know what I mean? So we gonna get into it, guys. So let me just do this here. Let's do this here, guys. I wanna know how y'all doing on y'all Saturday here. And I'm gonna see who's in the building, y'all. Let me see who's in the building. Yo, MOP is here, y'all. What's going on? He said, your boy is in the building. What's going on? We got Hot as Dave. Say, what's good, brother Dave? I hear you. I hear you. All right. What you say, MOP? Here it goes in my Keenan and Kel voice. We got to do Keenan and Kel, brother. Okay. What's going on, Pooh, man? We got Thomas in the building. What's going on? I see you here. We got Jurgen. Good morning to you, Jurgen, in Germany. Yeah, right. So we got one here. Yeah. Trigger Black. What's going on, brother? I see you. Thomas with the 1. Yeah, you got your popcorn. I hear you. Yeah, Pinball's back here. Yeah, loud and clear. You was here yesterday, Pinball. Your boy was struggling. I own the struggle streaming. You know what I mean? It's all good, man. What's going on, Sydney? Happy Saturday day from Chicago. Oh, Chicago's in the house. What's going on, man? Good to have another Chi-Town brethren in here. That's what I'm talking about here. Who else we got here? We got Chucky here. We got to set it up here. What you got here, Chucky? Sup, peeps? It ain't the damn Zodiac tonight. No minor BS, but passport bros. Hey, man, he is the one and only. Get that likes there, likes up, or Angry Dave is TD&D by nature. Yeah. Thank you, Chucky. I appreciate you, Chucky. Hey, first things first. If y'all was here yesterday, I was pissed off yesterday. You know what I'm saying? Because y'all know the game plan here, right? I don't make this an issue until we got what? 100 in the building. So when we actually have at least 100 people watching the live stream here, they are consistently here and y'all watching and we don't have 100 likes. You know what I do? I stop the damn show. And whoever is here, y'all have to click on the like button till we go ahead and get the show popping again. And I think I stopped the show for almost like 10 minutes yesterday. And you know what, guys? I was pissed. I'm not going to be pissed today, but I let y'all know that I was pissed. I was gone for a whole week. I'm getting emails and messages like, yo, that dude, we like the clips, but we missed the live stream show. When you coming back, right? And then I come back and I can't even get a damn like when y'all watching. Hey, man, yeah. So that's going to happen from time to time because that makes no sense that if I'm entertaining, not just me, that frustrates not only just for me, that's for other content creators when I see them in their live streams and they're like, yo, man, we got to get the likes up to 100. We got to get the likes up to 200 or we got to get the likes up to 400, whatever the case may be, right? Because y'all know that when y'all have y'all TV subscriptions, whether you're in Xfinity here in the Midwest or, you know, you got to go to the Yes Networks, wherever the case may be, right? You got to pay a cable fee. You got to pay a charge to watch TV, whether you have your regular activation fee with basic or whether you have your apps and just Netflix, you're paying, $15 a month for. You still got to pay for something. So even here on YouTube, you could be on the free version, not even logged in, getting all this content. So that was more not only because I was gone for a whole week and I'm seeing a whole bunch of live streamers saying, yo, man, come on, get the likes up, help you with the algorithm, right? So that wasn't just for me. That was for everybody who I've been watching for the whole week. And it's like, come on, people, stop being that way. I just want to get that PSA out the way here. You know what I'm saying? If you watch any content creators for any time period and you actually like them, you should be clicking on like on every one of their videos, especially if you watch over 30% of the video, click on like. That's just because if y'all ain't doing that, then what do you want? You want people to actually pay you to watch content? So yeah, that's why I went off yesterday. If you really like the content, no one's asking you for money. We're asking you the like button to help the algorithm. That's not just for me. That's for everybody. It's just respectful. You know what I mean? Because you know what, though? You ain't going to pull that crap of Comcast. You're not going to pull that crap of Infinity. You're not going to pull that with Netflix. You're not going to pull that crap of Hulu. You know what you're going to do when they ain't paying your bill? They cut your service off. So what happens when you don't pay your bill here? There is no bill. You just keep going and watching. So come on, people. We're independent here. We are grinding off our own merits here. So likes up. Not just for me. This is a PSA for every content creator. If you watch them on a daily basis, like their videos. All right, yeah. So I shouldn't have to go off again today. Shout out to my man Derek. Hey, what you got here? I'm here. It's 24 here in the 513. You see how fast the temperature drops here, guys? Some of y'all talking about 60s and 70s yesterday, and now we're down to 24. It was like 22 degrees this morning for me in Chicago, man. It all be that way, man. Hey, what's going on, Pinballs? All hell, King Dave, leader, the Ain't-ish crew. The Ain't-ish crew is in the hizzy, y'all. That's what I'm talking about here. You saying it's currently 24 anchors? God dizzle, man. That's cold, man. Dave, maybe you need to do it like the Godfather, like Kevin Samuels, and play the music until people do it. I did that yesterday, MOP. I played the money. What's the track that I played yesterday? I played Money World yesterday, MOP, and I just sat down there and I just kept looking at my watch and I just kept doing that until we got the 100 likes because that was just ridiculous. You know what I mean? So I sat here, I played Money World, and I kept looking at my watch and I was checking my messages. And then when we got 100, the show kicked back up. Yeah, man. So we're going to start doing that. You know what I'm saying? Hey, what's going on, Jessmo? How you doing, girl? Good to see you. Good to see you. Yeah. And what you got here, Chucky, says, we all want a Saint Dave likes up, dude, and dudettes. Yeah, no doubt, man. No doubt. So like I said, today's conversation, we're not gonna be reacting to the banshees and wombats and everything. We're gonna talk about the passport bros, the situation here. But before I do that here, it's even for the Super Bowl. And I said yesterday that I was not going to give my Super Bowl pick till Saturday because the game is Sunday and I didn't want to do it yesterday, right? So I'm not going to long stroke y'all too much here. I just got a few things I want to talk about and then we're going to get into the discussion here. So first things first, I hope y'all ready for the big game. You know what I mean? The big game is tomorrow with Philadelphia and KC. And, I'm loving it right now. You know what I mean? Because it is Black History Month and we got a black Super Bowl. Yeah, I said it. You can get mad at me for saying it. I don't give a damn. It's a black Super Bowl. Because the first time in Super Bowl history, we have two starting quarterbacks that are black, not just one, not a backup quarterback. We got somebody not just on the KC side, but also on the Philadelphia side. Pat Mahomes just won the MVP, and Jalen Hurts, who's been written off so many times, starting quarterback at Alabama. He got benched by Tua Tagovailoa in the championship game. Then he was it to Oklahoma that he went to, and then he played good, but not the way he wanted. The people thought he could play, being the type of prospect that he was. He goes in the second round in Philadelphia, and people are still out on him. But what does the man do? He just grinds. And what happened? He not only got the starting quarterback slot, Philadelphia invested in him, got him a starting wide receiver, and not just any wide receiver. They got that man, A.J. Brown. That man, A.J. Brown's a bad man. This is key for football here. I'm not going to stay on football for long here, guys, but this is so key here, right? If you have a young quarterback early in his career, like a Jalen Hurts like that, get that man a weapon. You know what, though? It's nice to have a running back, but get that man a wide receiver for those first couple years. You might have to overpay, but look what happened in A.J. Brown's first year. Hey man, it helps open up that field, opens up the running lanes, not just for him because he's a running quarterback, for everybody else around there as well. And before he got hurt around week 15, we saw Philadelphia as the best team in football. Now he went down, but no one didn't go down. That damn defense. All right. Philly's defense is out of this goddamn world here. And the reason why I wanted to wait till today to get my prediction is because Pat Mahomes had that nasty injury, that high ankle sprain against the Cincinnati Bengals. And with him not as mobile as he can be, and that Philly front four, oh my God. That Philly front four had what? A combination. What was it told? Like the Philly defense had over 71 sacks this year. And then that front four, every one of them had double-digit sacks. I think the least one was like 11, and the highest guy had 16. Know what that means, guys? You do not have to blitz the quarterback. That front four gets so much penetration, pause, on that offensive front line that you can literally drop everybody back, and then they're just going to flush the pocket out here. So when Mahomes got the wheels that he got right now, we didn't hear much from him. He won the MVP, but we know they took his ass back to Germany trying to get some things going on that ankle so he could be mobile. So I clearly said that if Mahomes was at least 85%, I would go with KC. My problem is that I haven't seen any true updates, Tribe, and I don't believe that kind of injury is a 2-week recovery. If you guys know football and we've seen high ankle sprains, how long does that normally take, guys? 5 to 6 weeks. Normally, an injury like that is 5 to 6 weeks. Now, of course, it's playoff time, Super Bowl time. It ain't no 5 to 6 weeks injury. It's called shoot that bad boy up with steroids and Teradol and get that man on the field. And then 2 weeks that he got, hey, get some therapy, cryo, freeze that leg up, send his ass to Germany and bring him back. Whatever it is, it's a 2-week injury right now. So, but because I'm saying that here, guys, my heart is with KC because of Pat Mahomes. My mind is with the Philadelphia Eagles, y'all. 31-21. Yeah, that's where I'm going with, guys. I'm going 31-21 Philly over KC. And how this is going to go here, it's not even going to be close in a 2-score game. what I'm going to see is KC get that last score to make it look more respectable to a 31-21 victory here. And this is going to be Philly's second Super Bowl championship in the last 5 or 6 years, basically, because they won with Nick Foles so many years back and everything like that. Hey man, Philly, you know what though? The front office is doing good. They fired the old GM, they fired the old coach, they let go of the other quarterback who's basically he's gonna be out of the NFL pretty soon, and basically brought in a whole new head coach. Went with Jalen Hurts, said, "Hey, we gonna do this. This is how we run things here." So shout out to Philly, man. Hey, here's what I want to say here, guys. If I am wrong and KC wins, I'll be happy to be wrong because I really want to see Pat Mahomes win. I don't want Pat Mahomes to be one of those quarterbacks because he is the MJ of football right now. I don't want to seem like, yo, man, he's played 10 years and just only got that one Super Bowl. In the early in his career, he went to 5 straight AFC championships, but he only got that one ring. I want to see him at least get 2 rings, but that's my heart. But my mind is telling me that Philly defense and that front four and Mahomes' high ankle sprain, it's going to be too much here. Here's the thing, though. They're not going to lose because of Mahomes. Mahomes doesn't throw interceptions like that. He doesn't throw sacks. He doesn't take sacks like that. He'll get rid of the ball before that actually happens. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to say that he's going to be under so much duress that he's not going to be able to find his options the way he wants to. It's going to be a lot of 3 and outs. And I just see that the Philly offense will be able to take control of the fact that KC won't be on the field as long. So that's why I'm going with that here. He said, Vince, I need a 7 day with that one. Okay. I hear you, man. I hear you. Thomas Hurts have that shoulder injury, one bad fall, and he's out for the game. True, Thomas. True. But my thing with Hurts is that he is not going to be the reason they win the game. You know what I mean? With Mahomes, he's going to be the reason why they win the game. But I can see if we went for an MVP choice here, we know that it's not going to be much here. KC is going to be Mahomes or Travis Kelce. With Philly, it could be some people on defense. It could be A.J. Brown. It could be Jalen Hurts. It could be so many cast of characters here, right? So that's why I'm saying that here. So I'm going 31-21 Philadelphia over KC, but I am on the mend saying that if I'm wrong, I'll be happy to be wrong, okay? I'm just scared of that damn defense, y'all. That's all I'm saying here with that. So That's what I'm going here with that, guys. What were y'all saying here? Renee's going with the Eagles. I see that here. Sydney saying Eagles 33, Chiefs 25. AJ Brown or Miles Sanders will win MVP. I'm not mad at that. How did they say my Steelers ain't playing tomorrow, so I don't have a dog in the race? I hear that. Okay, who else? What else y'all saying here? Is Vince like I always go for the MSC, but I really don't care. Dallas not playing. Hey, Vince, you must not been paying. Must not care for like the last 25 years because Dallas ain't gonna be there. And Dallas ain't been there since I was in freaking high school. So I know you don't care about the playoffs at all these last 2 or 3 decades, bro. MLP says, it's your channel, it's your show, Dave. Talk about whatever you like. Hey, in my TI voice. I hear you, man. I hear you, man. That's what we do. I'm just going to start off that here, you know. Let's see here. Vince, like, need a 5 with that 7-2. I hear you. Ziggy's like, sorry, I got a chair for the Q dog in this one. Okay. What's up, T. Lee? I see you, brother. I see you. Yeah. So real fast here. That's my discussion I wanted to bring up here. Talk about that for the Super Bowl here. So, yep. I want to give that. I want to wait an extra day. My heart's with KC. My mind is with Philly. I'm saying Philly's going to win. But when I come back after the next live stream, it's like, yo, Dave, KC won. I'm like, cool. I told you I wanted them to win. You know, but yeah, that's what we got here with that one, man. So shout out to KC and Philly, man, with the black of the black, the black of the black, the black of the black Super Bowl, man. Hey, man, you know what, though? How many years that we couldn't even get a black quarterback to start because they said, what? Black men ain't smart enough. They said that we couldn't handle the position. They said that we can't be leaders of men. They said that we can't be the ones that run the whole show. And what do we got here in the last couple of years now? Man, almost half the NFL got started in black quarterbacks, dispelling that myth that we can't play the position. You know how many black men throughout the years in NFL who were excellent to great quarterbacks who were forced to change positions because they had to put a white guy behind center because they felt that a black man can't play the position, even though that black man was the best quarterback in Pop Warner. He was the best one in middle school. He was the best one in high school. He led his team in college, but somehow when he gets to the pros, when he plays with everybody else, he ain't good enough to start the NFL. And so we got so many situations, so many men who didn't have the opportunity. Hell, Warren Moon had to take his ass to Canada before he come back to the NFL so he could play and start in the league the longest he did here. We never get the fair shake here. And so finally right now to actually see 2 starting quarterbacks that are of African-American descent. And I don't care what y'all say. Patrick Mahomes is mixed. He still got a black daddy. Did you see Mahomes' daddy after they beat Joe Burrow? Hey, man. Hey. And on top of that, too, did you know that Patrick Mahomes' dad actually played professional baseball? When you see him, you wouldn't think about it. He over there looked like he went up in the corner smoking Black and Mild, talking about he's smoking that Joe Burrow pack. Hey, man. Hey, man, stop playing with me on that one, man. What's going on, Sean? And one said Chiefs all the way. I hear you, man. What's going on, Taste the Truth? I see you, man. Yeah, don't be silly. It's going to be Philly, says Renee. What's going on? Quick in the building. New Orleans stand up. I see you, man. Eric in the building. I see you. CF, I see you here. Yes, indeedy, man. So I'm just happy. Like, for me, there's no losers because I'll be happy regardless because I actually like both teams, you know? So, but the fact that the plight of the black man who wanted to play quarterback and who couldn't play quarterback in the 60s, in the 70s, hell, the issues in the damn 80s, hell, in the goddamn 90s, hell, in the freaking 2000s. Look what the hell Donovan McNabb went through when he was in Philly in the late 90s and 2000s. Talking about black quarterbacks here, man. Come on, man. We've always had to, we could play every position but that, and now they're allowing us to play that, and we are flourishing. So, man, I can't lose. Even though I'm picking Philly, I can't lose because whoever wins, I win, baby. That's all I got here, man. I win. Sydney's like, don't forget about the black QBs in the 70s, 80s, like Joe Gilliam, Vince. I know about Vince Evans. I'm a Chicago Bears fan. We talked about Vince Evans. Hell yeah, man. Doug Williams, of course. First black man in the Super Bowl, no doubt. Rodney Peete. Oh, hell yeah, of course, man. Who else you got here? Rodney Peete, Randall Cunningham. Yeah, I mentioned Warren Moon. Come on, man. Yeah. What they had to go through. Ziggy's like, my high school quarterback got drafted, but got turned into a return man for the Broncos. He ended up self-deleting. Damn, man, that's crazy. See, that's crazy. John is in the building, says Pat Mahomes Sr. was a relief pitcher for the New York Mets for a couple of seasons. Yeah, man. He played baseball. If you see him now, he looks like the dude in the corner smoking that Black and Mild. Talk about, yo, you see we smoked that Joe Burrow? Hey, Hey, man, stop playing with me, man, with Pat Mahomes Sr., man. Stop playing with now we know why we don't see Pat. If you guys didn't see that, you got to Google that. And when you see that, you're going to see why we don't see Pat Mahomes Sr. on TV all the time. All you see is Pat. You see him. You see the son, Junior, playing ball. You see his wife and you see his brother, but you don't see Daddy Mahomes because that changed the whole damn narrative. God dizzle, man. Time like the Super Bowl starting QBs are black, y'all. They're black, y'all. They blackity black, y'all. Hey, Thomas, hey, is that a CB4 reference? Hey, man, who watched, who remember movie CB4? Oh, I'm black, y'all. I'm black, y'all. I'm bigger than I'm black, y'all. I'm bigger than black. I'm bigger than black because I'm black. Because I'm black and I'm back. Alan Payne shot him out. He had a whole song that all he said was, I'm black. He had a whole song talking, I'm black, y'all. I'm biggity bitty black for 4 minutes. Shout out to CB4, man. That was a funny ass movie, man. Chris Rock, Alan Payne. That's the ish, man. Hottest day said Doug Williams showed them that a black QB could bring the noise when he and the Redskins beat them down, the Denver Donkeys. Hey, man. And yeah, he proved it. Yes, he did, man. Randall Cunningham, all these cats, man. Yeah. Who else we got here? Where the Super Bowl? It's in Arizona, Vince. So this is like Obama. This is what it feels like in this history match. This is like Obama. What the hell are you talking about, Chucky? You talking about this like Obama? This ain't got nothing to do with Obama. AZ, yeah, years ago, they was denied the Super Bowl. Yeah, they're in there now, man. Don't forget T. Martin in Pittsburgh. There's a whole bunch of quarterbacks, man. Hey, we could go Cordell Stewart. He was in Philly. Remember Cordell, they changed his position. He was Slash. Hey, man, he was in Colorado. I forgot who's the running back. He actually got drafted by the Bears, and he actually died recently. I can't think of his name right now. But remember with Cordell Stewart, he came to the league. He was playing behind Neil O'Donnell. If you're in your Pittsburgh Steelers fans out here, if y'all remember that, he played behind Neil O'Donnell, and they called him Slash. Why they call him Slash? Because he was slashing at every goddamn position when he should have been starting at quarterback. He had no defined position. Then by the time he came to the Bears, his career was already over. He was already shot by then. Thank you, Rashawn Salam. Rest in peace. Thank you. Hi, this is Dave. Thank you. Yeah, Rashawn Salam. Rest in peace, man. He was a Heisman Trophy winner, too. The Bears had him, didn't have a good pro career. He had other issues, man. But yeah, Cordell Stewart and Rashawn Salam was killed in Colorado. Man, why they called him Slash? He got to the league, and so, he can't. And to the point he had to take the job, but he didn't stay in Pittsburgh long when he got the starting job, But just the fact that he got to call these guys Slash. No, how about this? How about if you play quarterback in college, let the man play quarterback. All right. If you don't want to believe it because of the color of our skin, then you shouldn't be the damn GM. That's the problem we have here, man. My sister went to college with Slash. That's what's up, Dave. That's what's up. Okay, man. Yeah. So I just wanted to mention that with my little sports talk here with that, man, because the Super Bowl is tomorrow and it's the biggest day of the year. And I wanted to do this last year with my boy Mikey. Just so you know, my boy Mike's in the green room right now. I'm gonna bring Mike up in a second here. You know what I'm saying? But I wanted to talk about that because I'm not gonna do a live stream tomorrow. Anybody got to be out of their goddamn minds if they want to compete with the Super Bowl. I don't care what kind of content you're doing. I don't care what sector in YouTube you are. No one messes with the Super Bowl, okay? There's be a point in time where the NFL used to arrange things, not to butt heads. They don't even give a damn no more. NFL competes with Christmas. It's like, fuck Christmas. We the NFL. Santa works on our clock. All right. Hey, man, stop playing with me here. You know what I mean? They look at the NBA now. It's like, we don't care about your trade deadline. And next year, we don't care about your all-star break. We the NFL, damn it. Hey, man, you just don't win. So that's why I wanted to come today, because I don't know who you are. If you guys watch me, you're a content creator, don't do it. Just drop some clips tomorrow. Drop a reaction video. Drop a short. But don't go live unless you're going to go live before the big game comes on, because, all the pregame stuff that's come on, everybody's going to be watching. But also, too, guys, you got a little bit of Rihanna in the halftime show. A little bit of Rihanna. I ain't going to front. Even though Rihanna's knocked up, and even though she's technically a single mom, she was A$AP Rocky. Then you know how you feel about single moms and everything. But Rihanna is the exception and not the rule. And I'm gonna tell you right now, hell yeah, I'm all here for Rihanna. I don't care. We talk about single moms all day, right? But there's exceptions. All right. Not everybody falls in the category here. And I don't care. Rihanna get the cheddar biscuits. Rihanna get the biscuits, y'all. I'm sorry. She get the damn biscuits. So no one's gonna compete with Super Bowl tomorrow, guys. So what I wanted to do here is have a conversation with my main man, Mike here. Mike from Mike's Philippine Journey, about to bring him up here. Y'all know him. If y'all don't, you're gonna know him anyway after tonight and everything. And when I was in North Carolina last week, dealing with a family friend and cancer, I mean, guys, we got to get checked out. You know what I'm saying? I just want to say before I get into it, if you have the opportunity, even if you don't have insurance or if you have a doctor, go get yourself checked out, especially if you're middle-aged in your late 30s or 40s. Please get a cancer screening. Get yourself checked out, because if it's too late, then it's too late, man. So I was in North Carolina. And during the time in North Carolina, when I was visiting my friend, I didn't do any recording. I was just in the hotel. I was spending time with family and friends. And then, of course, I was in the hotel room chilling. So me and Mike had a conversation. And this conversation, I started asking him. First off, was we were sending text messages. And so I'm going back and forth because I dropped a few clips regarding Austin Holloman last week. It was from a live stream from about 3 or 4 weeks ago that me and Mike were on. And so then I started to break up the clips regarding Austin Holloman and the Passport Bros. As you guys remember, Austin got himself in a little bit of trouble because him being a young 23-year-old man did not understand sometimes some of the dialect or the lingo or the terminology of the words that he was using some of his videos that was not translated properly in the way he said it. We understood what he was saying, but the people in Brazil didn't understand it. And what happened? He got himself a little bit of a trouble and got his ass ran out of Brazil. But he all right though. He can't be in Brazil right now, but he doing his thing elsewhere, right? He moving around, he doing his thing. So then the clips dropped and I'm having conversations and I'm seeing some of the older expats have an issue with Austin Holloman, right? And then so me and Mike start text messaging. We're going back and forth and I'm asking him questions. And then in the midst of these questions, and I say, what the hell? Let me just send some voice notes. So I'm sending him voice notes and he's responding back and we're going back and forth. And to the point it's like, hey, you know what? I think we need to just, me and him, instead of just talking about this on voice notes on our iPhones here, we should do a damn show and have a nice little open dialogue and conversation. Because before I bring Mike up, I am looking at is that we see the women who are dismissing and talking about the brothers, the fellas, the men who are exercising their options. But we got not just the women dogging the men out. It's our own men who are dissing men who are using and participating in exercising their options. So let's have this conversation here. So let me bring my main man, Mike, up here in the building here. So here we go here. We got Mike in the building, Mike Philippine Journey. What's popping, Mike? How you doing, brother?
I'm doing good, man. What's up?
Hey, man, I'm good. I'm glad to have you here. Real fast, guys. We got to apologize. This show was scheduled for last Saturday. Mm-hmm. I had mentioned yesterday on yesterday's live stream. Hey, I'm glad you guys back. What's going on, Jay? What's going on, Vince? What's going on, Derek? What's going on, T. Lee? So we were supposed to do this show last Saturday. And I text Mikey, and I didn't hear from Mikey. I'm like, okay, he be busy. He sleeps late at times, he had night out, and everything like that. And so I didn't hear from him. And then I'm over here packing for my trip to New York last Sunday, and it's cutting it close. I still don't hear from him. And I literally got to a point of like, hey, you know what? If I don't get this stuff done, then you know what, though? I'm not going to be able to, travel the way I need to travel. I'm going to be running late here. So I made a judgment call and I canceled the last minute here and came to find out, well, you know what, Mike? You tell them what happened. Why that you couldn't cam up with me last Saturday?
Damn potato salad, man. Yo, now I just I had it was at a family friends picnic, and then somebody had a bad potato salad, and everybody was down. Like the next day, there was like about 10 people like sick. So I was just like one of them, man. So it was just kind of crazy.
Let me get this straight here. You ate some bad potato salad?
I ate some bad potato salad. Yep.
Okay, Mike, I know you're Filipino.
Yeah.
Right? I'm a black man.
Mm-hmm.
And what is one of the first things that I told you when the text message you told me that? What did I say? Or do I need to repeat
it? Never touch a white woman's salad.
Well, not just that. We got to even get a little bit deeper. You can't just eat anybody's potato salad. See, Mike's gonna learn here. See, us black people here, we have a common rule. Okay, what's going on, Moon River? We have a common rule here. We say we don't eat anybody's potato salad. And the first thing that we do when we come into a place and we see the potato salad, the first thing that we say is, who made the potato salad? That is the number. No one asks who made the ribs or who made the burgers, who's working the grill. No one says, oh, who made the vegetables? The first question in the Black community at any event, it don't got to be a whole community. It's if we are Black people here, Mike, the first thing we say is, hey, who made the potato salad? And then when you see who made the potato salad, it's like, okay. And it was like, okay, bless her heart. When we say something like that, or when we say bless her heart, it's like, okay, we know we ain't messing with it. Number one, Mike. Number two, did the potato salad have raisins in it?
Yep.
Right then and there, we don't fuck with potato salad that got raisins in it. I don't care who made it. It could be a Black person, white person, it don't matter. If there's some goddamn raisins in the damn potato salad, well, we already know. If no one answers who made the potato salad, we see them little shriveled up things. We're like, okay, who made the macaroni salad? Okay, Mike. Okay, so just to let you know, before you go to another function, before you go head deep into the table, pause, right? You just got to ask the question, who made
I get it, man. I was just being respectful, but you're right. You're right.
We got to laugh about it, Mike. I know you would. I know the pain that you were going through. Yeah. I know what you were going through, but we got to laugh about it now.
Yeah, but I told you earlier, I was like, you know what? That's why it's also important that you be prepared. So like, when I travel overseas and stuff like that, I always have a emergency medical bag which had Lomotil in it, or Imodium. I took Lomotil, so which is like anti-diarrheal stuff. So it was, sorry guys, but just have to be honest, shit was happening, literally. So it was
man.
So you got to have you guys have to have your go bag when you travel, to other countries. You understand there's bugs that you're not used to, so you better watch out. So you better have your medical bag, your Lomotils, your pack of antibiotics. You got to have your Tylenol, ibuprofen, aspirin, and all those kind of stuff. So if it wasn't for that, I had no time to go to the freaking, to the pharmacy or anything like that. So I was just like, luckily enough, I had that.
I'm going to let you know right now, Mike, everybody's questioning the damn raisins. You see Quick here, potato salad raisin on the screen. He laughing. Hi, this is Dave says, who put raisins in potato salad? See, the questions are coming out here, right? They coming out here. Hold on. Said, did it have meat in the salad? I hope not. Hey, and then here's Zick here. Hold on. Let me find the one here. Whoops, I lost it. Dang, I lost it here. Give me 1 second here. I gotta get the people here. Hold on. Dang it. Whoops. Give me 1 second here. Our StreamYard be acting all buggy here.
Yeah, it has been.
Let's see here. Okay, here we go. Look at Ziggy here. Here's another potato salads and mac and cheese. Had to be a designated person that was proving himself over the years of being the secondary cooker. That's a fact here, Ziggy. So just to let you know, there has to be someone designated, Mike, who makes the potato salad and the mac and cheese. If it's just some random, it's like, oh, we don't know, someone's good. Then it's like, okay, let me go see who's working the grill. Who got the meats? Who got the meats?
The worst part about it, I knew that rule, and I was hungry as fuck. So that's my fault.
I could be hungry as hell, Mike, and
I take accountability.
I've been starving my ass off when I saw who cooked the food that time. Like, for real, damn. I ain't gonna front you. There was a time. Matter of fact, there was a situation after your wedding. Your wedding was in May of 2011.
That was a badass wedding, though, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was dope as hell, right? So check it out. You set the standard for me in Arizona. So we had a family friend that got married around the same location of November that year. So I flew right back to Arizona, stayed at the same hotel that you helped me book at, right? Nice spot in Scottsdale, right? Nice spot. So we go to the reception after the wedding, and I shit you not, man. But hold on, let me give you a prop here. Hold on, give me 1 second here. Let me grab a prop here. All righty here. So the food was so bad. So bad. This was a consensus. Just to let you know how Black people get down. before we gonna get to the conversation, guys. But everybody had their plate of food. First of all, it wasn't like regular rice. They made undercooked rice-a-roni. Yeah. Just to let you know how hood this wedding was. It was undercooked rice-a-roni. Yeah, I ain't gonna go after that. I don't need to go into detail the rest of the plate, right? Everybody started sampling the food, and then it was consensus. Everybody who ate a good 3 or 4 bites grabbed the napkin and just put it on their plates just like this. Everybody did, man. Everybody, every plate had a napkin on their plate like that. Hey, no one ate the food, man. Hey, no one ate the undercooked rice-a-roni. You know how bad rice is when it's undercooked? It's so hard. Can you imagine eating undercooked rice-a-roni? So yeah, that happened in Arizona. That happens in black events too, Mikey. So don't feel bad. We got to ask who the cook is. And when we see that the cook has not been designated, has not been vetted, we just starve. We don't chance it. We know we did after the fact. We went to In-N-Out Burger, and that was our dinner for the night in Arizona.
Should have gone to Lolo's Chicken and Waffles, man.
Hey, yeah, Lalo's. Yeah, I haven't had Lalo's in a minute, man. That was some good ish, man. Yeah. Hey, look at Pinball. He says, always ask who made the potato salad.
Yep. Okay. I'm learning. Damn it.
Hold on. Hold on. Look at this. Mike should have brought some emergency potato salad with him. Says Party. Vince is like, I've never seen raisins. Hey man. Look at Renee. Oh, damn, shit. Hell no raisins. Hey man. Hey, I gotta get you laughing here, Mike, man. Hey, check it out. Oh my god, this is crazy here. It's like, right, Vince. It will chip a tooth eating some undercooked rice-a-roni. No doubt, man. All right, as Dave says, who in the hell brings rice-a-roni to a wedding reception? The person who was the cook who prepared the food for the reception. That's who did it, Dave. Hey, man. Hey, Renee's like, boxed rice is a no-no. Hey, man. I'm just saying, Mike. Now you know. We gotta as men, Mike. We gotta. Now that you're in the clear, you're feeling better. We gotta rib you a little bit.
Yeah, I get it. I'll take it. Like I said, accountability.
There we go. See, Mike as men, we gotta do that here. Okay, enough of that now.
But don't forget the other accountability. You did mention I got married, guys. I'm not married anymore.
Oh yeah, that's right. He ain't married no more. So just got you wondering. He's like 2011. You gonna think you try to do the math? Mike been married for 12 years? Nah, Mike ain't married for 12 years. Mike is single can be, y'all. Hey,
so accountability comes to the part of learning the fact that you meet a woman. When you meat a woman, if you decide to actually want to marry a woman, make sure she's not into just the wedding dates, but wanting to be in a marriage. So a lot of women are just wanting that wedding dates.
Good advice here. Hey, before we get started here, I'm breaking it. I got some rosé again. The Moet's back. I've been chilling. I've been sober for a hot minute. Your boy been sick, and I was out and about running errands. I had to move this live stream about an hour back today, so I apologize if you guys were waiting for the show for about an hour and everything. But your boys got the Moet. Oh, it smells so good. Hold on, y'all. Oh my God. That's what heaven tastes like. Ooh, right there, Mike. Remember Marty's do that? Okay. I'm playing, guys. I need to stop playing here. They said, you got to hold that L in potato salad, Mike. Damn. Okay, guys. We're done with potato salad. I hear you. If you got more potato salad stories, we'll come back to at the end of the show here. So stop playing TDND. Hey, what am I playing about, man? It does taste like heaven. What you talking about, Chucky? What you talking about, man? I love my Moet. Hey, stop playing with me, brother. Stop playing with me. So here we are. We got my main man here. Let's have a conversation. Passport bros, man.
Yep.
Passport bros, boy. It gone into the end of 22. We topping off the start of the year of 2023. And this is the trend. This is the thing. This is what people are talking about. Women are disrespecting men. Men are disrespecting other men. So this is how you came into play here, Mike. We were talking about the older expats who were mad at Austin Hollerman. They were saying to me, and this is where I want to get you in and how you're going to let you cook on this one, because we had a conversation about this maybe like a year or two ago and forgot that this was actually a conversation that's going to lead to this now. People are mad in my comment section that Austin Hollerman is conceited. He's stuck up. He shouldn't have been telling the game. This is why he got in trouble right now. He doing all this talking. He's snooty. He's stuck up, and this is what he get for spilling the beans in the game. Damn right. He should have been ran out of goddamn Brazil. These are the comments I'm getting here, guys. Like, what? Like, I don't get it here. Like, I keep mentioning that I guide cocks. I don't block cocks. And that's why I was saying, y'all come off with some goddamn haters here. And we need to have a conversation about this, talking about, you're mad that Austin Holloman is telling the game. And what I was saying to you, Mike, and I want to let you chime in here after I say this here. I was saying that it didn't matter if it was Austin Holloman. It could have been Jimmy Choo Choo. It could have been me. It could have been you. It could be someone here. Somebody was going to rise in the ranks in YouTube land or Instagram, TikTok, being a content creator. Somebody was going to come up the ranks here. Somebody was going to catch on to the algorithm. People were going to find the one that's going to appease to them as far as content creation, what they want to watch, and was going to see them make videos. And this was going to happen regardless. This is how I felt about it. But no matter what, every conversation I had, everybody was pissed off, saying, well, everybody, the expats were saying that, no, this is what he gets. He need to keep his mouth shut. And now that he's been around to Brazil, maybe things can go back to normal, which is not going to happen, because just because he's out of Brazil doesn't mean stop making content. So let me just add you into the conversation now, Mike. What do you think about people mad at him, saying that he is exposing the game? He is telling too much of the secrets, and that is good that he got ran the country, and that they don't want to see any more passport bros making content like this.
I mean, let's just be honest that, passport bros is a new term. We can even say maybe more hitting around the fact of black men traveling. But, black men have been traveling for so long already as it is, in regards for going to other countries, meeting women, and all that stuff. So
hold on, Mike. This is not Boone's Farm. It's a full bottle of Moet here, okay? Y'all need to stop playing with me, y'all. I don't do the cheap Boone's Farm, okay? I'm sorry to cut you off here. Just a day I'm like, look like some Strawberry Hill Boone's Farm day. No, we only do rosé, okay? And you know what? I'm gonna call for some of y'all. It's not even the most expensive bottle, and some of y'all can't afford it. And you know what? So be it, because I can. And ain't no damn Boone's Farm here. Get on y'all Moet Rosé tip here, y'all. Stop playing with me, y'all. No, I'm not.
It's not the box wine. It's not box wine.
It's not box wine. It's a whole damn bottle, okay? You know how many box wines it'll cost to equate to how much this bottle costs? It'd be like 5 boxes of wine that would cost how much this bottle costs. And I got it on sale for $5 off too. Reason why I picked it up. Yeah, I'm happy I got it off for $5. All right. Boone's Farm cost $5. It was on sale for $5 off.
There you go, man.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
No,
I had to do that, man. Stop playing with me. This is real. I don't be faking the funk. Right,
show the receipts, man. Show the receipts. There you go.
All right, man. Thank you. Now continue.
No worries, man. No worries. But yeah, but talking about people have been traveling for for so long, and even if you start messing around with the black men traveling for relationships with women, let's be honest, the first men that actually did what we call mail order brides, pretty much, or bringing women from another country into America to marry in regards for different races, were black men. It was during the Buffalo soldiers living in the Philippines who met a lot of Filipinas and brought the Filipinas back to the United States of America, and most of them settled in Seattle, Washington. So it's been happening for so long. But just going back into expats is the original term for a lot of the guys who travel to other countries. Even though we have the whole different term of passport bro. But yeah, the thing though is, they're mad. For those people that are mad of the game being exposed, let's just be honest, the game has been exposed for years. There's been older men out there who've been making content about traveling to other countries. And mainly you see that really in Thailand and the Philippines, okay? That's where you see a lot of those, and as well as Dominican Republic. It's been going on for 2 decades that you see content like that in YouTube and other things. It's just that what's unfortunate is what we're seeing is a younger guy coming in the ranks and showing the same exact thing with a different mindset. See, what a lot of guys don't understand is most of these guys who do travel to other countries, and mind you, when I say older expats, you can count me. I say 45 plus. Okay. I would even say that a majority of the men who travel to other countries, and I hope I don't offend a lot of guys, because if I offend you, that means it's you. Okay. they're a bunch of weak pussies that get taken advantage of women. So I'm sorry, like the new age of passport bros or men who are traveling, especially the guys with a little bit more red pill awareness, are the ones that's going to be more successful. But at the very same time, is because of you having that red pill awareness, you also are going to fall into potential more problems, because not the whole world doesn't adhere to that, especially in other countries like Colombia, Brazil, the Philippines, and Thailand. So you have to be careful on how you navigate yourself as a thing. Now I get it that here's Austin. The older expats are mad at him, but what I'm seeing is the younger guys are mad at him as well.
Oh, the younger ones are too?
Yeah, younger guys. Because
they haven't come in my comment section yet. It's been only the older cats who's been coming at me.
Yeah, younger guys are also mad at that. And here's the thing, right? So a lot of the guys will say, even the old guards, right? We can say the older expats or the old guards. They don't want their little heaven or Disneyland exposed, because if you go, let's say go to the Philippines, you as a foreigner, you may be mid-level in your country, but you go to another country like the Philippines and you're a foreigner, you have instant what we call a DHV, or developing of a higher. That's weird. Okay. Well, I'm still online.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah, there you go.
I couldn't hear you for a second. The voice went out. Okay, people are okay.
I think where did I stop? Where you couldn't hear me?
Back up like about 45 seconds if you can.
45 seconds. So you have these older guys who then Austin goes viral, okay? And then so now there's more men who are like, yo, we're traveling. We doing this. We grabbing our passports, because the past 2 years when COVID and stuff like that, past 2 years, all we've been talking about is this red pill movement growing up, manosphere movement, men learning. Men are like saying, yo, we need to, number one, find good women. We need to check good women. We need to be able to do this. Kevin Samuels came along, started helping out on the algorithm. But then here comes the passport bro movement and a big slap in the face and be like, yo, forget this. Let's go to another country. And a lot of guys who were not aware, especially younger guys who were not aware about this, were like, what? I can find a woman in another country who's feminine, fit, and friendly? I was like, yo, I'm checking out of the United States now. So you have to see that in general. So now, because they're in abundance, okay, guys are getting mad. Now, here's the thing. Most men were traveling where? South America, right? But let's be honest, why are they traveling to South America in majority? It's cheaper. And when I'm talking about cheaper, is they can't afford that $2,000, $1,500, $2,000 ticket to go to Asia yet. So, the guys who are younger, or, guys with a certain budget, can really just $300. I can go to Colombia for a round trip with, Spirit Airlines, but you can go round trip. You can go to Costa Rica for like less than 200 sometimes from Chicago. And, so it's within the budget friendly in a way. So a lot of these guys are going to start traveling to Brazil, Colombia, and all those kind of things. So here's the biggest problem, right? It's being exposed. And, just like anything, you just talk about supply and demand. And sometimes a lot of people, a lot of men, weaker men, and that's what I'm saying, the older gentlemen, I'm just going to be honest here, the older guys. And once again, if you're offended by this, I'm talking to you. So, and you're just exposing yourself. So a lot of these guys have what they call the scarcity mindset. Like, they go to let's say we'll talk about the Philippines. They go to the Philippines and they're like, oh man, I don't want to, like, you'll hear a guy, expat saying this, older guy saying, I'm going to go to a place where there's not a lot of expats there, so that I have, I have less competition with the women. And I start fucking laughing, because I tell guys, I'm like, your competition is not just expats. Your competition is the whole world of men that surrounds you. So it's like, where's that mindset? And so that takes in place what goes on right now. So let's go to Brazil, for example. Austin exposes Brazil. It goes out there. Guys are now saying, I want to travel to Brazil. I want to travel to Colombia. Well, these newer guys, the younger guys who are now hearing this, now because of this, what happened with Austin, now they feel that Brazil is ruined. Now they're like, that was my dream, to
Right,
go to
right, right.
Brazil at one point, and now Austin, you ruined it. He didn't ruin it.
No, he
It
didn't.
wasn't him. And I get it. Some guys will say that he's conceited. Some guys will say he's arrogant. Some guys will say certain things. My question is, wouldn't that be the same exact description almost of confidence?
Thank you.
That he will say what he wants to say? Why are we going to say that he's conceited? Because he wants to talk the talk. He'll say what he has to say without having to, worry about the blowback yet, which then he did get the blowback. So then, unfortunately, he should not have apologized. He should just left the country
Right.
and not apologize.
Yeah. Yeah,
And we
we
talked about that.
talked about that. Yeah, yeah, I agree
So,
with that wholeheartedly.
yeah.
He shouldn't have done an apology video. And I just want to piggyback what you're saying here about confidence, because I was having a back and forth with some people, some of the tribe members last week on this,
Mhm.
and I took this particularly personal. Reason why? Because I used to be Austin 20 years ago. I was the young man, and I even before I was hearing this, people called me cocky or arrogant when I didn't look at myself that way. I knew what I was doing. I've done my whatever it was, I've done the homework more than the other
Mhm.
person. I've done the research, and I talked about something because I knew about it and know how to educate, how to actually be educated in my delivery on that. And you would
Mhm.
know some people who did not like that because I was a young person talking about certain things. They called me cocky and they called me
Mhm.
arrogant because they couldn't say the things that I was saying or do the things that I was doing. In the back of my mind, I wasn't like, oh, look at me, I'm Dave here and I can do X, Y, and Z here. No, if anything, you know me, Mike, I'm the most humble person. Some people say, you say you're humble, you're not. No, I feel I'm one of the most humble people out here because I always fall back. I know I'm a leader to the degree, but when I'm with my peoples, I give. I'm appreciative. I love the
Mhm.
things when people I do around these things here. I don't put myself above this higher, pedestal, which I know I can't do at times, but I don't feel that I'm better than anybody else. So when I see people going and say, oh, he's cocky, he's arrogant, and you know what I say? I was him. And you know what, though? I take that personal because I took that personal. It's like, why the fuck are you calling me arrogant for? Because you can't compete. And I'm not even
Mm.
competing. I am
Mm.
just being me. You know what I'm
Mm.
saying? I'm being me, and I'm not even looking at it as a competition. You see me, and you see me as competition because your bitch ass can't step up.
Mm.
And then then I got to a point, Mikey. I want to give it back to you for a second here.
Sure.
I told myself 20 plus years ago, I didn't want to be the old dudes hating on the young cats. I told myself when I was 21, 22, and 23 years old, I was saying this on my live streams yesterday. I said that I was younger and I said, I don't want to be the old cat talking on the young cats. Because you know what? When I was doing my music and I was doing my production and playing, what I was explaining yesterday is that the younger people in the music industry are the most creative. They're the ones bringing in the music. They're the ones driving the creative juices. The former musicians who get older become the executives and they piggyback off the young people because they're not as hungry as they used to be anymore. You get settled when you get older. You get comfortable when you make a little bit money. And so you got to lean on them, but they still shit on the young people because they can't do what they do because you're not built like that anymore. And I told myself, I said, when I get older, I'm not going to shit on young people. I know what it's like to be young and get these older cats who see me come as competition. And all I want them to do is give me the game. Because if you give me the game and you was there for me at the beginning, I'm going to bring you along with me because we all eat together. And so everybody who I saw like that, who treat me that way, I don't fuck with them no more because though you felt threatened by me as competition when I want to look at you as an equal. So
Mhm.
when I hear that about people saying that, oh, he's cocky or he's arrogant, know what though? That's a problem within yourself because you're internalizing what that man is. And the fact that you think that you can't compete, now you got to shit on him. And now you got to dog about other men who are just like this too because you can't compete when it's never a competition because that next man ain't even thinking about you.
Yeah, I I was fortunate enough to learn this one little technique, right? And this is I learned this about 15 years ago. And when they say that when you see somebody who you don't like, the first
Mhm.
question is you have to ask yourself is like, why? And then when you assess yourself, why don't I like this person? Then you can say something like, is there something about him that I can learn from? See, when you have
Mhm.
empathy for a particular person, you don't like him, there's a reason for it. Sometimes if you can't even explain why it is. And so don't get me wrong, when looking at some of the stuff what what Austin says, how he delivers his stuff, did I say, oh my god, this dude's kind of fucking arrogant? This guy's
I had to know,
right?
when I had to replay videos, and
Yeah.
I can't hear arrogance. So then I know
Well-
that when I can't hear it, I know that's how people look at me. And that's why I had my little spiel this then, because I can't hear arrogance. I hear a young, confident 23-year-old man who is experiencing life and is enjoying himself.
Yeah, so I'm like, he's a little arrogant. Oh, this and that. And then what I found out when I started asking those questions was like, oh, he's just not delivering it correctly. His delivery method is where he needs to actually learn something. And then maybe that if he learns a little bit better delivery method, he's going to be able to be better to communicate to people, right? And so he communicates the way his words or the way he does it hits well with the younger crowd because he is of the younger crowd. And so when you have the capability of having empathy for a person and seeing that, and you say, oh, you know what? No, it's his delivery method, how it is. And to be honest, he got in trouble because of his delivery method.
Right.
And then, just with the wrong woman writing information about him and stuff like that, it was his delivery method that got him in trouble. The content has always been out there. And so when people start saying, why would you hate on Austin? But then you hear these same guys sometimes, or guarantee that these same guys will be watching Zoom to Thailand. Zoom to Thailand was around before Austin.
Exactly.
He had more movement.
He blew up? What's it? 2023. I remember when he blew up in like 2021 when he made the one video, and all of a sudden he got like 30,000 subscribers like in like a 3-week span. No one complained about Mr. Zoom to Thailand.
No one did.
Putting out his business.
Yep.
I mean, there was some, but the majority, he was being praised for his channel coming out the blocks like that. There was more praising than what Austin's been getting here. And the only difference I can see is the age difference.
Yes.
The younger.
Being younger. Because sometimes you have to understand is like, and so let's talk about the older expat and the younger guys coming in, right?
Okay.
So about a year and a half ago, I made a piece of content that actually got a lot of guys getting mad at me. And my piece of content was that me telling expats, because I told them the average guys is this of age and coming to the Philippines. And I told gentlemen, this was a year and a half ago, right? Before even Passport Bro movement was going around. And so or was trending, we'll say that, right? And I started saying, hey guys, listen, you guys got fucking 5 years. You guys 5 years. Oh, look at that. It's my haters down there. What's up, Pompadour? So when you started looking
at a real hater?
Right? Oh yeah, it's a real hater. Yeah. That's my picture. Yeah, that's my photo, see?
No wonder he's getting blocked because he had the audacity to disrespect me in one of my. He's gone. I don't like him. He's blocked. You know why? He came in one of my video clips the other week, right? And I'm like saying, hey, he's like, hey, say hello to me. And I was like, in all caps, like, what the fuck? Who the fuck are you? And I remember I said, hey, be respectful. I say hey to everybody. You can be respectful. And he started saying some other shit, right? And I didn't block him, right? I didn't block him right away. Because it was in the clip and it was a live premiere. Now that I saw his name here, get the fuck out of here. I ain't Mike here, all right? So fuck you, Pookie.
Yeah, it's just because the fun part about it.
I don't deal with trolls anymore. I'm sorry.
And majority of my trolls are actually the older expats. So
nice.
Yeah, they do. So here's the thing, right? So because of the difference of ages and stuff, so I made that video. I said, guys were like, what are you talking about? Old men can beat young men. I was like, what? Because I said that there's going to be more men traveling that are younger men to the Philippines through other countries. So there's going to be more people around that. And so for the people who has that scarcity mindset of that, the more foreigners are there, right, the less opportunities they have. So a lot of guys were commenting, what are you talking about? Older men are better than younger men. We have more knowledge, more experience, more this, more that, more money. And I was like, more fucking money in average? Because I know majority of men who move to other countries are the ones that really and honestly can't live a decent life in the United States as a middle class person, because your income is way less than that, but you can take your $2,000 pension and go to another country and live a middle class life and a good life to be exact. Right. So, and I said, you guys have to see the trends, because the trends I was looking at was a lot of the digital nomads, a lot of the younger guys traveling and all that stuff. And so I was saying all this, and a lot of people are getting mad. And then and lo and behold, here comes the Passport Bro movement, which proves my point. As a matter of fact, that it's actually going to start happening. And so you have to look at the older guys, the whole money thing. What are you talking about? Young guys are making money, right?
Yeah.
So you're younger, you're older. Okay, fine. Youth beats youth is something that's looked by women. Women prefer youth. Let's just be honest. It's just maturity is what the women want if they're going to end up with a man in these other countries. And so, can the younger guys provide? The younger guys can provide one thing: a longer future, right? So
Hmm.
there's good and bads in both, and we can assess those as much as possible. But don't
Yeah.
forget that there's going to be an impact with younger men. So that's the problem that a lot of older expats have, and you see that anywhere you go. Thailand, you can see that in the Philippines. Guys are pissed that more young guys, because they're like, you're ruining our paradise. It's paradise lost, right? And so that's the
Yeah.
thing. And when you have the scarcity
Yeah.
mindset, the thing though is, who gives a fuck, right? If there's more
Mm.
guys out there, what are you going to do to better yourself? What are you going to do to, to go ahead and upgrade yourself, level yourself up so that you stand out from the community, you stand out from other men? That's the biggest problem, is men are worried about other people and not looking in the mirror and want to upgrade themselves. I mean, you go to the Philippines, you go to Thailand, you go to Colombia and stuff like that. A lot of the guys they're going there have given the F up. They think that their money and that their being an American or European is good enough to pick up a woman. And does it? Yes. But it's the women that lands in your lap. Henceforth, those are the wrong things. But what we're seeing right now is a lot of these younger cats listening to the old fuckers that don't know what the truth is. So these guys
Mm.
think that a feminine woman is supposed to land in their lap, and that's a feminine woman. And I say, good luck. You learned it from the old guy who didn't know any better. And so I'm considered part of the old crowd. I have to say that.
Mhm.
But I'm saying is, I'm not going to believe all these older men the way they talked and the way they see things, because you have to understand what's going on. And so, like, and you see that with the younger passport bros. Like, all of a sudden, like, oh, look, I got myself a fit, feminine, friendly woman. I'm like, no, she a hoe. I'm like, I don't get it. And you're seeing also this happening. It's happening also in South America and Asia. We talk so much crap about it in the United States, or even in Europe and stuff like that, in just the manosphere setup of, like, we're sick and tired of these single mothers. We're sick and tired of these women, who
Mhm.
expects to have to make six-figure incomes and all this stuff. But then you start having men moving to other countries or visiting other countries, and they're leading with their freaking wallets, right? You don't want a woman. You hate a woman that puts you down for your money. That if you make less money, yet you're going to go to another country and try to save a bottom of the barrel bitch and give her more money than you should. And she may be a single mother with two
Mm.
kids, maybe. Right? I don't get it. I really don't get why some of these a lot of younger guys are doing this, because the older guys are doing it. And that's just where that. And so for the younger guys getting upset at Austin, was I was talking about earlier, is because they haven't even left the country. Their dream is of Brazil, and they feel that Austin already ruined it. The thing though is, just because Austin had a bad experience, that does not mean you're going to have a bad experience. What you need to
Right.
do is, you should appreciate what Austin did, for the reason that he just taught you one lesson: what not to do. So be thankful of
Right.
that, because the best way to learn is from other people's mistakes rather than your mistake. And that's the thing. It's like, listen, he messed up. And then men are pissed at, why men are no longer certain ways. Well, because your fathers didn't teach you any better. That's why men are not no more that way. And then you see a younger guy like that, and then what you're gonna do? Chastise them? Well, that's why people are not learning, is because men are not willing to teach people anymore. The thing though is, you take Austin and you say, hey bro, what can we learn from this? Is there anything I can get back? I can do for you. I reached out to him. I said, yo, bro, anything you need, man, let me know. If you're gonna come to the Philippines, I'll hook you up. Because that's the thing. That's what men are supposed to do. And then because of what happened to Austin, you have a bunch of guys now who said that they're passport bros. All of a sudden they say, I'm no longer part of that fucking movement. And I start laughing,
Mhm.
right? I start laughing. That's like you. That's like you saying a black. That's like for you, man. A black man messes up, and you say, "Bro, I'm not black man no more." Nope, no,
I
because
know,
somebody messed up,
right?
right? No,
One person messes up, and so I gotta leave the crew.
yeah. Why run away from it? I'm like, yo, just listen. Stay your grounds. It's tough enough that a lot of men can't even hold their grounds no more in their own country. Hold their frame,
Mhm.
right? Let's just be honest. I'm like, hold your frame. It doesn't matter. And so it's like, that's just it. I mean, that's just like some of the basics. I mean, there's a little bit more from that, man. You know,
Yeah.
but it's
I
just
want to
crazy how
piggyback
things
what
are
you're
going.
saying here too, and I find that the one part why I want to have this conversation is I find it very interesting how the older expats, the older men, are mad at Austin, saying that he's giving up the game, he's getting what he deserves. I don't like the way he's moving and
Mm,
all this stuff. Right? He's giving away the secrets. Is there is so much to go around. Why are you worried about the minority of men who are able to exercise their options? See, men
mhm,
are not looking at the bigger picture who are dogging the men here, who are part of the new younger movement here. How many men are truly able to get their passports and actually live the lifestyle? It's one thing to get your passport to travel for vacation and you do it once a year, once every 2 years, right?
mhm,
You're going to have the guys who are younger who are understanding this here, and that's going to be their introduction. I get my passport and I get my first trip to travel. But then you get the actual movement of guys who are actually able to go to these other countries, who are actually
mhm,
stay for longer periods of time, who's actually able to live the lifestyle, right? How many men can actually do that, guys?
mhm.
For the mother, I'm gonna say it's here for y'all janky motherfuckers who are hating on it. How many men are gonna be doing this here? We keep forgetting that we are in the minority when it comes to these women here. Like, the women who are looking for the men that we are saying who we are, there's less of us and more beautiful women. And we want to go to other countries. There's more single women than it's going to be single American men that's going to be coming through. So for you guys to have this scarcity mindset, to thinking that now we have a younger set of men who are doing decently of their finances, who actually has good careers, and they're saying to themselves, these men who normally would stay in America, who would try to exercise their options here in the States here, who have been banging their head against women who are not given the time of day, if they're deciding, okay, I'm gonna go ahead and travel here. How many men are taking your women away? How many of these young fellows are actually coming and saying, hey, ladies, it's the remix, y'all. I'm the young one here. I'm taking all the old expats girls because they can't hang with they bitch asses. Ha ha, because they broke as hell too. I'm taking all y'all women. No, fellas. Y'all just thinking weak-minded. You're thinking small. You're thinking like the way you were thinking before you went and left the country. You're thinking like you're still in America and you can't compete because these modern American women has beat you into submission. And so when you see the young brothers coming, you getting triggered by the old past trauma that you never healed yourself from. You never
Mhm.
built yourself up. Only thing you did was went to another area where you were a bigger commodity, but you never upgraded yourself, your physicality, your mentality, your part of the intellect that goes with all of that here. You're still living the same way. You just have more of an abundance around you because of your resources, but you never elevated. So
Yeah.
if you never elevated, then you're the type of man who is shitting on the younger crowd who are coming in here. If anything, these are the guys you want to embrace. Bring them into the fold. We're better in numbers than we are separate. What did Kevin Samuels used to say all the time, Mike, about high value men and what are the things of that high value men, their true characteristics? One of the things he talked about was
LinkedIn.
having your own wolf pack,
Mhm.
having a crew of your own fellows around you, because you're only as strong as your weakest link. But if you have a wolf pack, if you have a team that is built and cultivating, iron sharpens iron. But the older guys want to be like, oh, here they come here. They just want to shut the shit down. But here's what's going to happen here. Older expats, it's going to come a point in time when you have that mentality, you will lose. The younger man will eventually win in the end because they will have more time. And at the worst case scenario, they can wait your ass out.
Yeah.
I mean,
That's,
that's
yeah,
that's
no,
just
no, you're
one
right.
thing.
I
That's just
mean, you're
one thing.
completely right.
But you need to embrace the people that's coming up behind you. Otherwise, I look at the same way like the NBA, the NFL, and baseball. If you don't embrace the rookies, you're going to have the cocky rookies that's going to get your ass out of the league. Or you can embrace him, and then he's going to look at you as a mentor so that whenever the GM wants to cut you, you could be that. If you're the starting pitcher, you ain't cutting my catcher. He knows me. He knows my signs. He knows the batters. I need my catcher. Otherwise, you're going to get lost.
Yeah, it's like, I mean, like, and so that's the thing is like, when you look at it, is like when you're older, it doesn't matter what your age is, right? So the young, middle age, older gentleman, whatever. Like the thing though is like a lot of guys like so worried about their weaknesses, and I always learned one thing was that double down on your strengths, right? So like for
Mhm.
example, I don't got the six pack. I'm not like I'm not the baddie person, whatever like that. I don't got a badass body, whatever like that. And so like even like guys will say that to me sometimes. Yo, Mike, fuck that shit, bro. You need to, you fat, you can't beat me with a woman and stuff like that. And I say,
Mhm.
let's go to ground. Let's go see what's up. Because I know one thing is that my talking, me being funny a little bit, being able to have conversation with women, to be able to start. I have no problem starting off a set. I know that I can approach more women than the average guy. It doesn't matter from that.
Mhm.
So it's like, that's my strength. So I have to work on that. Right. So it's like and it's funny, it's like if you're older, there's a lot of things about you you can beat a younger guy. But let's be honest, only if you guys are going toe to toe and you have something better than the younger guy. But I'm sorry,
Mhm.
not every person is built the same way. If I have a younger guy with more money than you, if I have a younger guy that actually has better conversation skills than you, and if I have a younger guy that looks better than you, okay, you lost. What are you going to tell me? You
Mhm.
have more experience? That's something you're
Sounds
going to
like
tell me?
that sounds like a 35-year-old woman trying to talk to us saying that why you want a younger woman? I got all this experience and knowledge, and we saying we don't want your experience.
That's the thing. It's like, it's like you see this mentality a lot more. And that's what I'm saying is like, and I've actually made this little thing there's a few guys that get mad at me. And I say that one of the worst things that a lot of these expat have actually, brought with them to the Philippines. I'm gonna say speak the
Hold on.
Philippines for now.
Do you
Yeah.
know this person here? Who's Peanut Farmer?
Peanut farmer, I
Wannabe
have no
players? How about this, Peanut Farmer? I don't take no shit from nobody no more. So you want to talk about wannabe players? I know I get more ass than you a decade ago in my resume holds longer. So I want you to hear this say, you get the Matumbo block. Get your punk ass out of here.
and
All
and
right.
and so just for the guys
Block.
who
Get
for
the
the guy
fuck out of here.
for the guys that have first experienced me having
Matumbo. No,
me
no,
talking.
no, no, no. More blocks coming more than ever. Sorry.
But yeah, so if you guys, a lot of you guys, who probably never came across me and stuff like that, if you guys are watching this video for the first time, or a lot of you guys that seen me, I want you guys to see a testament for the fact that there's these people that's trolling me. These are the older expats that are mad at what I'm talking about. And to be honest, I'm trying to be fair
Mm-hmm.
for everybody because I want everybody to have a better experience in the Philippines, especially, or being a passport bro, wherever you decide to go. Is I'm trying to give some sound advice on how not to get effed by a woman, how not to get in trouble, how not to get to scammed, whatever like that. And so these guys don't like it because they have this thing called a unicorn dream, right? They have this unicorn thing of what the Philippines is when you see a lot of people having problems and stuff like that, especially foreigners, you know? And so it's like, they can't accept it when somebody's trying to come in and trying to give them better advice. I'm not saying I give the best advice, but I can say I give better advice. And
Mm-hmm.
it's like a lot of the older cats can't handle it. I'll be honest.
Yeah.
A lot of the older cats because they want the old ways when it's no longer the old ways. You have to live and relearn. And a lot of things that people make mistakes on, and goes all over the world in regards for one of the biggest mistakes a lot of people keep on talking about is I want to leave America because I want to leave the rat race and I want to leave the matrix. Guys, listen up.
Mm-hmm.
The matrix exists all over the world. The matrix is one matrix. All right. It's just one. Stop this BS that, I'm leaving America because they treat me bad over there. So I'm going to go to another country where they treat me better. No bullshit. No, no. Because let's play the game. Andrew Tate. I don't want to be in America or UK, so I'm going to live in Romania because I can do this because I want to be away from the matrix. Did the matrix catch up with them? Yes. All right. You want to leave the matrix in the United States of America, you come to Colombia, then you get yourself a devil's breath. If you guys don't know what devil's breath is, that's scopolamine hit. You get drugged, you get robbed, you get killed by these women. Is that the matrix? Yes. In the end, it's like like Dave said, you have to level yourself up and be better. The thing though is, if you were not better, we're not really good at speaking to women, and you hate women because they don't give you attention, well, maybe you should have upgraded yourself and be able to have a better conversation. But listen, fine, I
Mm-hmm.
can work with that, and you leave the country. But you're going to go to another country where their language is different than you, and you still have a bad, skill of having communication. that's even worse for you.
Mm.
And it's like, what's going on? What the hell is going on? I'm like, level
Right.
yourself up. There's guys living in the Philippines, for example, that doesn't even want to learn to speak the language. They get mad when things happen to them. And I'm like, well, did you know what people are talking about around you? No. Well, do you speak Tagalog? No. Why don't you speak Tagalog? You've been living here for 10 years. Because some of them speak English. Like, you cannot stop leveling yourself as much as possible. And there's just guys just give up. Just because it's easy in a different country, that doesn't mean just because it's easier, that does not mean it's easy in a life.
Right.
And so
Exactly.
sometimes
And
guys, yeah, go ahead.
I was gonna say real fast here as a PSA here. If I don't know you and you trying to come for witty joke that if I read it back and look like disrespect, you're getting blocked. There's not gonna be any like I'm gonna time you out like that. No. I've been in the game for a year now, this YouTube streets here. And people want to come in and want to crack jokes. If I don't know you, getting the fuck out. You know, it ain't funny. See, what you guys need to do here really fast here. If you never had no correspondence with me, read back your comment before you hit enter and say to yourself, will he take this as disrespect? And if you may think it's disrespect, I'm gonna take it as disrespect. Guys, you're gonna get your ass blocked. 2 people already been kicked out of here today already. This is year 2. This is a different game. And we ain't had no correspondence. If you ain't emailed me and you ain't even come through the way you're supposed to come through, and you over here acting buck, you're gonna get the buck out of here. All right. What's going on, Kiki? What's going on, Big Man? Big Man 7917 is in the house. What's going on, man? He said, and Kiki's like, I'm in a different matrix since I discovered BGC. It's still a matrix, though, right, Kiki?
Yeah, but it's sure as hell nice. BGC guys, listen, listen.
Spit it,
yo,
Mike. Spit
listen. If you guys
Spit
ever in the, you're gonna hear guys keep on telling people to go to the fucking countryside and the provinces in the Philippines. If you ever go to, if you guys want to have a straight up party, you guys ever want to have a badass party with really good looking women and just amazing conversations, stuff like that, go to BGC. Go to this place called the Palace. There's 3 different little different bars in there. There's one called Xylo, one called Revel. I forgot the other one. Best place to hang out and have fun and meet people. Like straight up. Like BGC is it's pretty much, you go into BGC area, which is a city within the city, and it looks like you're in America. It looks like you're in downtown Chicago, downtown New York, and stuff like that. Very clean and everything, and like lots of fun people to do. I mean, to meet, not to do. to meet yeah, to meet.
I just find it's real easy to see why women want to disrespect guys, right? It's just a natural correspondence that women are going to do, whether they're going to be passport bros, they're going to exercise their options in other countries, or they're staying here and trying to talk to American women. We understand that women are going to be women, especially for the men that they quote unquote ain't feeling or attracted to, which makes this whole thing really very ironic that if these guys were not making content, if these guys were not going to Asia or Thailand or the Philippines or Brazil or Colombia, you go to a place like this, right? These same women are dogging these men out. They're not checking for them. They're friend zoning them. They're going on foodie calls. When I say foodie calls, they got that man locked in their phone as dinner bae. And all they're gonna do with him is when he reaches out, they're gonna have dinner with him, but that's as far as it's gonna go. And then she gonna find Smash Bay to go ahead and get those inner gizzards out of her, basically. You know what I mean? So we understand
inner gizzards.
Yeah, you gotta get the nappy dugout. You know what I'm saying? When Pookie comes through and he got that, he coming with it, and he gonna get the inner gizzards tore up at the nappy dugouts. Okay, that's what's going on. That's what they want, and so we understand when women disrespect men. Whether they go there and they stay here, that's gonna happen. And just find it ironic, Mike, that we're gonna talk about in a few minutes here, like the men who are disrespecting, but the women has been doing the passport game as long, and their escapades are more fucked up, yo. It is ridiculous. I'm not gonna go into deep detail in this part here. I'm gonna wait for Dennis Sperling's live stream that's gonna come out pretty soon here. I've been following him on IG. You know Dennis Sperling, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so for anybody who's wondering, Dennis Sperling was also a good friend, one of the good friends of Kevin Samuels. He was actually at Kevin Samuels' last birthday party before he passed away last year. You can see the videos like that, him and Melanie King, right? He's been going ham like the last month regarding the Passport Bros. He has been reaching out to men in other countries, whether in Jamaica or one of the Caribbean islands. And what we have here is sex tourism, where that women are contacting agencies and they're not only having just sex with the locals there, they're having sex with underage boys. And what Dennis Sperling's going to do within the next week now, he's going to be interviewing a gang of young men who were taken advantage by American Black women on their sex tourism trips. It's going to be high. I'm waiting for that to react to it because he got the people lined up, Mike. Like, we talk about the Passport Bros, and women want to say that all they want to do is go to another country and find poor, destitute women who don't speak the English so they can have as much sex as they want and to take advantage of these women here. Well, ladies, let me ask you this question here. And PA Texas have put this in the chat here. Did you guys know that we don't have to go over to another country to find low rent, low income women to have our way with them and to do whatever the hell we want? That's what we call the Pookeishas and the hood rats that we see in every single hood in every single state in the United States. You come out here in Chicago, you can find those women in a lot of parts in the west side and the south side and the hundreds and in the janky parts of the suburbs too as well. You go to Indiana, they're there. You go to Wisconsin, they're there. You go to Cali, they're there. You go to Florida, they're there. So for women to say all these Passport Bros are doing is looking for low rent women to have sex with, they're here in the States and y'all don't want to acknowledge them. Those are the hoes, the 304s that we talk about all the time. We talk about ain't no fun, the homies can't have none chicks here. They're here in the States. And what we have here is American women who are disrespecting to the craziest degree women in other countries with their pure ignorance. Mikey, let me ask you this question here. What do you think is the percentage of women in the Philippines that speak English?
The Philippines?
Yeah, in the Philippines.
Okay, so let's first of all play the game of the fact is, what do you mean by speak English? Have full conversations or can understand English? Because those are two different things.
Can they speak English? Let's go with that question first here.
Then you're looking at about 95%. I'll take the 5% as the uneducated. And the reason why I'm going to say this is because English is the national language of the Philippines. So it's considered as English, so what people need to understand is this, like, I've seen a couple like Passport Bro videos of women saying, like, this one girl's like, and these guys are going to Colombia and Brazil and the Philippines, and these people can't speak any English. And I start laughing. That means it shows that you're an uneducated, inexperienced woman, because if you knew any better, then you would look first before you talk. So, but what's funny now is Filipinas are fighting back. Filipinas are like, yo, listen up. Filipinas are
a lot of women making content now.
You don't see Colombia.
And for Colombian and Brazilian women, I'm seeing videos where women are making their own videos and they're attacking Black women and American women because, like, look, why are we in this argument for it? I understand you mad at the men, but why are you we're taking unnecessary strays. And then they're coming out saying we're not educated. What, we can't speak English? I'm making a video speaking English right now. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's once again, it's sign language. The shames, the insults, the guilt need to be right when that they don't even know about something. They just assume that if a man's going somewhere else, that it's going to be easier. And if it's easier because they don't speak English and that these women are just willing just to be getting a green card so they can get Captain Save them out of the country. And how many women, let me ask this question, another question, Mike. I'm seeing some of the videos here. Do these women really want green cards to leave the country? Or are they just looking for a good man?
So, okay.
I know it's a loaded question.
Yeah, it's a loaded question. So let's
kind of loaded, but I'm seeing so many women that's saying that they're only out for green cards. And I'm kind of curious with your interactions. Do you see that as the majority, or if that's just a talking point that women just being disrespectful to the other women of other nations?
Well, first of all, let me go ahead and I'm gonna have to be disrespectful a little bit right now. Okay. So with respect. Disrespectful with respect. So there's this guy named Sir Ism in the comment section right now. It's not, actually put it up. It's not the foreign women are better. They're cheaper. So this type of mindset, when guys have this, these are the guys that get used up by women for the green cards.
Talking about you, sirism.
And I'm gonna give an example why. Is because if you start looking at women as cheaper in another country, then you're gonna find cheaper women. And when you find cheaper women, those are the women that's gonna try to get you to give them a green card. And so I'll be honest, this type of comment right here is exactly the reason why there are pathetic, simpish men out there.
Look, he just came up with another comment here. This is the second comment that's put on the screen here. Look what else he posted here too.
Passports are not getting beauty queens and models. They 4 and 304 stop the cap. So first of all, let's go ahead and
a lot of ignorant shit you're speaking here.
Yeah,
man.
which is
about. But continue, Mike.
But I think I
just gotta say
to be respectful of that one. So I will be honest. True, there are some men who are passport bros, and we're not going to say all passport bros. There's going to be some men who travel other countries who unfortunately do lack the capabilities of having conversations. Do lack sometimes, and as men, sometimes this is what happens when men are sometimes insecure. They go to another country and they end up with bad women as well because they didn't level themselves up. So I'm not trying to cap here. I'm saying is that this is the wrong approach to say that all of them, all passport bros, all men are with 304s or ends up with 304s. This is why the passport bro movement needs to be separated to several different levels. Just like when you talk about red pill community or red pill mindsets, you know, you have MGTOW, red pill, you have the blue pills, you have the black pills, the purple pills. Everyone's creating their own realm of things, right? And so I get it. But in the end, it's just about the movement, the manosphere movement. So, you know, number one is this type of mindset is exactly the pathetic mindset of men. It is. And mind you, Sirism, I'm looking at your YouTube channel right now and I'm cracking up a little bit right now. Because
oh no,
it's just
that bad.
I'm just laughing at you right now at this very moment. And so
right, and you got the audacity to say your name is Game. So you ain't talking like you got no fucking game, man.
See, the thing though is you
maybe fast. You ain't talking. No, the line you say you game, you talking short sighted, bro. Like when I see a comment like that, I see an ignorant person, and I hope you understand what ignorant means. Because me and Mike had a conversation about this a few weeks ago. You sound very ignorant right now, bro.
So I crack up and stuff like that. It's like you saying that they're cheaper in other countries. So let me see. Let's go ahead and do some addition here. For you to go to the Philippines, you have to pay $1,500 for 2 weeks, right? So that's already costly to meet somebody if you decide to go there. The hotels that you're going to stay, unless Sirism, you probably stay at the little cheap $10, 3-hour hotels with a $2 hooker, right? That you can afford with that pathetic hair of yours. But anyways, so going at the main thing of stuff, sir, since you want to have this conversation. Why would you think that just because you're in a third world country that all of a sudden they're cheaper women? First of all, the best way to really look at it is a few things. Why are you going for the cheap hookers? See, when you go to
you ain't hit 1 million views, Ism. You're at 877,000 views. You joined YouTube the same time as me, and you've dropped twice as many videos as me, and I've got over 2, 3, almost 3 to 4 times more views as you. So dog, I wouldn't talk about views to me on this here. Don't do that. Don't do that. You got twice as many videos as me. You got over twice as many videos as me, and you're creating your channel a month before mine's here, and you ain't even cracked 1 million views. And on top of that here, I got you about 4 or 5 times that here, almost basically here. So dog, I would brag about that right now. You a person like that, watch me right now. What you talking about? Well, I know what I'm talking about because I'm grinding. I came out a month after you, and my ass is grinding here right now. All right. I took a time off and still got more views than you. Come on, man.
Your last video that you released yesterday only got 29 damn views, and we already have more views in this live already as it is. Yeah, and guess which live you're joining, sir?
Dude, don't do that to yourself, man.
So let's go back.
Hold on. What do you say? Yeah. Hold on here. Hold on. He says, man, don't talk about other men's hair. I got a hair of what? Hey, yo, I'm a black man with locks here. And I'm talking about your ugly ass hair right now. You need a fucking haircut. Get a lining, bruh. Yeah, I'm talking about you want to come on this channel and then want to talk shit here. Yo, dude, get a fucking lining and clip up. You got loose, you got split ends on the top of your wool hair. I got wool hair. You see, this is wool hair here, dog. You can tell you want to come at Mike in the Filipino. I'm the black man here, all right, dog. Come on, man. Come on. Don't talk about views when you've been out longer than me and you ain't got the content like me here. Come on, bro. Don't do that to yourself. You are better off just saying the janky shit. All right, you could have kept simping and kept talking about passport bros and capping. Don't come and point. Look at my channel. Nah, dog. Nah, don't do that. Don't do that. All right. My God. Yeah. YouTube ain't my life. Hey, YouTube, hey, hold on. I'm gonna get you again. YouTube ain't my life either, dog. I'm a 23-year career IT professional. I do YouTube part motherfucking time. This ain't my life either, and I'm still better at it than you. Don't do this to yourself, man. Don't do it to yourself, man. Stop it. My hair down, my back full. I don't care it's down your back. I'm looking at a picture that's looking janky as hell. You open the can of worms that you ain't gonna win right now, dog. Don't do it. You know what? Your best bet is to be quiet right now because A, you're talking about passport pros and you have no knowledge of it. It's good to just listen, understand, and then give feedback. But you talking shit on something you don't know. I know more people than you. Mike knows more people than you. And we can talk about the women and the issues that men deal with and then the options and how they're leveling up. So for you to come with this janky ass shit to a chat room here, and then you want to say, I'm a YouTuber, and then you want to say, well, I'm part-time, I'm going to do this full-time. I don't do it either. Anything you're going to say, I'm going to shoot your ass down because you're coming with the ignorance, dog. Come correct or don't come at all.
Let's go with this cheap.
Hold on.
Yeah.
You're gonna say, boy, I will cook you. Well, you know what? You ain't cooking shit. Your channel ain't cooking nothing.
You better boil that hair. Boil that hair.
Hey, do me a favor. Come back when you got 1 million views. How about that? Come back when you hit 1 million.
Oh shit.
God damn.
But okay.
Hey man, don't come into a chat section. I look fine on that picture. Yeah, you look fly. Keep telling yourself that. Keep telling yourself that you look fly right now. All right. When motherfuckers are roasting you and the chat room is not even rocking with you right now, everybody don't agree with you. It's not just me saying this shit. People are saying, yo, who the fuck are you? You need to just calm down. Shut the fuck up. Hold on. Shut the fuck up. Well, other side, shut the fuck up. Just listen and get this knowledge. And if you don't like it, then leave. But don't make yourself look even more stupid. All right? That's what you do here. You make yourself look more stupid by trying to state stats that ain't even better than mine. And I'm part-time too.
Okay, let's first of all.
Hold on. Kofi's like, Devil Dave, come on. And I almost rocked the red turtleneck today, CF. I almost pulled it out, but I was in a good mood, okay? I went and bought a brand new bottle of Moet. People say I got Boone's Farm. Now it's a brand new bottle of the Moet Rosé here. I got it on sale for $5. I'm like, I'm not gonna be Demon Dave today. But you always got motherfuckers who wanna come into people's chats and wanna act like they know more than some people here. And then when they get called out on it, then they're gonna try to defend themselves. And then when they try to defend themselves, they make themselves look even more stupid. Sometimes less is motherfucking more. Lord have fucking mercy.
Let's do a little bit learning here. Let's do here a little bit learning here. Okay, guys. Lord. You know, with Sir Jism and everything, you know, hold
on, he gonna say this. Fool, it got 1 million. I'm looking at your channel right now, and it says more info. And I see Sir Ism 510 joined August 22nd, 2020 here. 877,485 goddamn views. All right, come on, man. You know what though? I don't believe you. I believe YouTube. You need more people. YouTube says you don't got 1 million. I'm looking at it right now. Do you want to put the camera to my phone here? Well, hold on here. Hold on. Let me zoom in. What does that say, people? It don't say no goddamn million. That says 870-something thousand. God damn, dog. Dude, why would you do that to yourself? No. People, men lie, women lie, numbers don't.
So first of all, like, you know, he's saying right now, so this is an echo chamber channel. You can't disagree. No, you can disagree. But at the very same time as you have the right to disagree, but this is the thing, it's freedom of speech. That doesn't mean it protects you from being called out bullshit. So
Yeah, I
that's the
know,
thing.
man.
Don't give me that. So I can't disagree. Of course you can, but you better come correct a little bit. So because you get exposed with your stuff. So here's the thing, guys. Here's a lesson that a lot of guys can learn, and hopefully some people see this.
Hold
You
on.
see,
My YouTube studio says different. We don't care because you know what? YouTube is telling the public you ain't got a milli. Do me a favor. When you get a milli, come back and holler at me, okay? When you get a milli, come back and holler at your boy, okay? Dude, you've been here too long. All right. Nah, the fact that we're arguing the fact that you're saying that I got a million, I see 877,000. Do me a favor, make some hot content and then you can talk some shit. All right. God damn, man. Talking about, I don't do this part time. I got hair down to my back. I got hair down to my wool. I got a million views. Y'all just capping. You don't know the fuck you talking about. Woody, woody, woo. Motherfucker, you are here. You came to my channel. You are watching me. Okay, you want to hear this. You want to come here, and then you want to step up here. Cause know what happened? Like an old school hip hop head, punks jump up to get beat down. Come on here. You came here. I didn't come looking for you. You came to me. I don't go to certain channel. Come to my live stream. I want you to see me talk. I didn't do that shit. You came here. You clicked on the link, and now you want to act a funny certain type of way. God, go somewhere with this here. I can't stand motherfuckers at times, especially YouTubers who want to talk like that here. Man, I would never go into someone else's chat, talk shit, be like, oh, I got 2-3 million views. Hell no. There's no way I'm gonna go to Lead Attorney's channel who got 15 million views. Well, Lead Attorney, I got 3 million views through that. Man, no, I'm not gonna do that shit. I'm not gonna go to a bigger dog and talk about my views when they got me trumped. Man, please go somewhere with that, dog. I got a million views, that dude. You are wannabe player. You know what I'm saying? You don't know what the hell you talking about. You over check my YouTube studio. You know what I'm saying? Oh my God. It's an echo chamber here. Shut the fuck up.
And don't forget the fact that he's got that amount of views is because he's using shorts. It's not even his content. But that's okay. You can repurpose.
He said, how many views you got? I'm not even talking about my views, but I got over 2.5, bro.
I'm like, if you look at your, I'm looking at your shorts, Sir Jism. In your shorts, buddy, it's ranking, which is perfectly fine because shorts are going to get you there.
I'm talking about your hair right now. You talking about how many views? Mike got more views than you, got more subs than you. I got more views than you, more subs than you. So you know what though? Stop bringing up views and stuff like that because you don't got more than us. That's an argument. That's a battle that you should just shut up on. Dog, just shut up on that one, okay? God dizzle. Don't do it to yourself. Don't bring up views ever again to someone who got more views than you. Don't do it. Don't do it. I wouldn't do it. I encourage anybody here who started a YouTube channel. If you are a small channel, don't go at another channel saying, I got 500,000 views, that dude, or I got 800,000 views, or I got 1 million views. Dog, if someone got a bigger channel than you, be humble and shut the fuck up.
Yeah, and here's the thing, right? So like, let's go here. So we fine. You want to talk about the homonyms and stuff? He's gonna be like, "Oh, you're doing homonyms on me." Acting like, first of all, Surgism, we started off by telling you your comment was wrong, and then I went for your hair a little bit because you're trying to be this person. First of all, you're disrespecting women as well by you calling foreign women cheaper. You just disrespected women. And one thing I don't do is I'm not going to disrespect the good women, right? There are bad ones, and I'll call them out. But you just said foreign women are cheaper. The problem with that and that mindset is this. Who cares if the dollar has a good rating in the Philippines? Here's the thing. You know who's cheaper? Just like what they were talking about earlier on today, I think it was PA, whatever, said something like you go to Tennessee, there's a bunch of cheaper women over there. If those are the type of women you're going to go for, then they are cheap in the Philippines. They are cheap in Thailand. They are cheap in Colombia. Yeah, there's those type of people. But that's the problem.
Cheaper in Chicago, though.
That's all you want.
Cheap everywhere.
Yeah. Are you going to the Philippines and going to women who can afford good money, can afford good living? No, you can't, because you can't even see yourself, envision yourself to be with those type of people. I've seen more Lamborghinis and Ferraris driving around in the Philippines than in the city of Chicago. So don't tell me that there's no money over there. That's just like these pathetic women saying, taking fun of all these men, passport bros, or if they don't want to be claimed as passport bros going to other countries, that these women don't speak English. You, sir, are just an idiot. You just, sir, are not educated enough. That's
Hold
your
that part
problem.
with the idiot here. Hold that part here. We got MOP here. MOP, you're the first sponsor for today's show here. With the $2 house that Sir Ism set himself up to take the L. Hey, MOP. Salute. Thank you for the holla. I appreciate the other content creators here, man. Thanks again, man. I appreciate MOP. Sir Ism, reason why we went at you, because when people come to my chat section talking ignorant shit, and then when you double down by making additional comments, that's when we come for you. All right. Yeah. I give you the first one, and it's like, hey, man, come on. I put it on the screen here. Then when you start calling, see, Mikey's Filipino. He was born in the Philippines. Mm-hmm. So when you talk about the women like that, you're talking about him and his people. The same way then.
I wasn't born there.
If you what's that?
I wasn't born in the Philippines.
I think my Ed. My bad. You're here. You go there.
I'm Irish, Spanish, and Filipino, bro.
Yeah. I think my boy Ed. My boy Ed was born there. My bad. My boy Ed. But what I'm saying here though is that when you did, that's like when someone comes and they make ignorant comments about black people, that's not even true. Have you been to these other countries? Have you experienced these women? Have you talked to these women? Have you actually set foot on the ground more than 3 days and not just one goddamn vacation? Have you done continuous trips to understand the lay of the land? If y'all ain't done that shit, then y'all ignorant as hell and don't know what the fuck you're talking about. And I'm gonna say it to anybody, I don't care who you are. If you have not been there, if you have not talked to enough people, if you don't even know the people, you ain't experienced the land, all you know is about the United States here, then you are nothing but an American idiot. And that's the problem why the rest of the world hates us, because us Americans think that we know everything and the world around us when other countries and other continents are thriving as well. That's the part that I'm getting at here. When people ain't been to other areas of the earth here, and then they want to act like they know everything. Like there's 304s here. You got this here, you got this, that. Have you been there? Have you paid for the 304s? I bet you probably paid for the 304s in the states that you live in. I bet you've done that. You know what I'm saying? There's hoes in your city. Have you paid for them? You paid a good $300 for the PPM? I bet you have done that. So get out of here with this here. I'm sick and tired of Americans acting like they know better. No, we are ignorant as hell. And that's why the rest of the world hates us.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It's like, so, you know, I'll be fair with you a little bit, though, there, surgism and stuff like that. But I mean, the thing, though, is you have to think about is that do you see how the type of setup you did? You just started talking about your channel has 800,000 views. You started talking about you have good hair. We came
for you, Sir Ism, because of the way that you should read your comments before you hit enter. All right.
So you're qualified.
Should understand. So you need to reread, just like anybody says on Twitter, before you make that post, you should reread that before you hit post. The same thing here, dog. You should reread your comments and the tone of the chat before you go to any other channel going forward here. Read the tone, read the atmosphere, and then read yourself. Will somebody think that I am talking about them? All right, because you not know, because people come into other people's chat and think want to be goofy and witty and funny, right? And then the other person is like, "Who the fuck are y'all? Know you? Get the fuck out of here."
Yeah, and if you also look at, you know, and just to be fair, sir, I mean, let's just be honest. You started calling what we're talking about as a cap, so you're saying we're wrong.
Yeah,
you disagree with us.
You put the blue cap in your comments, but you started.
And then when we turn that back on you, you're like, oh, so if I said you disagree, no, then fucking come up something witty. But you come up with like, I'm 800,000, I have $1 million, I have 1 million views, and then all of a sudden you get called out lying. You know, it's like, stop the cap. You telling, we stopping the cap? You just got exposed. Receipts and everything. You start talking about you have this much thousand views, bro. Listen, I just looked at your videos. All your videos average less than 100. You have some of you at 1,000, but the only reason why you have 877,000 views is because you're reusing content, which is this fair use, and you're posting in your shorts. So your algorithm is messed up. You just have short views. So come on, bro. Come on.
Hey, okay, let me finish off here. If all your views come from shorts, you need to shut the fuck up when it comes to your million views.
What?
If you look at my views, the millions that I have barely come from the goddamn shorts. Okay, my views come from live streams and actually reaction videos. Hey,
take the loss, bro. Take the L. You just, I took the L on the potato salad.
Yeah, he took the L on the potato salad. But don't come into another person's chat, calling people a cap, and don't think that someone's gonna pull your card. That's how the game works here. You call someone a blue cap, we're gonna pull your card. And if you can't take it, then don't take it. Talking about this Sir-ism. I don't care about no damn Sir-ism. No, it is. You know what though? If it's Sir-ism, you are actually moving like a. Hey, he moved like a jism. Somebody, sir, ism. You move like a jism right now. Do y'all know what jism is?
Jizz.
Why are you still doing it? Why are you doing this to yourself, man? Why are you doing this to yourself, jism? Just fall back.
Your name is Mike, right? And Dave, right? It's called that dude named Dave. So yes, his name is Dave.
I swear, people want to come and see. Y'all don't understand. Y'all want to come and call people blue, the caps and like. See, when you say someone's lying, then like, you know what? Then you open Pandora's box. That's why you get it. You need to look at your accountability for this roast section right now. You started this here. We're just like to go ahead and keep it going, then we finish it. Anybody who come in here who talk shit or want to come in here, be reckless, and we don't got a rapport of you, you get the work.
And if he's trying, like I said, the ad hominems and stuff like that, shame, insults, shame, insults, and the need to be right. So guilt and the need to be right. So if you even try to use that on us, for example, me, the problem with women using the sign language is they go straight for signs. We debunked you first a little bit.
Yeah.
Then I went for that.
MLP put it up here. MLP put it up here. You're wrong.
Exactly.
You kicked off the sign language ism. Whether this is a men's channel, and whether I don't know if you get down this with other men or not, I call other men out. So if you start some janky shit, you on some bullshit, I pull the fucking card. And if you don't like it, then that means you ain't a fucking man. We call other men out and hold them to the fire here. And after the fact here, when you know what's up here, then you know what's up here. You started it here, and thought was like, oh, these are cap here, passport bros, woody 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 woo. You know what though? If you ain't, here's what I'm gonna say this again. If you have not experienced that lifestyle, if you're not engaging in that whatsoever, how the fuck can you give a true, accurate assessment? All you guys are goddamn opinion.
Mm-hmm. See,
an opinion is not an accurate assessment, and that's why I can't. You came for the lies, and then you want to make up shit. All right, and I'll do that to anybody. I'll do it to Jesus Christ himself.
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
But the thing is, like, this is the important, and so, but I do appreciate that. The what? No, I do. Sorry. Yeah, I do appreciate the fact, I can use what he says about cheaper, and this is the problem with a lot of men traveling to other countries, is you're looking at them women as cheaper. So when you are going to see them as cheaper, you're going to go for the cheaper women because that's all that you can have, and you're not going to go for the better women that you deserve. Why are you going to leave your country and not wanting these women that are wanting to be put in a pedestal, and then you're going to go to another country and go to the direct opposite of somebody that's below you? Hold
on. Before here's it. Tell the truth. The 4 and 304s cost y'all 47 cents. You know what that tells me, ism? That you pay for your hoes. You do that now. You do that now. By you constantly saying that here, that you're giving me the mentality that you are paid for play all the time. You are part of the PPM lifestyle. That's cool if you want to pay for the pussy. That's all you if you want to pay for it all the damn time. That's all good. You know what I'm saying? But don't come in here how much you pay 47 cents. You are projecting on what you are actually doing right fucking now.
And the thing though is, if you really look at this, is like you're saying that it costs 47 cents. Where the fuck can you find a woman that's 47 cents? That's a pretty good damn discount.
You got that right. So
if you think that that's how it's looked at, bro, I would hate to see your mother. The fact that you can see it, you can actually look at a woman that way. And the thing though is, it's funny you start talking about that you're the best at roasting. When you started roasting, you started complaining that this and that, bro. That's
you're not even roasting
shit.
Right now. You're not even roasting right now.
You're not even roasting. You haven't even gone in. I'm like, shit. If you want cam up, we'll give you a fucking better roasting or whatever, but we got to finish the damn show. But that's a whole other thing, bro. Listen, man, just take the L, right? You take the L, be like, yo, I said something wrong at first. I'm going to take this and I'm going to be like, yo, we'll start at the beginning. You started with the calling us saying what we're saying is cap. And we just went on you and told you wrong.
It's funny how people want to say cap when you ain't even experienced it. You ain't even doing it. Like, we know the people who's actually been to other countries and experienced this and can actually give a true assessment. When people come to my chat and talk like that here, I can tell you nothing but a fucked up American. You're an ignorant American. And I'm an American. You know what I'm saying? And I call other Americans out because I want y'all to know when we go to other countries and other continents, they don't like us because of the comments that we see here. The things of how we act. We thinking we're the best thing since sliced motherfucking bread. No,
That's your ignorance is showing why the world hates us in one little microcosm here. We got to change that, y'all. We got to change that because you know what's going to happen? Y'all going to, whoever got your passports, who are not passport bros and want to go to other countries, y'all going to want to travel. And you're going to wonder why people treat y'all like shit because you Americans and you keep perpetuating the same stereotype here that's actually proven right now. We got to act. We can't be acting like we're the best in sliced bread. Other countries are doing just as good or even have more things than us here. They want to keep making it look like the Africa had nothing but babies who are destitute with flies around them. They want to show the Philippines with women who are destitute, women who are hoes who barely wear wraps around them, looking to shovel and stuff like that. They want to show women up in Brazil who looking like hoes with the big titties and big asses that can't speak English. We're the only ones as Americans that talk the way we do here, and other countries look at us like we're trash because we don't respect them. That's why they don't respect us, because we don't respect them. Come on, man. Y'all gotta stop that. What's going on, Daniel? Pete, yeah, that's what's going on. How can I roast you back? See, here's the thing. If you're not roasting and if you don't want to cam up, then shut the fuck up, Ism. I'll give you a fucking link. You got to show your face. How about this, Ism? How about this here? Oh, let's see here. Camera's got to be on too, motherfucker. I call Mike a motherfucker too. All right, there you go. Camera got to be on.
Until there he comes on.
Continue, Mike. And before I move on here, I got a shout out to my man MOP here. He back with another $2 holler saying, "Sir, Ism set himself up to take an L." Shout out to MOP. My man MOP in the building, dropping the super here, changing the chat blue here. Salud, brother. Thank you for the holler. I really appreciate the other content creators who don't be showing the love, man. Thanks again, MOP, for showing the love, man. That's how that goes here, man. That's the link. You got to show your face too. Don't bitch up and want to click on the link and we can't see you. Nah. The way my channel works is you show your face. If you don't show your face, then that's it. That's how it goes. Don't be trying to cam up and they'll try to click on the link and you don't show your face. My channel goes down like, yo, you got to show your face. If you don't show your face, then you know what? There ain't no point in talking here because you ain't roasting. You just tapping behind a keyboard. You ain't even roasting. Because I can't, you mad because I disrespected your views because all your views come from goddamn shorts. You know what that tells me when all your views come from shorts? You ain't even made no goddamn money on YouTube. Because you want to know something? You could have 800,000 views in shorts and you made 3 fucking cents. Yeah, I know my YouTube analytics very well here, guys. Come on, man.
1,000 views in your shorts gets you a penny. So come on.
Man, Mikey, I showed you when I got when we start getting monetized on shorts. Remember I showed you? I showed 700,000 views and it made 1 goddamn penny. So, dude, all your views is coming from shorts. You ain't even making no money on YouTube. You broke on YouTube. I don't want to hear no million views if your views ain't coming from live streams or actual videos that were 8, 10 minutes long. Lord have mercy. Lord, you started this. I got a million views. Hold on. I got a super Ken. Shout out to my man Z with the $4.99 upgrade, the $5 holler here. Turn the chat green. That's my man Z in the building here saying, just pop in to say hello. Gotta go eat. I'll catch the replay, Mike and TDND. That's what's going on, Z. My brother Z in the building. You gotta eat. I know how you get down. He's on his workout kick lately, man. Salute.
There you go, man.
Thank you for the holler, Z, man. Get your eat on. I'll catch your comments on the replay, gang, man. Shout out to my man Z. He won the day ones, man. I'm just saying, though, I'm all serious here. We're going to get back to the show here. Ism, don't start an argument talking about your views, especially someone like me and Mike who understand YouTube analytics, all right? If most of your videos are shorts, that means that you ain't made no money on YouTube. YouTube only started making money on shorts last few weeks. And on top of that, you're not getting any ad revenue for something that's anywhere from 5 seconds to a minute long. And if that's the majority of your content that we will do the homework research on, you want to come for us with your million views, you ain't made no money on a million views. So do yourself a favor. Don't use that in an argument or conversation ever again, unless the next million views is from live streams and actually short form videos, okay? I missed your other super MOP. My bad, man. Hold on. I got that one. Oh, yeah, it is right here. Yo, $2 house at Sir Ism. Roast your silence ass out of here. Oh, my God. How do I miss this MOP? Yeah. Hey, man. Thank you for reminding me, MOP. Hey, salute. Thank you for the holler, MOP. I appreciate it. I don't miss supers, man. This one, You know, things happen. I apologize, MOP. You know I respect you. You know I rock with you, brother. You know that you coming through and do the dizzle here, man. So thanks again. I appreciate the support here. One last thing here, Mike, before we go. I just want to say this one last time here. Do yourself a favorism. Don't do that to yourself ever again. If you are, most of your views, you know your content came from shorts, then you ain't made no money in YouTube. So if you ain't made no money, don't come saying I got 1 million views. You know what I'm saying? Shorts is basically like a cheat code. Okay. Yes, it's good to build your channel. It will bring light to your channel. People will be able to come to YouTube will push it, but you ain't making no money from it. My views is worth more than your views. All right. So, dude, do yourself a favor and don't bring that in a conversation, argument, or debate ever again until you start making some real money on YouTube, dog. Don't do that to yourself. Because when people do that, I just look at you like, dog, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. And the worst thing is you've been on YouTube a month before me. So you understand it at least since you've been around for a couple of years. Don't do it, dog. Don't do it to yourself ever again. Whew. I wasn't expecting that to happen today, Mike. I was not expecting.
So yeah,
I know you're trying to move the conversation back, but sometimes people got to be checked. You know what I'm saying? It could have been a funny session that lasted 3 minutes, but he wanted to double down because he felt his manhood being tested because we came from. The problem though is that you don't come for us, but the thing is that you got to be ready. All right, if you ain't ready, just sit back. And I dropped the link and I still ain't seen no one clicked on it yet. So you know what that means? He don't want the smoke, or he's trying to get his face together so he can get on camera. Either way, dog, don't do that to yourself. All right. Don't mention views ever again. Unless it's someone who don't know YouTube, and then you can talk that shit. A person like me, like, nah, dog, you over here capping your damn self. And here's the thing, too. One last thing, Mike. One last thing, too. He's saying that his YouTube studio shows 1 million views. YouTube studio is not off by 100,000 views. Yes, YouTube studio is real time, so you probably got 890,000 views. It might be off by 5,000 or 10,000 views. YouTube studio is not off by 100,000 views. So you ain't hit 900,000 yet. So stop the cap. I know YouTube studio as well, dog. It will be real time. And if you got 877,000, it'll real time be 880,000. Not no additional 130,000 views, dog. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it.
Yep, unfortunately. But see, that's the thing also, like, you know, let's go ahead and use that whole thing where some people, you know, will talk something.
I think he left MOP.
I think he left, yeah. Some people will talk about certain things of knowledge about a place that they don't actually know, right? They actually just watch other videos. And unfortunately, you actually do see that with a lot of Passport Bros. And since we're in the Passport Bro content on topic right now, a lot of guys do talk about that because I see guys like making these contents in other, like in my respective, you know, niche. And I sit back and I'm just like, yo, that guy really does not know much and it's going to get guys in trouble. And we covered a couple of those guys before here. And that's the thing. It's like, knowledge is great. Knowledge is power. But if you got the wrong knowledge, then you're fucked. So a lot of guys need to understand is that you need to not just listen to one person, but multiple people, and keep your mind open and have critical thinking to figure out which one is going to be the best move for you as possible.
That's key, Mike. That's key. What you said, 2 words: critical thinking. That is so key because a lot of men don't do that. A lot of, like, so we talk about echo chambers. A lot of people will just hear something that they heard, don't do critical thinking, don't do the homework, and will take that as gospel. And then, like, you see someone like this guy here who will double down and then will rely on that without even realizing how ignorant they sound because they've listened to somebody without doing the homework. That's what people do these days. We're in a microwave society here where if you see something that aligns with what you think in here, you won't do the homework. You won't do the research. You will take that as an extra talking point to add to your, you know, reinforcement, but you still ain't done the homework on the whole assignment in general. So here you are doubling down, talking ignorance and saying the things here, and you sound worse than ever. I don't get it here. Like, if me personally, if there's a subject that I am not knowledgeable about, Mikey, how many somebody said I'm ignorant of this, Mikey? I'm gonna fall back. How many you've heard me in personal conversations? I'm ignorant of this one here. You've heard me say that. I don't have the hubris to say, oh, I'm gonna talk to Mike about this, and I know what I'm saying here. I have personally said, Mike, I'm ignorant of this notion here.
Yeah,
I don't know.
We back up a little. We've always had those conversations, like, bro, I don't have the answer for you fully, or if it doesn't even matter. Sometimes I was like, bro, I don't know how to do this. How do you do this, bro? Like, we go back and forth on that stuff, and that's how, you know, men should actually do at it. in regards for leveling themselves up is understanding that you bring around the right people around you, and at the same time is, you know, make sure you ask the better questions, make sure you help the other person level themselves up. That's how you go faster. And that's why, you know, just going back to Austin, that's what I think should have happened is like some older, I'm sure a lot of older cats reach out to him and say, yo, bro, listen, we got you, this and that, understand this, you know. And so same thing for me. It was like, you know, I reached out to him, had a conversation. I'm like, you know, next, you know, when you come in the Philippines, I was like, you know, I'm gonna be at this time over there. Come meet me over there if you want to. I'll show you the ropes in the Philippines. And I think that's where men need to start working on is like stop moving away. Not I'm saying moving away, but meaning that help the other guys out, you know, move up. Just because they make a mistake, that does not mean, you know, you don't try to help them fix it. Now, if they continuously do the same exact dumb thing, for example, then at least you did your job.
Yeah. Did you due diligence then?
Yeah.
And before we move on here, shout out to my girl Honey Smile. Turn the chat green with the $5 holla. I put you on the screen for a little bit here. What you got here, honey? You saying, hey, Dave, hey, tribe. Just popping in to say hi. Sorry, I've been missing on here. I had a family member who's been very ill, and I've been focused on family.
Family first.
Honey. Hey, honey. You know to get down here, girl. Hey, salud. Thank you for the holla, honey. I appreciate like other content creators be showing love. I get it. I've been dealing with some family and friends have been sick and ill as well. First things first, honey. Family comes first. You got to take care of you and yours, because if you don't, no one else will. So you don't got to apologize. Just pop in when you want to pop in. It's all good, because you know we're going to be here. The Ain't Ish crew got your back, honey. So thank you for supporting, and I hope you and your family is doing as well. You know, I understand. Like I said, you know, cancer is fighting a bug over here in my neck of the woods. So I understand when people are sick here. So do what you gotta do, honey, and make sure your people's is good. That's what's up here. Honey be representing here. So I know when people like her not around, I know something like serious really happened here. So it's all good, honey. I hope all is well with you. Yeah, let me see here. Hey, they going in on him, dude. Look at Zick. Zick came back and says, went to his page. The headline video is a month old and has 184 views.
Receipts, bro. The receipts are a bitch. Receipts are a bitch.
It's not even receipts. You got a channel. All we gotta do is look. We ain't gotta go hard here. Hey, Zick came back again. Oh, I see you, Daniel. Peace out, Daniel. He said, if Islam had 1 million views, he must have 70,000 videos. Check his page out. His videos average about 100 views each. People sure can lie. See, you know what though? It wouldn't have gone as long if he said I look at my channel, I have 1 million views. You know, that 30 minutes of me going off right now would not have happened, because you know what? I make it a point that, you know, when I look at my accomplishments, I'm like, yo, I'm constantly growing. But I'm not gonna take a shot at somebody saying, look at my channel, I have this many views like that, because I already know when I have a conversation with someone who's a big dog than me or not, right? You know, I respect the game. Some people grow slower than others on YouTube, right? Some people can get out like my man, shout out to Theo, right?
He was at my channel the other day. I was like talking mad stuff about him because that dude just rose to the top, bro.
Yeah, Theo's killing it. See, you could be like Theo, who I begged him to start a channel. Just go ahead and do it. He was slow at first, only had 1,000 subs, and all of a sudden, then the algorithm found him. He's like at 27,000 now, and within like 2 months, you know, shit like that. People grow at different spaces. You know what I'm saying? He saw me grow when I first got my first 1,000, and we growing here, right? But my thing is, don't try to big up your views in an argument or debate when somebody can dismiss it. We can shoot it down. Yeah, you know, make a better channel, man. Make a better channel. You know, I'm glad you happy you get your first milli, right? Yeah, that's a big accomplishment. Yeah. But don't try to throw the water on our face, thinking like you doing something here and trying to throw shots at us here. Like, yeah, I remember my first milli.
So do I.
I remember my first milli. Matter of fact, dog, how many views you got in your channel? I got that in April last year.
To be honest, like for me, I haven't even looked at my channel.
If you want to do that, look at Sheila. Sheila's like, I remember Theo was at 1,000 subs. Yeah, we all go at different spaces. Yeah, I remember Theo was at 1,000, and all of a sudden, then I was watching. Like, yo, I said, Theo, you had 2,000. I said, Theo, he came back. I said, dude, you killing it right now. But my thing is like, I show love and respect. People who was behind me and past me, I show the love. Don't come on the channel and then was like, I got 1 million views. I remember my first milli. Oh yeah, I got that in a month. Oh yeah. So don't do that to yourself. And anybody here who want to come take shots at me or Mike or anything like that, do yourself a favor and make sure you got you got a full clip. Come. And if you feel that you can't type fast enough, I'll drop the link. And one thing is you're not gonna do is talk faster than me. That's the problem that people say, Dave, you talk too much. Well, you know, when it comes to coming at people, you gotta be able to talk here. That's why I talk so much. Because like, Dave, I swear, you gotta stop talking. It's my channel. I'm gonna talk. When people come here, I'm gonna talk. I'm gonna out-talk anybody. Oh, sorry about that, man. See, it's funny. This is a live show, and you'd be funny how a live show can turn out, man.
So how about the passport hose?
You have a crazy thought. What about passport pros?
How about the passport hose? Are we talking about that
next? Yeah. Do we got time to talk about that? We 2 hours.
No, you know what?
Lights up, people. Lights up.
You know what? If you need to do another live on it, because it's going to be a whole different subject, anyways. You know what I'm saying? But I mean,
yeah, it is a whole different subject.
You know,
yeah.
But yeah, it's just,
I might want to save that for another show. Now we're already 2 hours.
Might as well.
Unless we go 4 hours tonight.
Just make it part 2 passport hose.
Yeah. We might make a part 2.
But but that's the thing. Is like, I think that men, and I saw a comment. I forgot who made the comment in the section. I don't think you put it up. Or they said a certain amount of percentage of men or passport bros will never travel, and that is the truth. There's a lot of guys that are absorbing these content
that's a fact.
And they're living vicariously through men like me or other guys that are traveling. That's good enough for them. It's the same. Those are the same typical people that like to listen to, motivation videos, but never get motivated to go out there and do, right? So there are those type of people that are going to be there. There are also going to be people that are going to make that purchase of a passport, okay, but might not end up using it. And the reason for a lot of these guys to do it is because they do not actually understand how to budget. Like, they want the idea of going to another country, but they never assess the cost to get to that country. I know a lot of guys will say, "Oh, I can't wait to go to the Philippines," and I say, "Well, it's going to cost you $1,600 right now for the minimum ticket round trip." They're like, "That's too expensive. That's too expensive." I thought it was $500. 5 years ago, you can get it for like $600 round trip leaving Chicago.
At one point in March, it was like $800, but you have to buy like a year in advance, and it's all peak season. But you, like you said here, Mike, you got a budget and plan ahead of time to get the deal. If you don't plan ahead, you're gonna spend the $1,600.
And then you get the wrong information, like Jism saying, Jism talking about.
Speak of the devil.
We were talking about the devil just right now.
We're talking about you, Theo. We're just talking about you. He's looking at. He said, "I was streaming myself." Yeah, we all working, Theo. We all hustling, Theo. Yeah, we're just talking about you. Yeah. Click the like button. That's what's up, Theo. How you doing, brother? We were just talking about you. Hey, Theo. When you get the chance, you're gonna have to rewind and watch the last hour. We had a fucking roast session. Someone came in my chat here and wanted to talk shit, and so I stopped the show, and it kind of got derailed for like 40 minutes, man. So you're gonna have to be part of the replay gang, brother. Hold on. Hey, what's going on, Shauna? Shauna said, if the ticket is expensive, what about the wife?
Great question. See, that's a great question, Shauna. We can answer that question pretty easily, right? So I mean I can go more on this, but let's talk about, like, guys are not understanding. So, like, even like that ism guy talking about it's 47 cents for a woman in another country. Says who? When you get the wrong information, some guys will see that and be like, "Yo, only that much?" And then that's the problem, is guys are not fully researching, living vicariously through other guys, right? And so you have some guys in Colombia. Oh, you can get a girl for $15. She's, there's some guys that can say, "Oh, you can meet a girl in the Philippines and you can take her to McDonald's and she'll be happy as hell for you." Well, I'm sure that there are going to be those girls. They're going to be acceptable and happy for that one. But that does not mean that she's a cheap woman. And so there are costs added to it, and guys are not assessing. There's guys who meet a girl and don't understand that there's the PTA, proximity, time, and action. All right? If you're not in close proximity of a woman, it doesn't matter if she's fit, feminine, friendly. It doesn't matter if her femininity rating goes high. You're having a long distance relationship. There's a high potential that relationship is going to end because you're not of existence in front of her. There's time, how much time you spend with her. Okay, are they cheaper? Maybe technically, maybe we'll say. But the thing though is, you're not getting your value on a girl that you're with because you don't spend enough time with her because you're in another country. What actions are you doing? It's like guys don't understand that it's actually more difficult to have a relationship with a woman who is in another country because there is distance that's involved, and you need to minimize the amount of distance as much as possible, as fast as possible for a relationship to succeed. Either you bring her to your country or you go to their country and live there. And some guys are messing up because they don't have enough time. They don't put enough time to meeting some of the girls to meet the right one, and they end up bringing the girl to their country, and then they whine and kick because they got the wrong woman, they got left behind. Gentlemen, if you decide to bring a woman to your country, yes, it might be cheaper because you're not taking her out on weekly vacations or weekly dates. But if you don't spend enough time with her, you got the wrong girl, and you bring her to your country, you get her a K1 visa, which is a fiance visa. You can get a girl to your country within 90 days minimum. But, if it's not as busy, or up to maybe 9 months, right? 30 days to 9 months, you can get your girl that you fell in love with to your country. But if that relationship doesn't work out and you married this girl on a fiance visa, you are responsible for her, especially if you got yourself a single mother. You're also responsible for the children for 10 years, even if she left you right away.
That's game right there, y'all.
Know your laws, know the rules, know how female dynamics works. There is no difference than how female act in one country to how female acts in another country. It's just a different culture.
Oh, I like that. Women are women. It's just the culture. Look what Zick said here. I've had to put in the screen here. I thought this was very telling here, and I want to have a comment on this one here. There are YouTubers telling men they shouldn't travel if they don't have 10K to start. I actually respect some of the guys saying it, but they are spreading bad and discouraging information. I get that part here, right? I think 10,000 is unreasonable to a degree. I understand why you should say that. I mean, because the reason I'm saying that, because the average guy is not going to have 10,000. No guy, the guy who gets 10,000 is going to put that for his new car, or he's saving that for a crib here. The average person. Now we're talking about the minority of men who are able to travel and who can get the 10K, and I respect that. Here's what I want to say here: you got to get the travel bug in you first. You gotta pop the cherry first. You want to know something, Mikey? It's not something that I would recommend all the time, but even if you have not traveled before, and the problem with some guys is that they need a road dog, they need a partner in crime, or they want a girl to go over them on a vacation bay trip, or they want their fellas to go on a fellas trip, right? Here's the issue though. Not everybody has the same financial status of everybody in your friend circle, in your wolf pack. Sometimes you have to take a trip to break that bug, because if you don't get on a plane, you're never going to do it. What am I saying here? My example came in 2009. Then I barely traveled up to that point, barely traveled, right? And I remember this was the year I took my very first trip to Vegas. I couldn't even afford the Vegas trip, but something told me just to fucking go, right? I made sure that I had enough money for my hotel, my taxes, my airfare, so I can get there and come back, and a few dollars for food. So worst case scenario, if I was dead broke in that trip, I could just stay at the room and eat crackers and water. I have a miscellaneous stuff, but the whole idea is those I know that I didn't have the best time my first trip in Vegas, right? But it made me get out of my own way to get on that damn airplane. It made me touch down and breathe the air of a different city. Even if it's only for a weekend, I couldn't afford to do anything that weekend. But you know what happened when I couldn't afford it? I said, damn, I got to get my weight right. I got to get my money right. Because when I come back here, I'm going to do it right the next time here. I'm encouraged now to come back and travel. I'm encouraged to work harder because I know what it takes to get here. Now I know what it takes to enjoy myself here. So for the passport bros or people living vicariously through it, some guys not even going on a plane just to go to Florida. Or for me, I'm in Chicago and New York is only a 2-hour flight. Or when I went to see my friend, Zoe, who's in close to Raleigh, North Carolina, that's a 2-hour flight. Sometimes you have to get on a flight here in the States so that you can get used to traveling before you can go across the pond. Because some guys will just wait and wait and wait. Say, I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. I'm going to go. I got my money. And you know what happened? The fear of whatever it is, and they never do it. And next you know, you got guys who say, I've never been on a plane, Dave. Wait, talk about you never been on a plane. I never traveled, just never did it. Why? I had no one to go with me. I say, don't worry about it. Just go. Your
Yep.
friends or your family may not ever go with you. They may never have the money. You need to take the one trip so that you can do something solo. That way that you don't have, then you get it in your system so that, okay, maybe I can go to the Philippines now, or maybe I can go to Brazil, or maybe I can go to Thailand, or maybe I can go to Colombia. But it takes you to take the one trip first. You got to go ahead and get your feet on the ground before you do it. 'Cause I'll be honest with you, Mike, if I didn't take that trip to Vegas with no money in 2009, I don't think I'm traveling the way I'm traveling today, to be honest with you. You know what I'm saying? I had no problem if I gotta go somewhere solo, I do it quick, fast, in a hurry. When I do my boxing trips, I do it quick. I don't wait for nobody. You know why? I don't care now, because in the past, like, yo, my guys can't go. I'm not gonna have a good time. You can have a good time by yourself as well, guys.
Yeah.
So what I'm preaching here is that, yes, some men live vicariously through other men, like you're saying here. But these men wouldn't live vicarious if it starts with the baby steps of traveling within domestically first. And then once you get a few trips out of the way, you're not even going to be scared about going out of the country. Your only issue is how many days I'm going to do this trip.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we share a common friend. You know, I'm not gonna give his name here, but put his name here. But you know, he didn't want to travel to the Philippines. So it's like he says he'd been wanting to travel to the Philippines, but he never wanted to. So I literally said, let's travel. And he was like, no, I'm not sure. I don't have the money. And I literally said, I'm like, bro, I want to take you to the Philippines. Here's a go. Get your passport. I'm gonna pay for your ticket. I'm gonna go ahead and put the reservation for the hotel. I'll put it down. You just pay me as you go. And guess what? You know, by the time we got back to the States a month later, he paid me back in full already and everything like that. But we had a great ass time, and then made him want to return to the Philippines, which he then did again. So that's the thing. It's like, you know, it's either you really need that person to travel with you, put your money up. If you really need that crutch,
there you
put
go.
your
That's
money
a good
up.
point.
You know,
put your money.
So,
have them come with you. Or if you muster up and like Theo here, I went to Thailand solo dolo. I mean,
Theo, what were you doing in Thailand, Mister?
Hold up.
I'm gonna,
Hey, Theo.
What were you doing in Thailand, bro? Were you watching the ping pong show, the blade show, the banana cutting show? Which one, man?
Hold on. I'm gonna do this here, Theo. Theo,
one
if you got any Thailand stories, here's the damn link. Cam up, Theo. If you got any Thailand stories, cam up, Theo. You want to know about your epic space. You and Dolo in Bangkok?
Bang the cock? What?
Hold on. I got to do it like this. Hold on. I got to do it like this, Mike.
Theo, we want to hear about your Bangkok escapades. Bangkok.
Lorenzo, Lorenzo, how do you start the process of getting your passport, and how much does it cost? Oh, I can answer this one here because I went through this last week, Mike. Remember I told you all the crap I had to go through here?
I just did mine yesterday.
Okay, here I'm gonna do the expedited version, right? Because I'm gonna let you guys know right now. My passport was issued back in 2007, which is technically 16 years ago, right? On top of that, I also lost my passport book. So just to let you guys know that if you have a passport that's older than 15 years old and you lose the book, you're gonna have to go through the process of getting a whole new passport. So what I'm telling you here works twofold here. Losing is old or brand new process. Okay, Lorenzo, here's the game here. Go online and Google how to get your passport. It'll take you to the U.S. government website to how to do it here, right? What you're going to do is, since you're a first-time passport user, you're going to select the option that you're doing a brand new passport. Here's the thing, though. You cannot submit your passport online. Only thing you can do is go to the website and give you the paperwork to print everything out. You can fill it out online, but you got to print it out. That's step one. Step two is you got to find more likely a post office in your area that will take appointments so that you can go ahead and submit your passport information. Google passport post offices, and then from there you can find out where you can get an appointment. A lot of times they're already packed up. I was looking up to find an appointment within 2 days. Sometimes they take 2 or 3 weeks. But if you're looking to get your passport done, that you want to do it as fast as possible as far as that's concerned, to make the appointment, and then you can go print that out. Next thing you have to do, then you got to go into the post office. You got to bring the copy that you printed out from your passport information from the website. You also need an original copy of your birth certificate and a copy. If you don't have a copy of birth certificate, you need to use a different type of qualifier to represent who you are as far as that concerned. That will be broken down on the passport website. You need that along with a driver's license. And then let me see. What I had to do here for a rush job is let you know how expensive it can be. I had to pay an additional $60 just to get it submitted. Then the post office charged another $63 so that it can get submitted within, be there within 2 days. So a rush will cost you about $120 extra, not including the additional, was it $120 for the passport? A passport
it's $160 for first time people.
$160,
and then it's going to be $130 for any renewals. Any renewals would be the $130. The DS11 is for your first time adult people.
$130. Thank you, PA.
The DS11 is your first time passport application person. That's the form that you use. The DS82 is the one that you're going to use for any renewals. Truly suggestion, guys, since you're going to go ahead and get your passport, just go ahead and get your passport card as well. In addition, the passport
that's another $30.
That's $30.
And that's what you got there, PA. You're right about $160. $130 for the book, another $30 for the passport card as well, which makes it $160, PA. So you're right and wrong at the same time, but you got it right though, PA.
And then $60 is the rush fee to be able to get your stuff. But understand they're going to say it's between 3 to 5 weeks, but that does not include the shipping and handling to get your stuff. And unless you go to certain buildings where you can actually, where it's the real passport place, you can actually pick it up yourself for faster stuff. So that's just a little bit work. So yeah, that's the best way to get your passport is as soon as possible. Is getting that kind of setup.
And also, too, you got to take a passport photo as well. You just can't take any photo. You can go to CVS, Walgreens, or even the post office. If you can make an appointment when you go to the website, you can check the box saying, I need my passport photo as well. But what I did was, there's a CVS within walk distance from my house here. I went to CVS and I got two copies just to make sure here. I did that 2 days ahead of time here, so that I already walked in with that. So if you come in with your birth certificate, original, and a copy, your driver's license, passport photo, the forms that you already filled out from the website, it comes in PDF, so you can at least fill it out on your computer, then print it out so you don't have nothing written in pen. It's all nicely done. Then when you have your post office appointment, you go ahead and drop it off. They look through everything, then they take your form of payment, and then that's it. Then and you just wait for it to get mailed to you, or like Mike said, you can go to the office and pick it up if you're not doing the shipping to your house.
Yeah, that's the best way. But I want to be able to. Zick made that comment. I think it's a great comment. The one that you put up earlier on about the 10,000 something when you're making those.
Oh yeah, yeah. I want to talk about that again as well. Like that's a good thing. Like I'm all about financial. Let me here it is here. I'm all about people doing the right thing financially, right? I'm just saying that the average person don't have 10,000. And the reason why I can say that, because I remember, I don't think that. I'm not trying to big myself up. I don't think I'm not average anymore, right? I do a few things where I know that I'm a little bit above the curve. And I know being above the curve, remember where I was before, the average person doesn't have 10,000, but that is a goal to have. I think everybody should have a nest egg of something that is not involved in your investments for the rainy days. So when you travel, you know that you have those expenses so that you're not in a world of hurt. I was giving the example that if you're starting traveling, start off domestically, even if you don't even have the money. And you want to know something too real fast before I let you cook here, Mike? Yeah. I heard a story from Steve Harvey, and he said the exact same thing, right? He told a story, and I want to tell you the story too, about how if you can't afford to go anywhere, if you're going somewhere, you're traveling, you book a coach flight, right? If you have a few extra dollars, find out how much it's going to cost last minute to upgrade to first class. If you have a few dollars up there when you get to the gate, you may not have to pay the full first class price than you would did if you book it ahead of time. Let's say that they allow you to be booked and you can get that first class seat. You know what's going to happen for that first class seat when you sit there for that flight? Whether if you're in Chicago and New York, it's for 2 hours, or if you're going from Chicago to LAX or Vegas and it's a 3-hour trip, you know what you're going to experience? The best fucking flight of your life. Once you experience first class and business class for the first time, you know what's going to happen when you get off that plane?
Mindset change, man.
What do I got to do to fly business in first class every single time? And the only time that I'm not going to do it if the plane doesn't offer it. Hence, when I went to Raleigh last week, it didn't have first business. It was a small plane, only had 13 rows and 2 chairs, like 4 chairs across each row. So A, B, C, D. It was a small ass plane, no business class. But once you have that taste, that experience of that, you know what you're gonna say? I know that first class ticket costs $800. I gotta level up. I gotta get a different job so I can fly this every single time because that coach sucks. Matter of fact, even economy plus is not the same anymore. And the reason why I can say that, guys, when I came home Thursday, your boy was flying Delta first class. Oh my God. I looked at everybody in the back saying, hi, peasants. I shouldn't, I'm not to be mean. I'm just saying. People
hide your money, y'all.
hide your money. There's broke people around with your broke ass. I'm gonna let you cook now, Mike. I'm just saying that even if you don't have sometimes you got to splurge on yourself to get the experience because that will change your mentality. So that's like, okay, what do I got to do to get to the next level? It's one thing to dreaming, or when these modern women say you want to manifest it. Manifest ain't going to get you nowhere. Once you take the chance, you take the leap of faith and experience it, you know what you're going to do? You're going to work your ass off and figure out the way so that you can get to the next step. Instead of manifesting it, you're going to put in the work to get there.
Yeah, so I mean, just looking at Zick's comment, there are YouTubers telling men they shouldn't travel if they don't have $10,000 to start. And I'm going to go ahead and answer it in both sides, Zick. Okay, so number one is, then you just have to look at those guys. And I get it. You're saying that they're spreading bad and discouraging information. I don't think they are spreading bad and discouraging information. It may be bad and discouraging if you can't afford that type of travel lifestyle, right? So, but don't let that get to you. So what you need to do is you need to surround. So what's happening is those YouTubers you're watching is a different lifestyle.
Comment too.
Yeah,
they are saying that the trip should cost $10K or just stay home. They aren't even saying that the net worth should be that. That's the crazy part. Thanks for the extra context, Zick.
Yeah. So the thing with that is, then you're watching the wrong content creator because that's not meant for you. What you need to do is watch the content creator that's meant for you, specifically for you. Because I've traveled to the Philippines and I've spent $12,000 in 1 month. Okay, I've done that. And I've also traveled to the Philippines and spent $4,000 in 1 month. So, the thing though is there's a big difference that you're going to experience between those things on that lifestyle that you're going to be able to have. So it's not discouraging. It's not spreading bad news. It's the right news if you want that lifestyle. Do you want to stay at a $30 hotel, which is okay, but have you stayed at a $300 hotel in the Philippines? Have you stayed at a $500 hotel in the Philippines? So like my next travel to the Philippines, which is in the March, I'm planning to stay at nicer hotels, right? So I'm going to be staying at an Okada hotel, for example. That costs $700 a night in the Philippines. I'm going to spend like 3 days over there. So that's $700 a night. Yeah, I'm going to be able to get a $100 discount. But that's still way too much to spend in a hotel in the Philippines. But it's a different feeling. Just what Dave say, when you finally fly business class, what you should actually do is once you've experienced business class a couple of times, go fly Spirit Airlines.
I did that one time and never do it again. But you got to do it once. You got to do everything once, so you know.
You're always Southwest. Let's say, for example, basic Delta. Then you start traveling business class, and then you demote yourself to a Spirit Airlines, bro. You're like, yeah, why? Why am I here? Why? And I'm not dissing people that fly Spirit. It's not really that. I'm just saying
it's a ripoff from a price perspective. They'll go ahead and say this flight costs $25, but then charge you $100 for a check-in bag after the end and charge you $13 for a ginger ale. So here's the thing: there's nothing wrong with Spirit. They
make you apply for a credit card.
Yeah, they're the bait and switch of airlines, right? Yeah. So they're gonna get you there, but at the end of the day, even though they said they're a budget economy flight, you might end up paying more than you would on United American. So I'm just saying, like, Spirit will get you there. They just know how to nickel and dime you where you spend more money at the end.
So if you don't know better how that kind of works. And so that's the thing, guys. It's like, I'm not putting people down who travels. That's your means. That's fine. Now my goal is, if that's the case, let's say somebody comes up to me and says, Michael, I'm not a $12,000 a month budget. I'm more of a $3,000 a month budget. I'm like, okay, listen, how long you stay in the Philippines? Oh, 15 days. Okay. So $3,000, and this should be your budget on a daily basis. Now we need to look at what type of hotels can you stay. Are these decent hotels for you? What type of food? Well, this is the only thing you can afford, right? You cannot all of a sudden say, I want the expensive lifestyle for what you can afford. The thing though is, you should look at these type of people who's saying that is like, yo, how can I have that $10,000 travel lifestyle? And if you can't
at
do
this
it,
stick
it's
here.
perfectly fine.
Oh, I want to comment. This is perfect what you're saying here, Mike.
Mm.
I'm glad you said that. I want to segue. Zig says, I have a relative that can get me a room at the Westin for less than $100 a night. So I'm fortunate. But even most guys, they got to start somewhere. Here's what I'm going to say here, guys. Like you were saying here, you got to start somewhere, right?
Yep.
I am not a proponent of people getting themselves into credit card debt. But do yourself a service, do yourself a homework, and find yourself a credit card to build a relationship with. They have a suite of cards, right? Sometimes you got to start off with their entry level card, right? But most of these companies will have a travel card. And then once you get that travel card, here's what I do. I use everything on my travel credit card. I pay everything with it. But the cool thing with the way things are today compared to yesterday with credit cards, they have an app now. So whenever I swipe something, it's posted right away. So then I can go ahead and make a payment to pay it right then and there. Or when it fully posts, I can click pay now for this here and I pay it right away. So I'm not paying no interest, right? So my credit card works as my debit card now. I swipe everything with it, but it's also a travel credit card. You know what that means? I get points for everything. Right? I'm constantly building points. I go to Dunkin' Donuts every day for my coffee, Mike. You know, you have our coffee talk about McDonald's, McCafe, or Dunkin' Donuts, whatever, Starbucks. My credit card goes to that there. Whether it's $2, $4 every day, I'm getting those points. When I use my HelloFresh for my meals, well, that's my dinner now. I use HelloFresh. That $80, whatever I'm paying every week for my groceries like that, that goes there. My gas goes on that. But here's what happens here, guys. You build points. Those points keep building up and building up and building up. And here's what I say here. Don't use your points to buy miscellaneous things. Only use it for travel because it's a travel card. You give yourself 1 year. And you know what's going to happen in that 1 year, depending on the type of credit card you have. You might have over 50 to 100,000 points. And depending on that credit card, that could be worth $1,000. You know what you can do with $1,000 at your disposal? You say, hey, I'm gonna use this for the hotel. I'm gonna split this with the flight and the hotel. Maybe I'm not gonna use my points. I'm gonna keep building it up so that I can have a free trip down the line. So you know what happens when you keep building these points up, building these points up, building these points up? Then your trips are not costing the full amount. Whether you're using all your points or you're using some of the points, you're never paying full price. So I'll tell you guys right now. What's going on, Kiki? So I'm gonna tell you guys right now. What do I use? I upgrade to the point that I use nothing but American Express. I've got my credit to the point. I'm a black man with an 800 credit score now. Hey, shout out to the black man with good credit, right? So I went through the beginning steps of the Amex program, and I was getting their cards to the point now. I have the platinum. The only thing next above that, Black Centurion card. But you know what I do? I gain so many points. I get so many perks. When I go to New York, I don't pay for most of that stuff. When I went to Raleigh, I don't pay for that. When I go to Vegas, when I went to Vegas last May, Mike, when Kevin Samuels died, I didn't even pay for that trip. The Palazzo was fucking free. Guys, Google the executive suite that I stayed in. You guys saw me record the live in 1,800 square feet. I paid $0 for it. You know why? Because I used my credit card to get the points, and then I went and booked my trip and didn't have to pay a thing here. That's just domestic. And then we're talking about the passport bros, and we're talking about, Mike, what do you say here? $1,500 to $1,600 for a plane ticket. Well, imagine if you had enough points where that you can put $600 on that plane ticket, so your plane ticket only costs $500 or $600. Then you use the other year points that you get a nice $200 a night a room. You stay there for a week. Then the other year points go to the hotel, so the room is already paid for. So you're only out of pocket $600 for the airfare, and then just commuting back and forth in your food services, which you know that the cost of living is cheaper overseas. So what I'm going to tell you guys here, I'm telling you guys that it starts at home. Build your credit up. Whether it starts with a cheap credit card and builds up to a travel card. But the idea is that when you go out of town, you don't have to pay full price. If you are financially responsible, even about $10,000, you don't have to pay full price for the trip if you plan ahead of time, build your points up, build your credit up. So when it comes time to go somewhere, you don't got to worry about money when you build your points up. You say, yo, I got 200,000 points. Let me go ahead and book this flight for free. I'm just going to get up and go now. That's when women say, I want a guy who can just get up and go, because you can plan and you already done that, but it takes the legwork and it takes you doing that to get there, guys. So that's just me. I'm an American Express card holder, and I travel and I build my points up that way that you don't got to worry about paying full price, because American Express just wants you to keep swiping. But if you pay on time, you don't got to pay the interest rate. No interest rate means you're paying what you're paying for, and then you get the perks. I know I'm a little long with it there, Mike, but I just
No,
want to
no.
let people know that when I travel, I don't pay full price no more. I look at a plane ticket. I don't look at the plane ticket price no more because I got points now. Now there could be a time I could say it's a cheaper flight, and I want to build my points up, and I don't gotta do that. I'll pay it, but for the bigger legs, I say to myself, I ain't paying $800 for a business class. It's free. I might just put enough to pay $200 or $100, but it's all about building your resources so that you're not spending all your money.
Mhm.
Financial responsibility.
Yeah, so I mean, that's the thing. It's just that there's that financial responsibility, and then the thing that was like, look, if you're gonna travel, you can do it. This is the thing with a lot of passport bros. No, not a lot of guys are teaching people in passport bro communities to do the credit card thing. The other opposite
Mhm.
thing is, make a channel. All of a sudden, now you have a channel. If you have an LLC, so now you can actually write off your plane ticket. You can now write off your hotel. Of course, you have to make content while you're in the plane or you're in the hotel room. So there is
Mhm.
you do have information that you did do it during that time. There's so many different things. Some of your food costs can be written off and stuff like that in the Philippines or in the Thailand or into wherever you decide to travel, or even within the United States that you decide to travel. So this is the thing,
Mhm.
is like, guys need to start understanding the certain rules. Your financial game, your card game, your travel game. You also, and the fact
Mhm.
is, looking at yourself as an entity, right? So I'll be surprised if I talk to Awesome and I ask him that question, do you have an LLC under your name already? Because if you don't, you're missing a lot of money in regards for saving money in your write-offs. These are things that men should be talking about. Do you have a trust built for
Yeah.
yourself, and does your trust then lead up to several LLCs that you? There's so many things that you can do to better yourself to be able to save money, so that you can actually do a lot better things. So I mean, guys just need to understand. If some of you guys are starting off, create a trust, put some LLCs under there, have your car in one LLC, because that's going to be a
Mhm.
write off eventually. Then you can. It's like so much stuff, and if you can do that stuff,
Yeah.
you're going to be independent. You can be young and you can be traveling. You can be doing things,
Mhm.
right? It does.
Yeah,
Now, the
exactly.
question is, what if you do what Dave's doing with the card game? Then you do this whole trust with the LLC game, and then you create different accounts, and then okay, you understand the game on how to travel and how to be better, bro. You know, that's to be honest, that is a plus that's available for a lot of younger passport bros and the older expats, is because
Mhm.
they have time. Do you know how much time I wish I had? If I
Man.
was learning the game that I learned when I was 40, when I was 23, do you know how much more
When I
traveling
first
I'd be
met
doing?
you, when you was living in California, we was in Long
Good
Beach
lord.
together.
Yeah.
Imagine we knew this game back in 1999 when we were just officially adults, even though we were not adults, we're still kids. But you know what I'm
Exactly.
saying? Yeah,
Exactly.
so like I like to say though, guys, like people want to say that it costs so much to travel, things of that nature. If you plan ahead of time, it don't cost, but it only costs so much when you do last minute. It's like if you have an emergency and then they can get you to the call, you're not
Mhm.
prepared for it. But if you start preparing now, like you don't, it's February, and you say to yourself, I ain't got no trips planned on right now. Well, what do you gotta do to get ready so that when a trip does come, you don't gotta say, oh man, my money ain't right. Oh, you know what? I don't know if I could pull this. The only issue that is supposed to be, even if you're not planning a trip, is just getting the time off from work. That
Mhm.
should be the only issue, guys, if we are being responsible and we plan early. Because let's say now it's February, and let's say that, yo, we want to plan a trip in August or September. Hey, fellas, we're going to do a Thailand trip or like that. You know what I'm saying? You got time right now. What do you got to do? You got to get a credit card to build them points up. You got to start putting some money away. Maybe you got to create your own layaway plan. But the reason why I'm saying the credit card, Mike, because when you go to another country, you don't be using all your cash with a debit card. You don't travel with a debit card because something can happen with one swipe and all your money is wiped the fuck out
Mhm.
and you are ass the fuck out. I say you have a credit card, even if it's one of those, a janky credit cards like that, it is still backed so that whatever happens with that card, you still got your cash. And the reason why I
Mhm.
say American Express, because when it comes to travel, the insurance game on American Express is just off the handle here. Not everybody's credit can do American Express. I say it's work your way up to get the entry-level card to build to a travel card, like we're saying the MasterCard or the Visa, things of that nature. Because once you go out of town, you want to plan for the emergencies here. You don't want to use your debit card and something happens and that takes all your money. You want to use that credit card for in case it happens, like insurance. Reason why we have insurance, in case shit happens, even though we pay
Mhm.
that bill every single month. So when you go out of town and you have an emergency, you got your credit card and you're not broke the entire trip. Or
Mhm.
something happens and you got to come back home right away and you got to change that flight. That credit card may have some deals that you don't got to worry about a change fee possibly, or it may give you a markup in doing that here and you're taking all your cash to get back home when you can use your card here. It's all about
Yep.
being financially responsible when you're doing this here, so you're not coming back home broke as hell, or you're stuck in another country or stuck in another state and you can't get back home and you're calling folks to send you money. PA
That's
say
it.
buying tickets on a Monday and Tuesday. Yeah. Monday and Tuesdays are actually that's not a myth. That's actually I've got my best deals booking on Mondays and Tuesdays when it's ahead of time. Basically, you're right, PA. I've seen better deals on Mondays and Tuesdays, and for some reason on Wednesdays and Thursdays, I see the shit go right back up. Kiki's like LLC. We're talking about a limited liability corporation. So this is for when you start in your own business, you know, you get paid directly. But if you create a limited liability corporation, just real fast, if something happens, if you get sued, they can't sue you directly. They can sue the corporation. I just want to use some short-term analysis here. So if you have a business and something happens bad, you're not being sued directly. We can lose everything. They'll sue the business, and if the business lose everything, that's just the business. It's not you personally. It's more than that's a limited liability corporation, but that is one of the biggest things when you start off and you build your own company. So if something happens, you don't want someone to rake you dry or clean you the coals. They might, hey, your name is Kiki. If you have Kiki LLC, they can drain Kiki LLC, but they're not going to drain Kiki the person. And there's more to it than that, but that is like the biggest thing, though, far as that concerned, you know. And then the tax write-off too, as well. Having the company pay the LLC, and then you give yourself a payroll, but it might be lower than that, and you create a business account so you have access to it, so you have tax savings because Uncle Sam tax businesses differently than the individual. That's another thing that Mikey can school better than me on. But I'm just giving the things off the top of my head really fast.
Your house should never be under your name. You should always be renting a house. You should never live in a house. You should never own a house, but you rent a house. So that's pretty much meaning saying that like, your house should be owned by a corporation that you are technically a head of. And then what you're doing is you're paying rent to the corporation. Because what happens if you own your own house, the roof goes crazy, you're going to have to pay for that. But if the house is under an incorporation, then that's a tax write-off because it's an expense. Right? There's different, then you don't have to do these things, but there's different things that you can do. And when you have your LLC, your car owns it. The LLC owns the car. Then what you do is you pay the LLC to lease the car. You own your own leasing company. So once again, you can also then start being, so you have the, I forgot the term of the word, as the car gets older, the mileage goes up, then there's certain things that you can claim in your taxes for that because the cost of the car is actually depreciating, the depreciation factor of your car. There are a variety of different things that you can kind of look at. I think it's around, I think $8. I think it's like 80 cents. I think for 8 cents for every mile. I think it was. So there's a bunch of different things that you can kind of do for that. And so I mean, we can go further into this and like really go in straight in details. But this is where guys need to understand. How do you think I'm able to freaking all of a sudden I'm going to the Philippines again for a month and stuff like that? Why am I doing that? Well, because I can. I was just there, about 3-4 months ago and so that's what's up as well, is because I've created something enough to be able to create a business, to be able to make sure that I can leave anytime I want to enjoy myself. And I think that that's where a lot of guys should put themselves, especially younger guys.
And so what we're talking about here, me and Mike are bringing up, we're giving some additional information because women want to act like it's so easy just to travel, but for men, it's not. Like women make it seem like it's easy for men to get women, which is not true. Not all. You can see the guy who has the gift of gab, or the guy who is that it factor guy who gets it, but not every man is that man. Not every man is Morris Chestnut. Not every man is Idris Elba. You know what I'm saying? When they look at guys, they look at all men who can, they say these guys can do it. That's not the case here, right? Not
Mhm.
all men are capable of these things that women look at as what we can do here, right? It takes a lot to be established as a man, you know? It takes so much to build to this point here. So what we're trying to do is, hey, when we know that it could be expensive to travel, because here's the thing that we got to add to this point here, Mike.
Mm.
Coming out of the pandemic here,
Mm.
that whole year and a half where you really couldn't travel from 2020, 2021, so many places lost money because of their tourism got hit here.
Yep.
So you know what that means? The price of traveling has gone up. Guys, Greensboro is only a 2-hour flight, and I paid $1,000 for that goddamn plane ticket. Traveling is expensive here, and women want to think that men can get it easily, and that's not the fact here. The average man, depending on your race and culture, is 5'8" to 5'9". You're making $42,000 to $50,000 a year. I just want to make it broad here, right? I don't want to break down black, white. Let's just cap it. 42 to 50,000, 5'8" to 5'9". Most women don't want to deal with a guy 5'8", 5'9". They want the 6-foot brother. They want the 6-foot. They want the 6-pack abs. They want the 6-figure income. So what we're telling here, you guys, we know it's hard, but if we are smart, do our due diligence, plan ahead of time, even if you don't have a trip ready to go. Start building the seeds now. If you don't start now, when you want to do it, you're not going to be able to do it because you waited too long, and then you got to start from that starting point here. So what we're saying is, hey, like that question here, Lorenzo, I'm saying here, get your passport now. It's good for 5 years. Okay. Wait, is it 5 years or 15? No, 15 years.
10 years?
No, it expires. No, it expires in 10 years.
I got it already now. I just got mine, so.
It expires in 10 years, but if it's within 15 years, you got to get a new one, I'm saying. But the whole idea is that, yeah, so even if you're not going anywhere, get it. You know you might be trying the next 10 years. Get it so you don't have to be like me who let it expire, and I'm paying all these crazy rush fees, 120 plus in rush fees, just to get a new one so I can get the hell out of town. Yeah, if you plan ahead of time, get your passport early, create a separate savings account, your own play money. Now you got your play money that you go out and do stuff every weekend, but have a separate account for your travel fund. And it could be only $10 a week, but it starts from there. Start building on it, because here's the thing I want to tell you, Mike. I have it's an app called Stash, right? I forgot I had the app. I had 2 accounts in there where they were taking $10 and $15 out of 2 of my accounts every week. I completely forgot about this account. You know what's in that account right now from taking $25 out? I got $1,500 in there and paid for my Greensboro airport, my airline ticket for $1,000. I was like, damn, I gotta drop $1,000. Like, my friend, money don't fucking matter, right? You gotta do what you gotta do for family, right? But when I realized I had an extra $1,000, I didn't realize I had extra $1,500. I was like, oh snap, it's all gravy now. The point is, though, is that I put $10 away on one account and $15 and forgot about it. And next you know, I come back up and I said, oh, this trip ain't cost me no money out because I already saved for it. Guys, $5 or $10 for a period of time will go a long way. I got $1,500 I didn't even know about by letting $10 just come out of my account every week. Guys, you plan ahead of time. Like I said, it makes it easier to offset the expensive cost, even if that Philippines plane ticket costs $1,500.
Yeah, I mean, like exactly what you said, so pretty much get your passport. Number 2, figure out your budget for that country that you're planning to go to.
There you go.
You have to figure out that budget, because before you can start saving money, you need to know what your budget is, because you need to know your goal. So a lot of people wait for later. I'm going to wait for a month and a half, 2 months before I get a good deal. No, you're done. If you really want to do this, and this is your first, especially your first trip, get your passport, find your budget for that particular place, adjust it about 10-15% just in case prices go up later on. You shouldn't, if let's say, for example, you find out your budget to go to a certain place is going to cost you $2,000. If it's going to cost you $2,000, then you have to have a minimum of $3,000 with you. You have to have at least 50% extra for any of those kind of things. That's one thing you should do. And then, the first major ticket the first thing you should buy, other than your passport, is your ticket. Buy your ticket a year in advance if you have to.
Yeah. Oh my God, guys.
Go all in.
For instance, for American Express, they give you up to a whole year. Like it's February right now. I can book up until February of this month, up until January. So like it's a full calendar, like up until like, listen, February 11th, 12th right now. I can book up to February 10th of next year. You can book the trip ahead of time. Here's what I'm gonna give you another advanced information as well. And this is gonna hurt here. Buy the travel insurance.
Yes, you should.
Anything can happen. So if you book it ahead of time, and it may cost $60 here. Like I saw on posted, some credit cards have insurance. That's true. I think it was Zick who asked, posted that question. It may cost $60 for the trip, depending on where you travel at. When you plan ahead of time, like you said, your budget for the country, because if something happens, two things can happen. You can get all your money back in a fully refundable ticket, so you have your cash back, or you're at the mercy of the airlines by giving you the e-credits. And that e-credit means that you have to use that plane ticket within the calendar year. What would you rather do? Stuck to the confines of a certain airlines when you might want to change the airline, or get all your cash back? Okay. When you see a plane ticket and you see the regular price and you see fully refunded, pay the money for the fully refunded. Yeah, it costs more. But what if that flight gets canceled? You get it all back, baby. You don't got to worry about an e-ticket, and you got to say to yourself, well, I got to travel somewhere in the next year now. You're not under that strain. Even though you say you might travel in the year, you may not want to use that airline because the prices may not be right later on in the year. So these are the things that we can plan ahead of time to save yourself money to use on the trip, not spending money to the airlines ahead of time. So that's less money in your pocket to enjoy yourself.
Yeah, and if you really need the pushing, if you're one of those guys that somebody needs to push me, but I don't have the guy to push me, I don't have a guy like Mike who pushed me to do this. If you really need the pushing, this is the thing. For your first, if you never left your country, first trip, here's my suggestion: buy a non-refundable ticket. Dare yourself with it, but get your insurance just in case something happens. All right, but buy a non-refundable ticket just for the reason that it's going to force you to do something. Sometimes you need forcing.
That's one way to look at it.
That's if you need one of those guys that keeps on canceling. You've been talking about traveling.
I see what you're saying.
You know what I'm saying?
Because if you're a waffler, if you're someone who's like, I don't know, because then now you're forced to. Otherwise, you're gonna take the L and lose all that money. And what do you want to do? You're gonna lose all that money and stay at home, or you're gonna use that money to go to the next country? Or
but buy the ticket a year before. I like that. A year. So you have a year to save up. So if you don't travel, it's your fault because you didn't save up. So budget, figure it out, do that stuff. And that may force you, or in the other end of stuff, just do it, man. Just like freaking just travel.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the best thing to do,
And like I said, it took me now. What I tell you, Michael, you know me, I'm a diehard boxing fan. Everybody knows I love my boxing, right? And in the early 2010s, my guys was able to do Vegas once a year. We would go during Mayweather weekend, whether it be May or September, right? So I remember in 2010, when the first possible Manny Pacquiao fight was going to happen, we went out to Vegas. It didn't fight happen, but we still went to Vegas. Me and my guys went. Same thing with 2011, 2012, 2013 came. My guys couldn't do it no more. So what happened? I got my pops to go with me. Me and my pops was real tight. He's like, I'll go to Vegas with you. Like, hell yeah. But after 2013, then my pops did one more Vegas trip in 2016. After that, I had no one to go with me to Vegas. I saw my pops. And my pops, pops, rest in peace. I love my pops. But sometimes you don't want to roll people of your own age. You know what I'm saying? Nothing wrong. My pops go do his own thing. He'll go gamble and stuff like that. But then you realize, like, okay, if you got no one to go with you, sometimes you just got to get up and go, guys. You get to a point in your life that we get older and people got different responsibilities. People have different ways of how they can spend their money. They don't have the same wallet as you. So sometimes, guys, do that trip alone. You'd be so shocked at how much fun you can have doing something alone, because you're forcing yourself to get out of your comfort zone. Like you get on a plane by yourself. You know what I do now when I travel out of town, Mike? I make sure at the hotel I stay at, I make sure that one night I go eat at the bar and talk to strangers.
You should talk to strangers. Yeah.
I mean, I make it a point like whatever hotel I'm in, at least one night, I am not getting a booth. I am going to the hotel bar. I'm talking to the bartender. I'm talking to people at the bar. Matter of fact, when I was in Vegas last May, I met this cool guy who gave me a Cuban cigar. Whatever he was ordering, I said, dude, I want what he got. And me and Sugar Khan, I was talking to this dude for like an hour and a half. Cool dude. Came to find out this guy is a multi-millionaire accountant who's the second in command of his company here. And we're just shooting the breeze. I got his fucking phone number. I was like, yo, I need more rich people in my crew, baby. You need more people like that. It's like, he was cool. I gave him my YouTube channel. He's like, oh, I like your shit. And next, I met a new millionaire friend. Hey guys, there's nothing more better to find people who are just like you, and they don't need nothing from you because they're already financially off and they're set in their careers. You don't got to worry about nothing from them. They got to worry nothing about you. Those are the best friends to have because something goes down. Hey, they got your back too. Hey, Dave, I know you good for it, Dave. I got you. Thank you, bruh. You know what I'm saying? Nothing wrong with the broke friends. You know your broke friends ain't gonna spot you. I'm sorry, my broke brothers. I'm just keeping it a buck here. I'm saying that to say level up. That's the whole key of this whole conversation. Level up, changing the mentality of how you move. Because all it takes that little step, and then that will change the whole way you move within your whole life. The way you travel and take those baby steps will literally dictate the way you move in business too. By having that not scarcity mentality, to go for it, to push for more, to strive to be better. And you know you can't get better if you don't make more money. You can't experience the good things if you don't have a better job.
I mean, that's all true and stuff like that. So like, I wish this guys do it. Like, I even got to the point, like for me was I stopped using brand name hotels. What I'm talking about is like
what?
I stopped using brand name hotels, like the typical stuff, you know, Marriott, Sheraton, those kind of things, right? I stopped doing that. I started looking at European brand hotels. When you like go to the Philippines, for example, like there's this one hotel company in the Philippines called Henan. You know, they're pretty famous all over the place as well. I mean, those are great ass hotels, but those are things that you don't typically hear of and stuff like that. So sometimes, you know, start looking at certain things that you're going to spend more in, and then, you know, sometimes, like I said, stay away from Marriott because that's a normal thing. Because a Marriott experience is almost typical all throughout the world.
But you got a personal problem with Marriott, don't you, Mike? Though, don't you got personal beef with the Marriott? I'm not gonna bring it. I'm not gonna talk about it all together. But don't you got some issues with Marriott though? I'm just saying.
You see, they never got me.
I'm just saying.
Let's have the conversation for the Marriott before we end this damn fucking this damn stuff. I'll talk about it. We'll talk about it. Okay, fine.
Mike is the biggest hustler scammer there is, y'all.
Hold up. It was not illegal. You know it was not illegal around that motherfucking time.
Before he tells this here, when I heard about Mike's plan, when I first met this dude almost 25 years ago, I said, damn, it is genius. And damn it, what the fuck are you doing?
All right. So let's do this. So it wasn't illegal then. Now it's illegal, okay?
It's illegal now. Just let everybody know. What he did was legal, but it's not legal now. It was legal in the 90s.
All right. So guys, pay attention to this, okay? Around the late 90s is when a lot of hotels started creating rewards points, okay? That's when they started creating rewards points. So that's when Marriott first introduced the Marriott rewards points, okay? So once again, this is where you know how to learn, this is when you taste. This is unfortunately one of my first tastes of luxury, okay? So I worked for the Marriott at the front desk, and what ended up happening was every time I was one of the top 10 hotel front desk people that signed up people to the rewards. Like I was at it. I was, listen up. You stayed here for 10 days. It's $1,000. You should sign up for the Marriott reward points. You get 10 points for every dollar that you spend at the Marriott, whether you eat or you stay at a place. Right now you have 10,000 points. You can get a free room within the next 5,000 more points. You get a free room. So I would sell that stuff, guys. I would sell it. 90% of the people wouldn't want to sign up for rewards points. It was a new thing back in the days, right? 1998 to be exact, gentlemen. So let's say, for example, I started asking myself, I was like, these are a waste, because I started looking at what you can get with the points with the Marriotts. So I signed up with two cards with my name on it. Okay. So I had two cards. So people that says they don't want to sign up, I just entered my code in their information. So before you fucking know it, I was a black marquee member for the Marriott Hotel, one of the top part. Guys, you don't understand.
You work in the front desk, so you just put your number in every single time they don't want it, right?
That's why I was traveling to California all the time. I would travel to Boston just to eat some freaking clam chowder, and then come back tonight. So I had free ticket, free hotels. I had free with Delta and with United. I had free flights, free hotel, free hotels, free food. If I come in and have a
Hey,
reservation
man.
of a regular room, automatically freaking, upgraded to upgraded. I stayed at penthouses like several times in California, in
Hey,
freaking
man.
Florida, I've stayed at really good rooms for free, right? And it's not my
Man.
fault. People needed those points. I pushed it. I'm like, yo, you need to get the points because I'm experiencing it. And I was like, yo, you need to sign up for this. You're missing some points. I had a guy who had literally stayed at the Marriott for 90 days. 90 days.
Wow. Oh, that's hella points.
Joke. All right.
Did you get those points?
This guy spent over $25,000 in 3 months for rooms.
Did you get the points, or was it your
I got him
points
to
or his
sign
points?
up. I got him to sign up. I'm like, yo, you need to
Okay.
sign up. I told him, before you check out, if you don't sign up, I'm signing you up. I
Mhm.
told him, I'm signing you up. I told him. Okay. So, anyways, so I was enjoying this for 3 freaking years, guys. 3 freaking years. I went to Hawaii several times.
I remember you going to Hawaii.
I went to Hawaii about 7 times within those 3 years,
Kiki
guys.
said you had a affair of Mrs. Marriott.
So listen. So anyways, fast forward in California, I was working at the Marriott still before I got my license as a nurse. And I was already, I'm gonna quit soon. I told them I'm gonna quit soon. I'm done with this. I'm gonna get my license. I'm gonna start working, whatever. And then anyways, there's this Japanese dude that checked out, and I was like, and I was telling the gentleman, I said, sir, you should sign up for the Marriott rewards points, blah blah blah, this and that. He's like, oh no, I go back to Japan. I go back to Japan. I don't stay at the Marriott. I only stay at this Marriott because this is Japanese Marriott. And I was like, all right, whatever. I was like, all right, cool. So anyways, the motherfucker missed his flight. Came back to the Marriott when I was gone. This dude loved the fact that I sold him the Marriott rewards point. He decided that, you know what? I'm going to start getting my points. Lo and behold, the manager got a hold of it and was like, you already have a code. And he looked up the code of the point. He looked up the Marriott reward points and he literally saw my name. He saw my name. Anyway, so like I came in the next day, guys. Working. I was like, I'm happy. I'm like, hey, what's up, guys? What's up? Hey, what are you doing? How you doing? Yeah. Checking in and stuff like that. Bro. Anyway, so Michael, I need to speak to you. So I sat down and I saw the managers. He had this paper and I saw my number and I know my number in my head. It was upside down. I was like, oh shit, the gig is up. The gig is up. Shit. So anyways, so he sat down. I was like, you know what? I'm glad that you wanted to speak to me. I want to be able to turn in my resignation before he could even speak. Before he could even really speak.
You said that for real?
I turned in my resignation. I'm going to be working. So he's like, well, no, we need to have a conversation. I was like, you know what? No, you don't have to have a conversation because I'm done. I quit. I'm done. It's just not for me. It's not for me. so
I like that. That's smart. I like that.
Anyways, I left. So I walked out. Anyways, they called me up because the only way I could get my paycheck was for me to show up in the meeting, right? So they had to they sat me down. And I sat down in the meeting. They said, well, you know what, Michael? This is an illegal thing. I was like, actually, no. I looked at the corporate bylaws. I looked at the description in the Marriott rewards points. There was nothing that says that an employee cannot have his own rewards number. Number 2, sir, okay? It doesn't even say there that you cannot, you can't give your points to another person if they don't want to have it. So they all went through the rules in front of me and they're like,
damn. He got us.
Motherfucker got us. So anyways, guys, so the fun story of the fact is I'm in California now as a manager, and I used to work, at the Marriott in Chicago in the suburbs. And so my information, like the story that I did, like became a wired to all Marriott hotels in the world that all managers need to start checking. all their employees. So there was like a new law that put in place. I changed Marriott policies and procedures, guys. That's how dope I am, right?
Hey,
so
so
even
fast
that,
though. I started working at the Marriott after the fact, and all of a sudden, Mikey's still in California. I meet him for the first time, right? I come back to Chicago, then I get a second job working at the Marriott. I'm working the front desk now, and you know what? Know something? Mikey's name's ringing out now. It's like Mikey ain't even allowed on the premises. I was like, God damn, he ain't even allowed to come in the building. And I just met him, and I just get the job because my cousin met a new Mikey before him. So just to let you guys know, not only did he change the rules, he wasn't even allowed in the goddamn Marriott where he used to work at. Hey, man.
And then everybody, like, I think they had to investigate you. They investigated Ray, investigated Jesse.
Well, you know what? They got me. You know what happened to me? I started doing what you was doing. That's what helped me get. When they let me go, I didn't care anymore. I was working 2 jobs. I was working at Menards during the day, and I was working at Marriott on weekends, on Fridays and Saturday nights. So when people started checking in, I started doing that as well. I started getting the points. Then I got in trouble. I got caught sleeping one night because I was working the midnight shift. So you had that, and I was like, well, I don't need to be here anyway. I already got a job working during the day. I need some extra money. I was in college, so it was my second weekend gig that was killing my Friday and Saturday. So when they let me go, I was like, it's no big deal anyway. You know what I'm saying? Y'all ain't even paying me more money. So I was using your trick. Part of that and me getting caught sleeping on the job got my ass out of there. But yes, they will let Mikey in the building, and he changed the laws and with the Marriott.
I changed the policy and procedures. And what was hilarious was what do you call this thing? Damn,
Shauna. Look at Shauna said.
But man, and so like remember, I tried to mess with them, so I went back to the Marriott and I was talking to Ray actually, and then they're like, Michael, you need to leave. I was like, why? The security's like, you need to leave. You're not a customer here. Oh, I'm sorry. Can I buy a gum? So I bought a gum. And I was like, I guess I'm a paid customer now.
Man, what was it? Loss prevention? Man, they had a hard on for you, man. Loss prevention. It's like, for some reason, whatever happened, it's like they got hit with the BS. They're like, man, Mike really did something. I'm like, they're acting like they got in trouble for what you did, man.
Yeah, listen, I didn't make it it didn't turn out. First of all, it didn't become an evil empire where I told everybody what I was doing. Dave didn't know. Ray didn't know. Everyone was shocked that I was like, Michael was doing that.
Yeah, everybody was like, what? There's like, some people before I even got let go, there was like, did you know Mikey was like this? I'm like, I had no idea. I just met him. I just met the guy. I don't know. He seemed like a good guy. I mean, hey, it's just some points.
Everyone was so disappointed because, like, when I worked at the Marriott, other than that little side gig, I was one of the best front desk people. I would go in, do all the work that people just chilled. But that doesn't mean I'm not gonna make freaking extra money in the side. I was like, come on now. I was like, guys, you don't understand, guys. I traveled so
Ray
much.
told me before I even met Mikey. Ray was like, yo, Mike be going to Hawaii several times. He be going to Boston. I never forget you. I heard he even told me a story. He went to Boston just to get some damn soup. I was like, who the hell goes to Boston to get some damn soup?
Balling.
Balling. He's like, I'm gonna go to O'Hare, get on this plane to Boston for about an hour and a half here, get on a taxi, get to this restaurant. I'm gonna eat some food and hang out, and I'm gonna hop on a plane and come back to Chicago that same night. I was like, come on, man, who the hell does this? Hey, man, look at PA. He's like, congratulations, man. You didn't hurt anyone and you helped yourself. Kudos.
So remember that was like the girl that I was dating, guys, lived in California around this time. Before I even moved to California, I was already doing this stuff. So like before I moved to California, I was going back and forth, from Chicago to see her. So I was seeing her every 3 weeks. I'll fly to Chicago, back to Cali, stay there for like, man, I was like,
that's some baller stuff. You like 20, 21 years old. Like, I'm coming to Cali every 3 weeks. Man, oh girl, like, I got a good one. I got a catch. Hey, I got the catch. This dude can be flying to Cali. Oh my God. Hey,
man, he really likes you. He ripped my
Look at this. Zig's like, wow, I worked at the Marriott front desk during the college too. That friends and family discount was like $29 a night back then. Then I had to ask for upgrades and usually got them. That friends and family was the hookup, Zig.
Well, see, 29 was what? $29 was Courtyard and Fairfield, and then 39 was
and then $39 were the big boy ones.
Yeah,
so you had $29, and then like the Residence Inn was like $39. Because I never forget, I went to a family reunion in 2000, and I mean, I got my whole family, nothing but rooms at the Residence Inn, and we were living it up for 39 pops a night, man. Hey, man, that was the lick back then. That was the lick.
Remember, like when you were that young, and then you hook up with a girl, right? You can't take her home, right? So you go get yourself a hotel and stuff like that. Yo, girls would be like, "Oh my god!" I'm like, talk about like fucking with hypergamy. Like those girls are like,
man,
I feel bad for the guys after them.
Marriott. Hey, Mikey, the Downers Grove Suites.
Yes, sir.
$39. Yes, that was my spot. Hey, you couldn't tell me. I said, hey, where are we going? I was like, don't worry, we're going to the suite. We're going to Downers Grove Suites.
DGS.
We going. Yes, we going to have a suite, babe. Oh my god. Hey, man. 39. Hey, I was making like $10 an hour, right? Working at Menards and $8 an hour a night working at Marriott. But you gonna tell me $39 for one night to get it in? You get it in the suite.
Oh, you want to go swimming? We're gonna go swimming. Are we, DGS, man. Shit.
Hey, man.
Hey, man.
Suites, that DGS,
right on the 355
DGS was
freeway.
DTF. Hey, DGS was DTF. Hey, man.
Oh, man.
Hey, shout out to the old school Marriott days, man.
Fuck.
Shout out to the old school Marriott days. Oh, my God.
Like,
hey, man.
Shit.
Hey, man.
Anyways,
Derek, he said, Derek, got some good soup. You over here eating soup, Derek?
That's good
soup. Hey, man. PA's like, don't need a passport for that. No, you don't need a passport for that, PA. Hey, man, we were 19, 20 years old doing that. Man, you 20 years old for $39 lick. Hey man, come on. My car was paid off too. I was driving a Honda Civic, completely paid off too. You had your Honda Civic too. We were the Honda boys back then.
Rice burners
for days. Hey guys, back then I could fill my tank up for $8, y'all. Hey man, come on, stop playing with me. Sean is like, y'all are funny. Hey Sean, we just telling facts here about our old school days, man. Hey Sean, I'm telling you, hey Shauna, if you gonna tell a young man back in the day, all you need is $39 and you got a spot to be at no matter what. Hey man.
Oh shit.
Hey. Like, you taking me back now.
$39 and then $20 for Olive Garden. That's all fucking good. Unlimited breadsticks.
Residence Inn. Now, like I said, let me be cheap. Go to a Courtyard for $29. That's the trick too.
Yes, it did. And the Courtyard had a nice pool. Anyways, So I mean,
and independent situation, the continental breakfast. You hungry in the morning time? Wake up and get that donut and that milk.
No, but you Marriott. So like, if I like DGS because I knew the catering team. So like, I go there. I had free breakfast. I had free breakfast in DGS all the time. So it was all good. I'm like, man. That's like straight up activating a woman's hypergamy. Imagine, we were like, I was 17, 18, fucking taking a girl to a freaking hotel instead of taking her to the back room or something, like the back room shed,
or in the back seat of your car, being cramped up, or you sneaking into in the basement of your parents' house when you're trying to make sure no one's home when they sleep upstairs and stuff like that. Hey man, nah, you ain't gotta worry about that. We going to the Marriott, baby. Hey, you ain't telling me nothing but a word. You know what I'm saying? Hey, you know what I used to do, Mike? Real quick before we go, you know what I used to do, man?
What's up?
When we worked there at the what's the name of the one we worked at?
Hickory Ridge.
That was called Hickory Ridge.
Yeah.
I used to have them come through on my work shift.
Okay, listen. Yo, listen.
I worked the midnight shift.
Hey. You took my job when I left, bro. You took my job.
I know I took your job.
Took my job, man. So when I left, listen. I used to just go to the rooms and be like, change it from clean to dirty, like dirty vacant.
Yeah,
right?
I did the same thing too. No one told me about that.
Dirty vacant, and then be like, girl stop by, be like, listen, just you can stay the night if you want to.
Hey, yo, I do the same thing. Make a copy of the key. Come through at 1 a.m. Just go chill out. You know what I'm saying? I'll see you at 2:30. Hey.
Or like I'll plan out my weekend sometimes. What I'll do is I'll purposely make sure that all the rooms are blocked on one particular floor, right? And then just reserve everybody's rooms as far away to another tower. And then so when I check in, I get the whole floor pretty much. So
oh man, I used to make my rounds and make copies of keys to the best rooms. And if I had nothing going on, I would just go there and sleep in a room for about 2 or 3 hours and make sure I'm back before 5 a.m. before everybody came in for the morning. Man, I'll be sleeping in them suites, boy. Hey man, you don't want me working no midnight shift. I literally get done with all my issues like that. It'd be done by midnight, 1 a.m. I used to steal the food too because it'd be wasting food. What's that Italian restaurant and everybody be ordering food there so they get free food. And I didn't think about it. It's like, yo, you get a free food. It's like, what about the other cast? Well, we can't give it to you the next day. You got to use the same day. I was getting free calamari and whatever pasta, go in the suites, go ahead and get the smash in and everything like that. Big shot back at the front desk by 5 a.m. Hey, come on, man.
Oh, the good old days.
The good old days. Oh, the good old days. Hey, what we're telling you guys is, hey, get a part-time job at the hotel. It helps out with traveling.
Marriott, you can't get me. They literally couldn't. Like they had corporate come see me. Corporate. Holy cow. They came into this meeting. They're like, you're gonna have to pay this back. Pay what back?
Hey, I ain't paying nothing back.
It's points. There's no such thing as money. This is all credit, stuff like that. So now they fixed it where they literally, you say you can't exchange this. So now you can get in trouble. But around that time, I literally changed the freaking policy and procedure for the Marriott hotel. You're welcome, Marriott.
Look at Theo. Oh, Theo back, Theo. It says, I'm watching the replay in a few hours looking for the roast. It's when the dude comes on. Hey, it's classic, man. You gotta look for the dude. His name is Ism, Theo. When you look for the guy whose name is Ism, something like that, and he's trying to come. Hey man. Look at PA here. He's like, I still bone the back seat. It's just now a Benz versus an old Pinto. Hey, PA, you better than me, man. I couldn't do no back seat. The back seat is where you find me. I can't get down like that no more. You a trooper.
My knees be hurting, man. My knees be hurting.
Look at Quick. Talk about back seat action. Miss those days.
In a fucking Civic. I swear to fucking God, bro. Oh my God, a Civic. Those were bad days. I guess we were skinnier there too.
You had a bigger Civic than me. You had if I remember correctly, you had an EX Civic. I had a DX. I had no power in my Civic, dog. I had a 94 Civic DX. No power, cloth seats, roll-up window, roll-up the seat, no sunroof. I had to do all those upgrades in the car. All those upgrades, I paid for that. Hey, man. The good old days, the Honda days, man.
That's the thing. Once again, finding ways to upgrade your life. I found myself to upgrade my life with the damn points. But of course, you do something like that, guys. You hack the system. You make sure that you're covered. Like, make sure you're doing something legal. Can what I did be considered illegal? Not really, because it was technically there was no rules against it, so it was legal then, right? So,
hey, real fast. Hey, Shauna says a chick still goes for a back seat. Oh boy, yeah, Shauna.
They do.
Surprised. They still do. If it's coming down for the get down, if it's got to go down, girls still will get down for the back seat. Now I keep it a buck with you. Me and the back seat days don't get down no more because I got bad knees. I barely can sit in my back seat of my car, just sit in the back seat of my own car, let alone trying to do some extracurricular activities. But yes, Shauna, I guarantee you, your friends are lying to you.
Yeah,
I guarantee your friends in your circle are dealing with some pookies and they're smashing in the back of that Buick that they say that they're only picking them up to get some chicken in. I guarantee you, Shauna, girls be lying. They are still smashing the backseat, and these ain't the 20-year-old girls. There's 30s and they getting it in, and
a bunch of 40-year-olds out there doing it.
Yes, they are, Sean.
There's some of the Trump girls.
They did not age out of their ism, of their thoughtness, okay? They're still busting it down with the cheeks in the air in that goddamn backseat, fogging those windows up. Don't get it twisted here. Shauna's like, LOL, Pookie with the backseat hose. You know it. You know, Shauna, you got some friends who like Pookie. You know, Shauna, you know that we talking about Pookie knows how to bust those gizzard innards. You know what I'm saying? And sometimes a girl can't wait to get to the room. Sometimes she say, just bend me over in this back seat because I need my gizzards innard. Okay? Just want to keep it a buck here.
Look at Missy Elliott right now. Gizzard innard.
Inner. Just keeping the buck here. The back seat it still works for a lot of people. You'll be shocked. Because I'll tell a young cat straight up. Hey, Shauna's like, not my friends. Hey, Shauna, your friends all
they just not telling you. They just not telling you.
Unless they're married. Unless they married.
There's got to be a 25% chance that one of them is getting it done. I'm sorry. You can't say not all your friends. They just don't want to share.
Yes, don't. And you'd be surprised. I never forget this one girl I was talking to, and you would never think that she got down like that. She made a point to present herself in a way that you never ever think that she would do that, even with her dude, and came to find out, man, she would get bust down in the back seat and you wouldn't even know it. Like, girl, you need to stop. I didn't know you was down like this. Shauna, you trust me, unless all your people's unmarried, you got at least one in your squad that's been busting their back seat within the last 6 months.
Or even the fact that they're married, those are the dangerous ones, because the one that be like, you know, they be trying to step out of the relationship sometimes. They're the ones that's putting in the car. They don't want to get caught. They don't want to get that little stuff. I'm just saying.
She's like, I swear, not my friend. Shauna, yes, your friends. I guarantee you. I tell you, you're gonna have that one friend that you're like, I can't believe it. She don't do that. I'm telling you, I've dated. I don't have time. We're at the 3-hour mark now. We're about to close shop here in a second here, guys. I'm not gonna go through a whole story here. I can give you on another live stream. If you really want me to go into deep detail, I can give you accounts of 3 different women. And if I gave you the accounts, you're like, there is no way. The people who know them say that is not her character. David, this is blasphemous. You're telling lies. You need to stop with this here. And I'll tell you straight up, hey man, I found out that she didn't do it with me, but she did it with somebody else. And it's a fact that she, hey man, when she gets going, hey, I'm telling you, you would never know. You would never know. They're the type of girl says, I don't even do that. I don't like doing that. And then next you know, yeah. Hey, girl, you don't know what your people want. Hey, Shauna, unless you've gotten down with your girls, you don't know how freaky they are with their guys or with their pookies. That's what I'm gonna say, Shauna. Yeah, I just want to keep it a bug with you. Girls, y'all don't know unless y'all doing the freaky stuff together. If you ain't, you don't know how she gets down with her pookie. Whether it's in the back seat or she like,
Speaking about
she brushed her, she brushed her teeth, Shauna. She brushed her teeth. She got pearly whites now, Shauna. Hey, she ain't need to go to the dentist. She all pearly whites, pun intended, pearl necklace.
Speaking about freaky, right? Speaking about freaky, and speaking about the Marriott, since we're just going old school a little bit, right? We're just going a little bit.
Okay.
Guess who messaged me yesterday? No shit. Oh, yeah.
Hold on. So in the Marriott days, huh?
Marriott days, not your Marriott days, my Marriott days. Oh, I don't know if she came back, but you know this girl. You've met this girl. You've partied with this girl.
Does her name start with the letter S?
Starts with a little X. So, well, it sounds like an S. Xochitl.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's what. That's what I said. S. That's what. I don't know. Okay. Tell the story. What you got?
She's coming back. She wants to meet up. No joke, bro. No, fucking shitting you not, bro. Shitting you not. Hold up.
Oh snap. What you got?
Rich, wrong cell phone. Wrong cell phone.
Bro,
Other cell
got
phone.
so many phones, man. Get the thought phone out. Get the 304 phone. Hey guys, it's the 304 phone you gotta get out, not the business phone. The 304 phone. If you guys gotta separate your business, get a separate phone. Get a Boost mobile phone. What you gotta do? Separate your thought business and your real business.
So hold on. So,
Rinse and swallow.
So you remember her?
Oh yeah. Oh. Actually, we parted with her. Like it's been like 15 years when we parted with her.
Yeah, just saying. But talking about
Listen,
freaks
wow.
talking about freaks and people end up coming back, right? This is what I'm talking about for a lot of guys. Girls
They
will
always
come
come
back if
back.
you hold
They
you hold
always
your ground, guys. Now all of a sudden, you hit the fucking wall, right? I don't fucking, like, actually I have pictures of us partying, man. You were in the shop.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
this is what I'm saying,
They
guys.
always come back.
When women
They
hit
always
the
come back. If
wall,
the
they
number's still
think
active.
they will come back. They will
Hey,
come.
since you said that, guess who hit me up recently?
Who?
You know her. So I used to
Who?
talk to back in the day. She starts
Who?
with letter D as well.
Which one?
Oh, like a
Who?
couple girls start with letter D.
Yeah.
We used to
Who?
kick it. Dana.
Ooh.
Remember Dana? They
Dana,
always come back, man.
come back,
Yeah.
bro.
Yeah, she hit me up.
I'm
Yeah.
just saying.
I mean,
Oh, yo, listen, I'm telling this girl, I'm gonna interview her. She's gonna come in. She's gonna come on my channel, my other channel. Yeah, oh yeah, we doing this. We fucking doing this shit. I don't give a fuck. I was like, we calling out some shit. I don't care anymore. I was like, yo, listen up. I was like, I'm just saying. I was like, we are different. Like we different now. See, that's the thing. Like, you do good when you're fucking younger. You do your shit. Still women try to take advantage of you. You're still not ready, but you still hold your ground a little bit. They leave. They
Go on,
try other
Javon.
shit. And when they hit that fucking wall, they still come back. They fucking come back for the best possible choice. Guys, this is the perfect example of women now going back to the guys that they dated, who was the guy they wanted to marry, but still wanted time
To be in the
bust
streets.
down.
They want their hot girl summer. Back then, we weren't talking about hot girl summer in the mid 2000s. Whatever the term was back in the mid 2000s for hot girl summer, we call it now. Yeah, they say that, oh my God, Mike or Dave, you're the guy we want to marry, but they want to be in the streets. They want to be in the clubs. They want to get bust down. They want to have their pookies. They want to be ran through. And then when 31, 32 comes, hey, big head. Hey, big head. How you doing? How you doing?
What? I heard you have a couple houses now. I heard you have a condo in the Philippines. That's amazing. It's amazing. Oh, you live alone with a dog.
Oh my God, David, you don't have the waves anymore. You grew your hair. You got your hair come down to your. I love long hair now. Oh my God, you got your gray. Oh my God, you got a gray beard. You look old. You look more mature now. I know I do. I was mature back then too. You just weren't checking for me like that, but it is what it is. Oh my God, I love hair now. Oh, you make me feel good.
I'm just saying,
Yeah.
I'm going to be in Orlando next month. We should plan a meeting. We should do something. I was like, yeah, we're going to plan something. All right. We planning
You're in New
something.
York.
All right.
Up in New York. Yeah.
This whole thing
Sure.
with, friends with benefits my ass. I'm like, it's going to be a one night hot ticket is all it's going to be. I'm not going to say no. I don't think people should say no if somebody's going to give up. See, this thing, you respect women, but the women that are disrespectful, you let them.
Shauna's like 31's hitting the wall. 31 is you're in the wall stage, Shauna. Yes.
30 is the wall.
27 is the introduction to the wall. 27 to 35.
Yeah, we can say just be fair.
I said 31 is in that wall range because at that point you're only a few years away from geriatric pregnancy if you ain't had no kids. So girls who are in their 30s and they ain't got no man, they said they want a family and kids, they're only a few years away for the fact that there's going to be a problem for them to really have kids if they haven't been to the doctor and been getting screened and checked out regularly. So yes, it is the wall, Shauna. We ain't trolling because think about it. If you're a woman and you want a family, you want kids, and if you're going to the end of the moment where that you can possibly be successful at it, you are in the wall. Plain and simple, Shauna. Like if you're 35 years old and you're trying to find a man and have kids, you already have about 20% of your eggs left in your body that may be decent because those eggs are now fried. All right. You might, like I said, you might have a few left that's good, but ladies don't even understand the fact that you guys don't go to your own personal doctors. You don't go see a gynecologist. You don't get regular checkups. You don't understand that how your reproductive organs are actually doing. So when it comes to like, I want to have kids now, and you wonder why you can't conceive, right? Because you are already in the goddamn wall and you didn't do the homework of how your body works. Shauna, I'm just giving you a buck here because you'd be surprised that girls at 31, 32 years old who say they want to have kids, but they had too many deletions already and they can't have kids. That's a whole nother conversation. We can get to the deletion standpoint here because if I want to give you some numbers, the deletions is the leading cause of death for African Americans. We want to go there, but I'm not going to do that today. We got in the show. But for Mikey to come back in here, I'm just saying though, like in the early 30s, it is the wall because if you don't have kids and you want a family, that is the age. And let's keep it a buck here, Shauna. That is the age where that most men, even though we entertain women, but that is not the age that you are the most attractive on a consensus for the average man. If you want to go down the line, whether it's a 21-year-old man, a 25-year-old man, a 35-year-old man, a 55-year-old man, they'll say that they want a woman that's between 21 to 26 years old. So if you find the man that you truly want and you're in your 20s, you better lock that dude down because when you get to your 30s, you're going to your second and third and fourth, and your first option may not be checking for you because you already played that card. Yeah. What about a person who never? What about a person who never had kids? That's what I'm saying. If you never had kids, you're in the wall, Shauna. Like I'm saying here, if you never had kids and you want kids, you know that at that age you are coming to the end of cycle where that you are at your most healthiest. That is the key here that we're talking about here. Because if you look at it, women who have childbirth in their 20s, that baby just slides right out. Women can handle it. The bounce back in your late 30s, women. There's a reason why you see so many women in their late 30s having emergency C-sections. Your body is not equipped at a certain age. And Mike can probably comment on that. When you get to a certain age, your body is saying, we should have done this 10 years ago. That's why it's so difficult. That's why it's called geriatric pregnancy, even though you're 35. Your body of reproduction is geriatric. No, who could never have kids?
So okay, so she's talking about a 31-year-old who doesn't have kids but can never have kids. If that's what I'm taking that. So here's the thing, Shauna. So yeah, that doesn't, you still hit your wall because the wall is a description of the women. So when we look at 30, right? So Dave was talking about the eggs, right? So women cannot make eggs; they actually just slough it off every time they have their period. If you start looking at that, you have 20. You're born
with a finite amount of eggs, right, Mikey? You're born as soon as you're born. Right?
So then you have 20% left. But the thing, because it's pretty much everything have sloughed off. So then 20% left, that doesn't mean that 20% of that items is actually healthy eggs, right? So that's when you start seeing a lot of increase of ADHD on children, a lot of autism in children when you start looking at the studies. And the reason why there's an increase because there's more women giving birth on a later day of age. 30 years, you say, okay, we're saying 30. The reason for that is, and to put the math in it, because you probably haven't found your man yet. If you find your man, you still want to date him for a year and a half, right? So then all of a sudden you're at 32, then you plan your marriage, you're probably going to get married at 33. And then you have to make your kids somewhere in there between 35 before the geriatric pregnancy. That's a problem. Now, for a woman who cannot have kids, then of course you hit the wall a long time ago when you could never have kids anymore. And the reason for that is your choices depreciates with the type of higher value men, because higher value men wants to procreate, wants to reproduce. And if you can't provide a man with those particular set of options that he can have, then your value is lesser because there's going to be lesser men of higher value who wants to deal with you. Most of the time, those type of women who cannot have children, who waited that long to get married, unfortunately, their choices are going to be less and going to be lower value men if they're okay with that, unless those women are willing to be with men who can have children with another woman, and if you're willing to allow that to actually happen.
That is huge, Shauna. Yes, it is. She says, so you're saying a valuable woman is that if she can't have kids or not. For the man that most women want, high value man, for the man that everybody wants, the 20% of man, right? You heard this probably, Shauna, before that. 80% of women want the 20% of men, the top tier men. Yes, kids, those men if they want kids, and if you can't have them, that is a huge disqualifier that when we joke around saying that this is RUO, recreational use only. And no, we're not trolling, Shauna. You want to hear from a man's perspective, all jokes aside, we're going to tell you that because you want to know something, Shauna? We know more men and we talk to more men and we know more high value than women do. Women want to project the feelings of it. But deep down inside, if a man wants to get married, he is getting married to have a family and to have kids and to build this legacy. You will see some guys who will get married and don't want to have have kids, that's a small minority. But the majority of men who wants to get married want a family. And if you cannot provide kids for that family, then you're just someone who is recreational, unfortunately. We say, though, you're someone cool, you can be kicking with, we can have a good time. But that next level, a guy's automatically gonna put in his mind, it's like, I'm not gonna go there. Right? You may think this guy is the one, he's showing all this attention, but that one factor for the type of man that every woman wants, that is huge here. You know what I'm saying? So no, we're not trolling, Shauna. It's just the fact that we're explaining to you what not Pookies want. We're not explaining to what, just some run-of-the-mill guys. We're talking about the man that every woman wants. Okay? No, we're not trolling. We're not trolling.
Yeah, and then you can
Not
have the
trolling at
other
all.
option.
Here's the thing is, if you think we're trolling, then don't listen to men. Listen to women and see how we're as gotten women. We have a bigger divide now, Shauna, because women think that we're trolling and don't want to listen to men in 2023. And we're yelling to the top of the mountain spear here. We're telling you what men want, but you guys don't want to listen, which hence why we're having these passport bro conversations, because American Western women don't want to listen to the words that's coming out of our mouths here. You may not like it, but this is truly traditional values that men truly want. Yes, young men will want to go ahead and have their fun, but at the end of the day, men do want families and men do want kids. And if you can't provide kids, then the man's mentality is going to be, she's cool, but I can't take you serious.
And there are options for women who once again, we're not saying all, okay? So women who cannot have children, and it's unfortunate, things like that happen. But when women who can't have children, if they want a higher value man, technically, then what they're going to end up having to do is going to go for a man who has kids, who does not want to have any kids, and wants a woman who cannot have kids or not wanting to have kids anymore or at all. So those are the type of guys who are going to go for that. But then what you're doing here is that is a smaller percentage of those type of men.
Exactly.
Okay. That's the lowest.
Small in between.
Smaller, just like as the small amount of women who can have kids. And that's a problem also. So you're looking, the whole potential is really not going to be there. And to remove the fact that understand that when men are of a higher value, when men make more money, and then let's say even combined with the woman, and they have a higher amount of income, household income, there is lesser potential that there are divorces and separations for higher income households compared to lower income households. So now you're looking at a lot of percentages that's against this, that could potentially be detrimental for that. Mm-hmm. Or find a simp that's willing to take a woman that way. And he's willing not to reproduce.
And so when women make the argument, I know men do this, it's the men that you don't want. See, that's the key here. When we're talking, what we're talking about here, Shauna, is the men that every woman wants, that top caliber man, that man who's career driven, who's making money. When I do these reaction videos and they say they want the guy who's making six figures, you guys seen the views, woman wants a man who's making over 200,000 a year, right? Well, if you want that guy who makes over 200,000 a year, you want the average man is 5'9", but you want the guy that's 6'1" and 6'2". Well, you want to know something though? If that guy wants to get married, he wants kids. Because you want to know something? He knows that if he don't want kids, he's not getting married because he's lived his life doing this the whole way through, working hard and grinding. Marriage only comes to play when he wants to build a family and build a legacy. But if he's not doing that, he's going to play the game. He's gonna be technically say in the streets. He's gonna enjoy his fun. But when he wants to be serious, a man will be serious and wants to do things the right way. The thing is though that women, y'all don't believe us. You know what I'm saying? The problem is that y'all look at all the pookies who doing all the wrong here, and then you say this is what men are doing. No, it's not the case here. Not the case at all. You know, we're telling you what we want here. At the end of the day, men do want families. The problem though is that the options that are being provided to us here is the reason why that men are looking elsewhere, because women don't look at men the same way when we're talking about America and the Western world. Now, are all women like, before I end off here, are all women like this in Western America? No. I want to make sure I say that, because whenever we say this here, people's like, well, not all women, I'm not like this, but the average. When we say the average, it's over 50%. So when we know that over half of the women are moving like this here, it may not be you, but when men are experiencing this here, this is what we're talking about. I don't value a man through finances, but I hear what you're saying. Yeah, Sean, and see, that's the thing though, right? And that's the reason why I said what I said here when you said that here. You may not value men on finances, but the average woman does. You see, and that's it. And that's the issue that we have here. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Shauna, would you date somebody who makes $5 an hour?
Good question. You may not look at finances, but would you date an average man and respect him?
Would you date a guy that works at McDonald's right now?
Oh,
no. Actually, let me remove that. Not date. Would you marry a man who works for McDonald's right now?
Yeah. Would you marry a man because you know the ceiling at McDonald's is manager?
And he will never be able to upgrade his life throughout.
He's content. He's content making $40,000 to $50,000 a year as a manager at McDonald's. Or depending on if you're in my neighborhood, if he's not a manager, he's making $17 an hour working the fries. And he's happy because he's able to pay his bills and y'all can go out from time to again. And he's content. Can you be happy with that kind of man, Shauna?
Please say no. Please say no. Please.
You know, because the average woman, if you tell them that, sure, if they're a cool person,
there you go. There you go. I will never marry.
You will never get married. See, you just said,
oh, your value just dropped down even more. Shauna, your value just dropped down even more.
And you said I would never get married.
It's done.
Excuse me.
It's done. That's the thing. It's done. So you said yes, right? If they are a cool person, that's the problem. Cool people are not the one that's kept in a relationship.
Right.
Like, and so what Dave was saying is it's not all women, but here's the problem with it's not all women, is that the good women who they say they're good, they still hang around with people who dresses like sluts and hoes. They're hiding among people that men don't want to be with. And so if you're friends with somebody, you are who you are with the people that surround yourself. And a lot of these women say they're not. They say they're virgins, but they sure as hell hang out with a bunch of 304s. So my answer to that is you're just a couple steps away from being one of them. Why, if you value yourself so much, then don't be around these women. It's the same thing as men. We get assessed based on the type of men that we surround ourselves with.
She said in your eyes, but here's the problem though, Shauna.
That's the most important thing.
That's the most important thing. The man. See, you're just proving our point, Shauna. You are looking at everything from the lens of a woman. Women have control of sex. Men have control of relationships and marriage. Okay, you have access to sex. You have the ability to say, I want this guy I'm gonna give this guy a chance here, right? But at the same time, though, we have control to the relationship. But at the same time, though, if this guy works at McDonald's here, you're not gonna give this guy even a chance to even get the draws. You won't even get to the point to get to the relationship. So you can say this. Yeah, you're making our point here that women only go by what? Your eyes, your lens, your thought process. And what did we say here earlier? And what did I say directly here, Shauna? That this is a men's channel and we're speaking for the men, and women don't understand or even see things from the men's standpoint. This is what matters here, what we are saying. And if you guys will listen to that and then incorporate that into your daily living, it'll make it easier for women to make the results easier for what they want. The problem, though, is that you would say, through my eyes, this is not, but the thing is, though, is that your eyes, but you are a woman. You need to take it to the point, like, listen to men. What are we saying and what do we want here? It doesn't matter what you want if we control the access to relationships. You will never get married if a man doesn't get on one knee and give you a ring of significant value. Okay? Unless you're okay with a simp. And we hate to use words, but we got to use them because they apply so we can drive the conversation home. Unless you're okay with a guy who's described as a simp or a beta, who's not confident in his own skin, who's unassured, he lacks in, in communication skills. Even though he's a man, he's not the man that you want. That changed the whole dynamic, Shauna. You can say all what you want here, but we're telling you how men view it from the men's lens here. And the problem is that women look at it from their lens and that they're not even listening to what we are saying. We said what we said earlier, and you just proved our point. And it's good to have these conversations, Shauna, you know, but you're proving our point here by having this conversation with you.
And don't forget, Shauna, you can also say that you don't. Fine, I'm not going to subscribe to what men are saying. I'm going to be me.
Mhm.
You have every right for that. But at the very same time,
Right.
that's when you can have to look in the mirror and say, you cannot tell yourself, why can't I find a good man? Because you don't understand what the good man wants. And
Or your
so,
friends who have the same conversations and you're
Yeah.
disagreeing with them.
exactly. So, and you have every right to. You have every right to.
Yeah,
to
it's your
think what you
opinion,
want.
it's your
Yeah.
life. You know what you say. I guess I am not listening. And you know what though, Shauna? Women don't listen to men.
You don't.
And you know what though? You just proved our point again. We talk, and we're letting you know we're not hiding. We're not just throwing a rock and hiding behind it and stuff like that. We've been telling women for the longest time this is what men want. But the problem though is that the way society and culture change with women, you have made a decision that what we're saying is not true. What we're saying is not even gospel. You know what I'm saying? You just look at us as just regular men. Even if we're not even the type of guy, even if it's the type of man that you're looking for, you're not even listening to that man. But you know what's funny though? Let Pookie get them gizzard inners in you, and you are stuck on Pookie. And that's the problem though. A lot of women get in their feelings. How do you know that's why I say feelings? You choose your feelings over facts. What men are saying is what we're saying here. If I started to do a panel, if I want to do like a Lapeef Network type of show right now, Mike, like we were doing like the jump off 2 years ago, right? If I decided to do a panels of men here, Shauna, you would hear all of us almost in accordance here. Right? Of what we're looking for. Some guys a little bit different, what they know personal, but we're all gonna be around the same as what we want here. And you know what's gonna happen? Women are gonna come back and say, we're not listening. Just like you said here. And it's like you said here, a lot of women don't listen to men facts. Exactly. We will keep repeating this. And this is why on YouTube, men's channels on the rise, because men have found a space here so that we can talk to each other and we listen to other men. We may be giving it advice, but if someone comes up, we're listening to the others as well, and they're telling us their issues with dating and modern women here. You see, when women don't listen, like what you're saying here, Shauna, what happens? A guy can only take a woman listen so long where he says, you know what? I got my passport and I'm going to another country. And what happened? Women just like you, Shauna, be in the comment section, be like cracking jokes saying, you can't afford this. You're trying to find a wife overseas. But here's the thing though, Shauna, if y'all would listen to us, those men would not even get their passport unless it's just for traveling with you at the Bay because they want to do a family trip together. If you listen to us, this movement would not even be a movement. It'd just be guys who just want to exercise their options and doing that here. But when women start listening, that's the start. But until then, you're only getting in your own way. Because we've been talking here for hours and you literally said, I guess I was not listening. We rock with you, Sean. It's cool for this conversation, but you are proving our point that even with other women, you admitted to it. How many women are going to say, I listened to every word you said, but even though they couldn't repeat it, and then they're going to still go through their own way in dating. That's what we're saying here, Shauna. It's good dialogue and good conversation. The problem though is that women don't care about men. You only care about yourself.
Mm-hmm. And don't forget the fact that the hole has been, there's a hole already. The crack has been opened already. So guys are leaving. Right?
Yeah,
guys are leaving.
Yes. Yeah. So now it's up for women that got to change course because guys just got fed up.
Yeah. Guys are leaving now. Guys have more options to leave now. Guys have more options for more women. Women have less options now. Right? So when you start looking
by the women who are getting married, and we're seeing how many single women are single mothers and don't have a man there, but they will have a gang of baby daddies because men are choosing to stay away from these situations here.
Yeah, and so with that said, is women need to act now because women are in average are not going to do that acting. They're going to be like just stay their ground, whatever. You're not going to plug that hole. There's no women out there defending a lot of these men. What's funny is a lot of these men are being defended by the women that they're going after now in foreign countries. And so
right, Zick. At least Shauna's being open with it though. Yeah,
exactly.
The fact that Shauna is able to have we having a woman that's ever having a conversation with us here, and we're not arguing. We're not, that's the whole thing that we want to do here. Women and men need to have conversations, but the thing is, women need to listen to men, and that is the start. you know? And so, yeah, Shauna is listening. That's the reason why we're able to have this conversation right now. Majority of the time, women ain't listening. Look at Fresh and Fit. I know they get young women on the show, but those are women who don't listen. They're young and impressionable in Miami, seeing guys who are scammers and ballers. But Fresh and Fit is the key here when you're talking about women who don't listen. Because even though Myron can get on his serious tip and he will explain things very well, when Myron gets on his educational level, he's on point. You know what I mean? And even then, when he breaks it down, they don't listen.
Yeah.
So that's a microcosm because that's the thoughtism of girls they get on the show. But what they're showing is a microcosm of how the majority of women move. When you present them with facts, they still don't listen to men. They want to go by their feelings, what makes them feel good to make the assessment here. And feelings do not drive facts.
Yeah, I mean that's the best way said. I'm kind of speechless now. I was actually looking at Zig's comment about American women have been around the top men in the world and have been treating us very badly. Other women in the world will give us no problem. And Zeke, sorry to say,
that's
bro.
That's a good. I didn't think about like that assessment here, Mike.
Nope.
That's a bar, Zik.
No, it's a bar, but at the very same time it's a fantasy.
Yeah.
And the reason why there's gonna be women out there in foreign countries that are gonna be better for men, you have higher potential and stuff like that, just because of higher femininity rating. But for you to say the word, and I'm guessing you're not really thinking about this. I'm sure that you're gonna agree with this second part, Zig. So I'm not gonna be whatever you said. Other women in the world will give us no problem. Women will give men problem. Doesn't matter whatever part of the world they are. So for you to think sometimes that
he
other
caught
women,
himself. He caught himself.
There you go. No,
there you go, Zig. There you go, Zig.
And so good. And that's why I'm giving you the open.
Oh, lost volume. Mike, your volume. We lost you here, Mike. Can you guys hear me? I can't hear Mike. Press 1 if you can hear me. We'll check on Mike here, guys.
It's a StreamYard.
Okay, you're back.
Yeah, StreamYard gave me a code there. Gave me that little red notice. But no, it's like, people need to understand, guys, that women are women everywhere in the world. If you are a poor choice of a man to choose women, if you have problems choosing women in your country, you have problems choosing women in other countries.
I want to this might be the last one I want to drive home here.
Yeah, so
you're going on 4 hours here.
Yeah, okay. But that's the thing. Just understand, there's women across the world that's going to F you up. I know guys who lost millions of dollars in different countries from women who looked feminine, friendly, and fit. So
I want to go on this point here with Sean here, and then we're going to close it out here because we've been going on 4 hours here. Thank you, Mike, for coming on this long here, man.
No problem.
Sean, so that's another point. There is not many 20, 25-year-old women who want to get married. 30, 35 is more the age. And Shauna, you are right.
Their mothers taught them that.
You probably had. Yeah, the mothers, you probably got friends, you probably been in brunches, they talk about how, they want to wait till their 30s, they want to go through college and then to get their own place and get their 20s. Then when they get to 30, they want to have their family and have their life. And you want to know something? This is the wrong teaching that mothers and other women have been giving women here in America, and it's caused a downfall here. You're waiting to 35 years old when you have the least amount of fertility eggs so that you can start a family with your man? Sean, I just want you to understand this. And then if you don't want to believe me or Mike, go talk to your personal gynecologist here. Talk to your personal doctor. The fact that women are waiting till the longest point possible to have kids when they're at their least time where they can have successful pregnancies. So many women want to go ahead and pay for in vitro, paying out here where I'm at here, man, paying $12,000 to $15,000 a pop, and in some areas about 20 miles away, $20,000. And you want to know something? It's not even guaranteed. Women paying $80,000 to the point where they can't even get pregnant, and it's burned through their life savings, Shauna. When women wait to this age here, Shauna, you're basically saying to yourself, I'm gambling with having kids. I may get one, I may not, even though you're saying to yourself, I want to be a mom. And the thing is, though, is that you talk to any doctor, if you look at history, you should be having kids around 25 years old, around that age, when your body is able to handle that. The baby just slides right out. How many times you've been in the
It's
hospital?
not.
You've been how many times you? I know it happens, but I've seen, even though it might be a minority, older women have more complications in pregnancies in their 30s than women have in their 20s. You know
Yeah,
what I'm
it's
saying?
no doubt that there's going to be more complications, but don't
Yeah.
forget the other aspect of things is, Sean, of 2025, you say there's not many 20, 25-year-old women who want to get married. Yes, there's plenty of them. It's just not the women that you surround yourself with.
Oh, you
And
gave me a good one. You don't want baby women, Shauna? If I was back in the streets, I'll take me a 25-year-old woman every day and over a 40-year-old woman. You see, that's you women dogging out other women. See,
Yeah.
what you're doing here is the problem here. You call them baby women. They're women. They're
They're of age.
adults. Once
What are you talking
once
about?
they're 18, that's a wrap. When you're 21 and legal to drink, that's a wrap. That's not babies no more. No, that's
That's not
older
illegal.
women. No,
They're
here's the thing
women.
though. This is the same thing with the passport bros and the expats. If you were here earlier, if you're not rewinded, the expats, the older cats who are shitting on the young passport bros. The same thing here when older women in their 30s are shitting on women in their 20s here, because you know why? Because women in their 30s and 40s can't compete with a badass chick in their 20s here. Y'all doing the exact same thing as the expats are doing to the passport bros. How we're bringing this full circle here. How me and Mike started this conversation here. Just want to say that you don't want no young baby women. You know what though? If you look
They're
at
not babies.
when they're not babies. Here's the thing, Shauna. You can look this up on your own. I said this earlier in the show here. It doesn't matter if a guy's 21 years old, he's 25 years old, he's 30 years old, 50 years old, 60 years old. If you can pull up any study here, the men want women between 21 and 26 years old. If they had their choice, if a man had his choice, 21 to 26, those are not baby women. These are the choices that men want for younger women. They're not baby, Shauna. They're just younger, but they're adults. And that's the problem. Y'all want to shit on younger women because the majority of the time, older women can't compete with that young baddie. A 31-year-old in the club can't compete with a 21-year-old in the club. And that's a fact. If everything is equal, they're both the same height, they got the same stats, the same breast, booty size and what that, but that chick is 21 and you 31, the 21 wins 100% of the time.
Yeah, plain and simple as this. There's a large difference. They're not baby women. You call them women. Why you got to put an homonym in there? Now here's the thing.
Why you got to put that's
Here's
an
the thing.
homonym, Shauna? Right? Yeah, that's
They-
you need to listen to yourself here or watch the playback here.
Number one, they're younger than you. Number two, they're more feminine than you. Because as women get older, their femininity rating goes down. How is that possible? More notches in your beds. More independent ideations.
And life is get to you.
You know?
Less
So-
experience means less hardship out here.
No,
Let's
and
give it
so
a
like
buck.
yeah. So older women cannot compete. Some women can compete than the younger women.
You're gonna say here. This is the
Right.
problem here, Shauna. Shauna, you're not listening to it. I'm here to cut you off, Mikey. This is the
Okay.
problem, Shauna. You're going by a woman's logic, and we're
Yep.
once again telling
Yep.
you men's logic. And every man in the chat here will tell you the same. There are plenty of women that are badass women older. I disagree. They can't compete. No,
And how-
Shauna, that's
except
you
for
as a
Monroe.
woman can't say that here. We're telling you what men want, and you're once again going by what a woman's mind state is. And that is the issue. You are once again proving our point that you're not even listening to men. And the chat here is telling you, PA Texas is saying preach. I bet you everybody else, hey guys, all the men in the chat here, I want every single man in the chat here, before we close this shout out, just show this out here, to let Shauna know, if you had an opportunity to be with if you are single and you had an opportunity to be with a 41-year-old woman or a woman who's 21 to 25, what is going to be your choice? They're both bad, they're both good looking, they're both attractive, but you have a 25-year-old woman and a 40-year-old woman. I bet you every man here is going to have, if they had their choice, the key is that they have their choice, they're picking the 25-year-old woman. What you're doing, Shauna, is going by a woman's logic, saying that they're bad, they're in their 40s. Yeah, they look good for 40.
Don't
They
forget,
look good for 40.
Don't forget, as women get older,
Hold on,
you
here they
have
come here.
osteoporosis. You have one that.
Here they
Number
come.
two is you have increased hypertension. You also have a higher. Let's just be honest. You're not as juicy down there no more. Number three is your boobs are starting to be able to sag a little bit, especially if you don't know how to wear bras. Now, I'm not trying to be mean here. I'm just saying is let's just look at the basic, the fact of the truth in regards for health wise. There's so many a lot of health problems that it starts occurring. And so a healthy person is going to be younger as a woman and stuff like that. So they're going to have more of that. Now, if you start giving me the fact that, but see, older women have better sex drives. No, let me explain to you why you guys have better sex drives. Because your body is understanding that and realizing that your eggs are almost running out. So now it's your body being placed into hyperdrive to try to have sex as much as possible to give the punani to be able to get pregnant. That's what's happening. You start having, different hormone problems in regards for that. So that's another problem as well. Don't forget as well as the pair bonding that's actually existing. The fact that you've been with multiple men, that means it's going to be harder for you to be able to have a relationship with a man. Don't forget the other aspect with the fact your hypergamy rating has been activated in so many different levels now that you require so much. Just look at what you are doing. Just look at what you're saying in regards to your comments. That's the problem.
See, look at she's talking about how old is the guy. It doesn't matter how old the guy is, Shauna. We're talking. Are you looking at the chat here? Everybody's saying 25, and PA Tech is saying I'll smash a 50-year-old, but I'm marrying a 25-year-old. Shauna, you're missing the point. You are only. This is the problem here. You only seeing through a woman's lens, and women will only win when they start opening their eyes to how men are living their lives and what men want here. How old is the guy? It don't matter. That guy is 21. That guy is 25. That guy is 30. That guy is 40. That guy is 50. He wants the 25-year-old. Have you noticed that when you go to the club, if you ever go to the clubs lately, you go to any bars, why is all the girls in their 20s in front and center who get in free and get all the attention? Because that's what men want. You once again, you can see it's like these are just two guys. What do these two guys know? You don't gotta believe us. I just put in the chat and say, yo, what do men want? And if you want to know something, Shauna, I can do a dedication for a live stream for the next week here and just talk about what men want. And I guarantee you 99% of the time that the men's gonna agree with me and not agree with you, because you only see it from a woman's perspective. But as men here, we not only have to understand men how we are, we have to understand you. No, I've got to understand women because you have access to sex. So a man has to understand a woman, understand it, how he moves, how he talks to even get close to you. So we got to know both sex to even be successful, while you guys just have to exist and be who you are, because the men do want to come to you guys because you don't got to do that much. But when we're explaining to you guys what men want, I think this is the time where that women need to accept a few things here and get out of your hubris. You do not own the keys to relationships. And the key of these YouTube channels is we're talking about relationships. You have the access and keys to sex. And we are telling you, and I have more people to keep coming on and say, we rather have feminine women who are not jaded by the world, who are young. Because you got to remember, Shauna, the older you are, the more things that's been impressed in your world, it means that the more things that you have a negative outlook on. A younger woman, that what guys know is that you haven't been jaded by the world as much yet. A 25-year-old woman has a brighter outlook than a 35-year-old woman, because that 35-year-old woman, like Mike said, has more bodies, have been through more pookies, and it still ain't married yet and probably ain't got no kids. That 25-year-old says the world is my oyster and I still got time. So she looks at things in a positive light. A 35-year-old is going to be like, these niggas ain't shit.
Mm-hmm.
So Shauna, I like talking to you. I like the comments here. We ain't mad at you. What we're just saying is that it would help you, maybe not you personally, but whenever you have conversations with your girlfriends, whatever the case would be, associates, y'all need to listen to men. Because your way of thinking, we don't think that way. We don't. We're clear. We may be humans, but we are two separate creatures. And you guys think what men want, but it's what you and your gay friends want. Right? Women only want what they want. Think about it. Women get dressed for their gay friends. When you seen women in the interview, Google on YouTube, who do you get dressed for? Every single of these videos, guys, I want women to do their homework on this one too.
It's for their women friends.
It's y'all got negative views on she said y'all got negative views on women. Started to say, well, here's the thing though.
No, we're
don't. Telling facts. We're not telling negative. We're telling facts. What men want. What did we say was negative? We told you that men want younger women, older women. the basis of my channel is that men don't want to sign up for stepdaddy season. But a fact is that 26% of Black women will ever get married. We know that 70 to 80% of Black women are filing for divorces because men ain't filing for divorces. That's not negative. That's a fact. You can look this up. You don't got to take my word for it. You can say, I don't know what that dude was saying here. Look it up. It ain't negative. You know what, though? That's once again, Chana, once we said it here again, you're in your feelings when you're saying y'all got negative views on women. No, these are the facts. See, if you get out of your feelings and separate it with the logic here and take the women's view out of it and say, how do men move and how do women move? Then it becomes a lot clearer. But if you're going to go say, oh, y'all just negative. Well, what do we say that was negative? Because we're telling you what men want. And everybody in the chat here who's here, even though we got a small little boutique crowd tonight, I'll do a Monday Tuesday show. We'll have like 200 people here, and I will still get the same responses, Shauna. Because the problem, though, is that men have been silent so long that y'all women don't even listen to us when we talk. 25 years old doesn't care if the guy is 90. Wait a minute, what did I say? 25 years old doesn't care if the guy is 90. That's negative.
Huh?
Now you're going to the extreme, Shauna. You're going to the extreme to 90. If he's 90, she's after his money. So, right? No, I said a 21-year-old, a 25-year-old, a 30-year-old, a 40-year-old, a 50-year-old. People in the chat are knocking on 50. PA is knocking on 50, and he's saying that he's marrying a 25-year-old if he gets married. How is that negative, Shauna? I'm not mad at you, but how is that negative when a guy is explaining his choices? You see how that works here?
She's going to the rule. She's like literally going to the
here's the thing, Shauna. Stuff. We are telling you preferences, and you went to that's negative. But when women have preferences, isn't it negative for us to say that when women wants a guy that's 6 feet tall, makes 6 figures, and got a 6-pack? We can say that's negative, but what do women say? That's my preference. You should have a problem with what I prefer. That's not negative, Shauna. If men are telling you what they prefer, that is what they want. If that's not what you are, that's not negative. It's just the fact that then women, you have to change to get the man that you want. The same thing for men here. If a guy is a fat slob who is in his basement eating Cheetos, drinking Pops and drinking 40s and beer and not working out here, what would you say about that guy? He would be asinine and stuff here for his preferences here. But we're telling you what preferences are here. And that a man who was living like that would have to level up to get the woman he wants. The same thing for you ladies out here. If you want what you want here, you got to get out of your own mud here and put in the work and figure out what men want. Until you figure out what men want and not what women want, you're just going to be in your own damn way. You're going to be in your way. We keep saying this. We're going to keep why this channel's alive. We're going to keep telling you, women, you're in your own way. You're not going to listen to, if you're not going to listen to men and say it's negative, once again, you're in your feelings and you still haven't listened to us what we talked for hours.
Or just literally accept the fact that what you can get in the world is going to be the lower value men. And the fact that you're watching this channel, the fact that you're clicking and you're commenting here means you're curious. And so the fact that you're curious, okay, is going to make you look into the mirror and realize that your life sucks right now with men in relationships, because how you talk, how you are having these conversations is literally how I can almost look at you and say, you have bad relationship problems. Now, if you want it to change, then guess what? You have to change your mindset on how men are desiring things, the right men. Men are having these conversations. This is a man, almost a man, show type of stuff. It's a manosphere show. Men are talking. So you're just joining our conversation at a barbershop right now. This is what men talk about. So it's, you need to listen. And if you don't want to listen, then continue dating the same men that you've been dating. And I will almost guarantee that you are dating some really poor choices. And the answer to the question to ask is it the men that you surround yourself, or is it you as a person who can't make the right choices? And I hope,
let me add this here. You're saying that this isn't extreme. When you say 90 years old, that is extreme.
Yeah, it is.
That is extreme, because how often are you seeing 90-year-old men with 20, 25-year-old women?
And how many men do you see reaches 90 in a constant basis?
Right. So here's the thing here. It happens, but you're giving it an exception and not the rule. You see how this works here? Women want to throw, and I'm saying, Sean, what you just did here. Women want to throw the crazy exception. If he's 90 and it's 25, that looks crazy. I never even said the word 90. I went as high as 50. We're PA Texas here. That's not negative for a PA. So you're going to tell me PA Texas is negative because he prefers, when he decides to settle down, when he says that I want to have kids, she's going to be in that 25 range. I don't want a 35, 40-year-old woman. I want a woman that's going to be able to bear my children. I don't want to marry someone and next you know she can't have kids. Is that negative, Shauna? No, you're not listening here. And you see, you're giving the exception, and that's what you're doing. Everything you're doing here, Shauna, you are proving our point. You're giving exceptions, not the rule. You're thinking from a woman's logic and not the men's standpoint. We even said that women don't listen to men. You even admit to it. Maybe I'm not listening, and then you double down by saying something where you're not even paying attention again. So by us continuing this conversation, I'm doing this on purpose. I should have ended the show almost a half hour ago, but I'm doing this here. It's going to be broken as a clip here. That fact that you're proving our point that A, women don't listen to men. B, when you hear something you don't like, you go to the exception and not the rule because no one said 90 years old. We're talking about men. If they're mature, 50, 60 years old, yes, they'll take a 25, 30-year-old woman. And that's not, look at Ronald Isley for crying out loud. You want to go to the extreme? I'll go to the extreme then. Ronald Isley's 84 years old and he got a badass 41-year-old wife, right? He been with her for a hot minute. That's the extremes. You want to go there. But what I'm talking about here is that you need to listen. Until women listen, until women have understanding and get out of their own way, you're going to keep doubling down. And then you're also, I hate to say this here, this logic thinking is part of the problem. You're also helping other women stay single. And if you're not going to listen to us, then, like Mikey said, you're probably, if you're not married, you're probably dealing with men that you probably don't want to deal with. Honestly, these are the men that you're probably dealing with are not your number one choices. You know, and if that is the actual case, then what we're talking about here in this channel with men here about leveling up, women have to do the same thing too. And leveling up for women is changing your mind state to understand men. If women understand men, the game will change. Do you understand how many men have settled? I'm going to use this example before I close out. I'll be saying that, but we got to close out of here, right? Yeah. Mike, let me ask you this question. How many guys have you seen that's gotten down with an average woman? She could be like a 5 or 6 in the looks, but everything else is a 10. Because she understands her man and she understands her place as a woman. And then there'd be women looking at that man who's a high value man and say, how does she get him? Well, you know what though? She understands the value of herself to that man here and didn't take that man complacent. See, not all the baddies get the good looking dudes. A guy will take the looks down to find the woman that he thinks is going to be right for him, that is willing to fill in the gaps to make everything right here. You see, so when y'all wondering saying, well, this girl doesn't look that good. Well, you know what, though? She added value to that man, you know, and she realized this is what a man needs. And I'm going to give it to him so that he can succeed because I'm his partner. When women start thinking that way, then the whole game changes in that relationship. But if you're only thinking that this is negative or this shouldn't be this way, or you're not listening, how this is communication here. If you're not listening, then how are you going to gain a successful relationship?
Yeah, I mean, like, you know, for a woman who's a 6, that's above average. So if you're a decent average man, then you have an average looking woman, then you are above average, then you've struck gold, technically. Right. So this is where men need to know their value and need to understand how women are perceived or perceive value. But then if everything else goes to 10, where the woman is cooperative, kind, you know, takes care of her man, gives peace in the household, doesn't start stuff, whatever, make sure that when the man comes home, those are the most important part. Because in the end, if you're going to choose the partner that you're going to be with, you have to understand that looks will fade eventually. But who they are as a person will always remain. So there are things that are important to be able to look at. Now, let's just be honest. Men, typically, you'll see a lot of good-looking women with ugly men, but you're never going to see a lot of good-looking men with ugly women.
That's a good point. That's a good point. She will be at least average or above average, but she is not going to be the ugliest girl in the crew here.
Yep.
All right. If he is established, if she's average looking, it's because she checks every single box and adds value. But like I said, you will see a good looking woman with an ugly man because that man has to done so much everything outside the looks to be the man that he is. But a woman is not going to be the ugliest chick, and she's not going to be 500 pounds with a high value man. Hence, if you guys watch Love After Lockup on Friday nights on WE TV, you're going to see all the women here, especially that 400-pound chick from Chicago. God damn, the 34-year-old black woman that's 500 pounds. And you've seen all these big women, these women with low self-esteem, and they're going after the Pookies and Ray Rays coming out of jail. You're not going to see those women, these type of women you watch that show with the high value men. All right. It's a catch there on that one. You're never going to see a dude who's doing right with the ugly chicken roll. She may look average to y'all women. It's like, how's this okay looking woman? But you know, that average woman is doing everything else right, but she ain't going to be a 2. She ain't going to be a 2, y'all. So, you know, I mean, this is a good conversation. And I just want to add this one extra point here too, because we're closing up here. What men prefer and what men can get to as well. What I'm talking about here, Shauna, as well, is what men prefer. The average man is not able to get that. But if we have our choices, Shauna, right? This is what we're getting with. The same thing here when we talk about women, what would you prefer? Like, you want a man who's financially stable. You want a man who's tall, because technically, just from a nature standpoint, a bigger, taller man you feel comfortable around because you know that he can protect you. You know, you want someone who's a provider. You want someone who can take care of the household. And eventually you want someone who's going to be the father of your kids. These are all the things that women want. So if these are things that women want, it's got to come with adjustment. And say, I know you're saying, I'm not arguing. I feel men and women are not being realistic, which causes, see, this is your issue. You're not thinking that people are not being realistic. We are being realistic. Women are not. Because, know what I'm saying we're being realistic, Shauna? Because we understand that getting women at that certain age, knowing that we're going to be able to get the outcomes we're looking for when we're talking about a family and a legacy. If a man let me just ask you this question, Shauna. If a man wants 4 kids, is he going to marry a 35-year-old woman or a 25-year-old woman? Because if you're 35 years old, you got to start right away then, and you might get one. You'd be lucky if you get 2 kids out of that mixer. You're not getting your 4. If you get a 25-year-old woman, then you have a good 10 years before she even hits geriatric pregnancy. You see, you got to think about, when we talk about realistic, we're talking realistic too. You're not seeing the end game. You're only seeing right here. You're only seeing 2 feet in front of you. So that's not realistic. What's realistic is, what if a man wants a big family? What if he wants 5 kids? You're not having 5 kids with a 40-year-old woman unless you plan on adopting, and that's a bad deal. I mean, adopting's cool, but a man wants his own genes. He wants his own bloodline. He wants to create a seed that carries his last name on here. So if a man wants 3, 4, 5 kids, what's realistic, Shauna? Messing with a 40-year-old woman, or someone in their 20s so that you can have the family you want? Now, you may say, what guy wants 5 kids? You'll be shocked if I was out this weekend when I was in North Carolina, I was in New York. You'd be shocked at all the guys I work with in New York who want big families. We talk about guys like one of my new coworkers who he won't get his tubes tied because even though his wife's at geriatric pregnancy, he's like, my wife may want one more, so that's why I'm not doing it, Dave. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I'm talking about here. It's about being realistic on how big the family can be. You know, a 25-year-old chick most likely don't want a man. No, so you're not listening here. I'm not saying a man with 4 kids. If a man wants 4 kids, he wants a big family, not coming in with 4 kids. Most likely don't want a man with 4 kids. No. What if a woman is raised traditional and she wants a family? And she says, I'm going to give my husband as many kids as he wants, and he wants at least 3 or 4 kids. You got to start in your 20s. Take away the 25 number out. Maybe it's 27 years old. You got to start in your 20s. You're not going to hit that mark in your 30s and 40s unless you plan on buying some kids.
And your body doesn't rebound that easily to get well. So it's not like when you're a lot younger, you can get, you can have children pretty much almost every year. The moment you spit out that child, let the episiotomy heal up, you can have a kid, right? You can get pregnant already. Heck, you can be pregnant, the moment the kid's out there. So, but when you get older, it's a lot harder for women. And so it's more, and that's why there are more deaths that occur for pregnant, for people that are giving birth as they get older. And you can even just look at what Shauna says, okay, Dave, I'm not arguing. I feel men and women are not being realistic. So what you're saying is that what we're saying right now is already unrealistic for you. I will recognize that there are men out there who are very unrealistic. Even I will say men. So I'll give you that. Now, I'm then going to give you the other unrealistic women in the other end. So that thing cancels out. We're gonna do a math problem here. But what we're talking about right now, right here, is the realistic thing.
Mm-hmm.
This is what, in average, good men want. So, Shauna,
Not the Pookies.
if you think that this is unrealistic, that means you're one of the women that are unrealistic. Hence, you're the ones that we canceled out early on today that cancel out the unrealistic men. So what happens to that? You will never find a real man unless you change your mind, because this is what real men think and want with women. And if you think that this is unrealistic and you can't subscribe by it, this is not meant for you. Hence, you're going to have to find the unrealistic thinking men or the Pookies and the Ray-Rays. I'm sorry. Plain and simple.
You
If
know,
you don't-
we're having a conversation about men wanting relationships and building families and wanting to marry someone at a younger age so that if a man wants to have a lot of kids, and the fact that that sounds unrealistic, but my grandmother, no, we just gotta go back 2 generations. My mother is the one generation than my grandmother. She had 16 kids and was married at 19. You would say, well, you know what, Dave? That was the early 1900s. But you know what, though? She was feminine and she had gave my grandfather as many kids as he wanted to give and dropped out 16. I mean, say that's unrealistic. But you know what, though? If a man wants a lot of kids, he's got to marry young and she's got to marry young. If you want a big family, that's the realistic goals. We're talking math. We're talking science, which can be proven what we're saying here. If you want a certain amount of kids, you got to start at an early age. If you want men who want feminine and fit friendly women, the FBI women, the feminine, beautiful and inspirational, you got to listen to what men are saying. And if this is not realistic, what it might say, then this is not for you. This is what good men want. This is not a Pookie and Ray Ray conversation. This is not a Chad conversation. This is a conversation is men don't want to get married, but if you do, I suggest because they want to have kids. If you don't want to have kids, don't get married. I'm going to say it to any man here. If kids is not in your goal here, don't get married. All right? Be a bachelor. You can have a lifelong partner, but it doesn't make any sense for you because the laws here doesn't make any sense for you. But the proper way to raise kids is within a mother and father, a husband and wife, because that kid's at every statistical disadvantage when he's raised, he or she's raised in a single family mother home. Even though fathers are showcasing single family homes are better parents than mothers, it's still at statistical disadvantage. So the idea is bringing kids into the world. Realistically, if you want a family and you want a big family or just enough kids, you gotta start at a certain age. That's math. That's facts, right? Then the science is you wait too long, you have geriatric pregnancy, you have issues of pregnancy. Now, I heard you say in the comment earlier, I know women in their 40s have kids. We're not saying you can't have kids in your 40s, but what are the numbers of women who have a successful pregnancy in their 40s, then the disabilities that the kids may come about during those late pregnancies, and then how many kids are these women having in their 40s? We're talking math and science and facts and what men are doing realistic here. So if you think it's not realistic here, then it's okay for you to subscribe saying, I don't rock with these guys. But what we're saying is that every man who I asked a question to in this chat here has agreed with us. And if we want to have like Saturdays, this is a Saturday show. If you want to come back during the week, like on a Tuesday or Wednesday, where I have my biggest audience, we can have the same questions and we'll have over 1,000 views here and every man will be in accordance here. And all you got to do is go back in the comment section of this video here after the fact, give it 3 or 4 days and see what the men are going to say in the comment section here. What we're saying is that we need women to be on accord with men. We need women to listen to men. We can't say off the rip when we're saying something that's not being realistic without even giving us even true input on how we're not being realistic here, because we're giving the math and we're giving the science, but women only go by the feelings. And if you're only going by your feelings, then the battle's already lost. And I think I need to end on that here, man. 424 here. We've been on 4 hours, man. This is a cooker. You know, we get down with this is what happens when we text and we chat. We do voice notes, guys. Y'all don't know. We'll be on the phone. This could literally have been a phone conversation at 2:00 in the morning. But thank God for you two. We can cam up and have this conversation, and we bring you guys into guys. You just don't know. me and Michael have these conversations, whether it's personal stuff like this here, and it'll be 2 a.m., 3 a.m., texting, voice notes on the phone like that, right?
Well, it starts with the text messages. It starts with the text messages until we both get tired. Like, so man, listen, no man, listen. This is what I'm thinking. We go from text to voice, man. That's when you know we're tired.
Yeah, voice. And then depending on the day, we'll call each other like, yo, I can't text more, man. What's going on, man? And then we'll talk then. And next you know, it's 1, 2 a.m., you know. But yo, this is fun, man. It's good, man. We get on 4 hours, man. This is how we get down, man. This is fun.
Sir, yes,
and like
sir.
Shauna, thanks for being a good sport, Shauna. You know what I'm saying? This is what we got to understand here. This is the really tough conversations. And if it feels uneasy, it's because it's supposed to feel uneasy, because the way life in society is today. This is not supposed to be easy stuff. This is not supposed to be the dog in the park type of stuff here. This is the hard-hitting stuff here, right? So it's okay to have pushback. It's okay to question. I've even said in my previous live streams, you can question me, you can push back on me. The thing I'm gonna say is, when you push back, you need to come with receipts. Well, if I'm saying what's wrong here, then prove me why I'm wrong here. That's what I'm saying here. But I don't want you just to believe me, but I want you to listen to what we're saying here, because that's the problem with relationships here. One side is not listening to the other. Women are not listening to men. Listen to what we're saying here, then go from there. Then listen and hear. There's a difference. If you're not doing that here, then, you know, you're just going by your own waves. You know, so that's all we want to do here. Inspire conversation, inspire thought-provoking conversations, because you never know when someone thinks the negative way, and it takes just a little bit of a thought, a seed to plant that to grow, and next you know, that can make the spark of change in that person's life. It may not happen today, but it may happen down the line. Any shout outs to you, Mike?
No, man, I'm good, man. Just want to say shout out to the guys, you know, from my, you know, that's normally my channel, but are here visiting. But at the very same time, just want to say what's up to everybody here. It was a good conversation, man.
Yeah, it was good here, man. You know, we're not coming back Sunday. I was letting you guys know there'll be clip shopping tomorrow because it's Super Bowl Sunday. We ain't doing nothing. We ain't fucking with the NFL, y'all. Sounds like it's not tough. There's enough men to find what a woman wants without compromise and vice versa. That's once again, I'm gonna end it here, Shauna. That's a woman's comment here. That's not a men's comment. It is tough. Men have it hard, Shauna. It is tough. That's why I said it. That's a woman's comment here. And that's the hubris that women have when it comes to dating. It's hard for men. That's why it's tough conversations. You know what I'm saying? So you got no shout outs, Mike. If anybody's wondering, Mike's Philippine Journey on YouTube. Like, subscribe, and comment to this channel. You got to show the man some love. Where you at? 17, 18,000 subs now? Where you at now, bro?
I'm about to hit 18,000, I think.
Congratulations, man. Shout out to you. I'm 14,000 this week, you know, still slow and growing, you know, trying to get to that point here, trying to get to the people one person at a time, you know, one joke at a time, one serious conversation at a time, you know what I mean?
Yes, sir.
So
yes, sir.
We're going to get out of here, guys. This is not going to be the last of this conversation here, guys, because you know what, though? We got to keep having this conversation.
Well, we got to talk about the travel hosts.
We didn't get a chance to get into it, but we're going to talk about some travel. Hey, know what, though? Know what, Mikey? Let's do this for next Saturday.
Cool. I'm up for it.
I got a game. I got a gang of content I gotta do for the week, right? But let's do this for next Saturday then. Because here's what I gotta do, right? Because I missed so many days from traveling, so I'm adding some extra days during the month so I can make up the days that I miss here. So unless something happens foreseen here, let's plan for another Saturday where we, you know, the men are being disrespected, but we want to talk about how the women are moving the exact same way, but they don't want to talk about their own dirty shenanigans or my bad dick nanigans. Six, like, fellas, what percentage of women you have had would you consider marrying less than 1%? Right? You're wrong, Sean T. Hey, man.
Actually, I want to answer this one here. What percentage of women you've had would you consider marrying? So, okay, so if you're saying less than 1%, Sick, so I want you to think about this mentality and this mindset. Okay, that means you are choosing wrong women. See, the thing is, if marriage is your idea, then you should have marriage-minded with a purpose with the type of women that you're dealing with. If the type of women you're dealing with is less than 1% of it only is marriage material, so that means you're not choosing properly the type of women that you put around yourself. So I can literally tell you that the women that I've dated I've always had the mindset of getting married in the past and stuff like that, and getting married. Even the ones I date now, even though I'm not going to get married, whatever, I'm still looking for a marriage-minded way to look for a woman who is actually marriage material. Because a marriage material woman is a relationship material woman. So if you only have 1%, you have to think about that. You need to adjust the demographics Adjust your search criteria regarding the type of women that you're dealing with. It's a mindset shift. If you do that, you're gonna have better chances. Just saying.
Yeah, and this guy, remember when we talk about here, we got to get at it. It's when we say the majority, but it's not all. Because the women say the same thing about guys too as well. When the Pookies and Ravers are 12 to 16%, but that 12 to 16% is making women saying all black men, right? So when we talk about women too as well, we know it's a gang of women who, that's why they got their passports. But we're not saying all women. Because, like I said, when I was out here in these streets, I dated a lot of women who wanted to get married, and I wasn't moving like that, So it all depends on where you're moving and where you at, too, as well. Will we say here's how we move here. A lot of women are not listening to men, but we do know we can't say all, because we said all, no guys will get their passports. They will be going to Thailand, or they want to be going to the Philippines or Brazil, Colombia. That's why I'm not saying all, because, I will say majority. Majority is over half. You know what I'm saying? But it's not 1%. If it was 1%, then dudes, you know what though? The stock for hand lotion will be at an all-time high. If it's only 1%. I'm just gonna keep it real, guys. If it's only 1%, stock for lotion be at an all-time high.
Time to buy your flashlights.
Hey, lanolin grease. Hey, man, people will have lifetime supplies in their basement with lanolin. Lanolin.
I'm telling you, man, get the flashlights, bro.
I know, Zick, you're exaggerating. Zick's like, once again, I'm exaggerating a bit. We get it, but it can't be 1%. We gotta break it down, fellas. If it's 1%, we using some lotion. Some of y'all might be gay for the stay if that was only 1%. I'm just saying, y'all, it got kind of weird right now. I'm just saying, it can't be 1%. If it was 1%, I feel sorry for dudes right now. If it was only 1%, oh my God, all we got is 304s and banshees and dudes. Hey, man.
hey, don't forget, man. Those Thai lady boys might started to be looking good. Some guys, if it's a 1%.
No, not them, not the lady boys. No. Wait. That's
just
what I'm
like
talking about.
Just like what Ted said.
I'm doing threesomes with dudes. No. I'm sorry.
You were with 2 Filipinas and 1 Filipino man. You mean 3 Filipinas?
Yeah, 3.
Oh God. Oh God. Oh, God.
Hey, it's late right now. It's late the way we're moving. I'm just saying, David Doe said, David, that's the way Mike makes his money. He owns the company. Hey, man, I'm just saying that 1%, man. Don't do that to me, Zick. What are you saying here? What we don't know won't hurt us. I'm kidding. Stop it, Zick. No, don't tell me, Zick. No. Hold on.
I got the megaphone saying, no, you're going the wrong way. Make a U-turn, pass go. You're going the wrong way, Zick. You're going the wrong way, Zick. You're going the wrong way.
It's like was that Hangover? Oh, it was beautiful, Stu. I came in you came on the floor. We came together. Hangover. What happens in Thailand stays in Thailand.
Oh no. Okay, y'all, we getting out of here before this gets a little bit too out of hand. See, what you're seeing here is how boys act. I ain't trying to let YouTube see me and Mike get a little.
What is that? What? No.
No,
I
didn't know.
No such thing as chicks with dicks. No such thing as chicks with dicks. Just men with tits. I wasn't gay. I was just drunk that night.
I didn't know. like Jim Carrey and Dumb and Dumber. No, not Seabass. No, not Seabass. I'm not here for a good time. Oh, kick his ass, Seabass. No. Right, Renee. No entry. No. I ain't forgot 5th grade. No. That sounded bad, didn't it?
Yeah, it did.
Access denied. No, don't put
Shit.
your mouth on it. No. Oh, let me stop.
Oh
Let me
shit.
stop.
Oh good lord. Oh fuck.
Oh, Lord.
That was a good laugh, bro.
Yeah, I needed that.
Yeah.
All right. Yo, we're gonna get out of here, y'all. It's Saturday night. Shout out to Mike for coming through for that dude's area here. You know, I gotta go to on his channel here on his next live soon and everything. Shout out to Super Bowl. I don't know who y'all rooting for, but I'm happy because it's a blackety black Super Bowl. I don't care who wins. All I know is that a black quarterback is going to win. That's what I'm talking about. Happy Black History Month for all y'all here. Any of y'all ain't celebrating Black History Month, forget y'all who don't like critical race theory, all right? It is what it is. I know you in Florida. You don't rock up that Miami because, you know, you in Florida and your governor doesn't get down with that down there. It's all good, man. But shout out to the blackety blacks. We're going to have a black quarterback win the Super Bowl this year, all right? That's all I'm for. I'm down for it. The therapy was part of that 10K trip cost. Zig says, yep. According to Google, women have only 12% of fertility eggs remaining at 30. Is that true? It depends on the woman here.
It used to be 19%, Kiki, is what they were saying, 19%. But I guess maybe there's a new study. It's down to 12%.
I heard 20. I was hearing like 20 at one point, but of course.
So I'm saying 19, so 20, 19%.
But the point is, though, that the women have less than a third of their eggs by the time they get to 35. Is the point saying that you don't have much time when you're 35. Yes, women can have kids in their late 30s and 40s, but the odds are, even with modern technology, you can't fight Mother Nature.
Yeah, and if you have like less than 12% for, let's say, eggs, even say 20%, just because you have the eggs, it doesn't mean the eggs are viable. Just because you have the eggs, it doesn't mean that they're good ones. So there's going to be rejections.
Exactly, Zick.
So,
plus those eggs are 30 years old. People don't realize that when you're born, that woman has those eggs. They just start to drop when they first get their first period. But them eggs are there from birth. So those eggs are there when, you know, that's all going on. So you're 35, those are 35-year-old eggs. They may not have dropped since she was 12, 13 years old, but they've been in her system that long, guys. Yeah, you're right. We better get busy, says Kiki. All right, y'all, we're going to get out of here. I'm going to end off a little Kevin Samuels here, Mike. So thanks for coming through. Thanks for everybody being here, guys. You know, yeah. Peace out, Mike. Mike's out of here. I'm glad y'all came through today for another episode here. It's a little bit different here. You know, we didn't have no reaction videos. We had a good conversation. So like I say, as always, guys, click on like, subscribe, and that bell notification below. I need the support. Likes in the building, of course. That's how we get down here. You know what I mean? No lives on Sunday. I'm gonna let you guys know right now. No lives on Sunday because Super Bowl, but I'm dropping clips. Also, no lives on Monday. I gotta go to the plantation on Monday. Normally I don't go to work and I don't gotta go to office on Mondays unless I'm in New York. But this week's a little bit different. I got stuff going on the job. So there'll be no live Sunday or Monday. But I'm going to post what's going to happen here because there's going to be a live to make up for Monday. It'll be a live Tuesday, and then we're back on our regular schedule for Wednesday here. So just because I'm not going to be doing any live doesn't mean that we're not dropping content. The days I'm not here, we're dropping the clips. All right, guys. So I really got to get in on one of y'all trips, Dave. Hey, Zick, it's no biggie, man. Yeah, if, next time when we do trips, we post it. And if y'all want to roll out, y'all can plan. Like I said, whether Mike's we're going to the Philippines in March or another one at the end of the year, or it's domestic in the States, whether it's California getting down or Vegas. The whole idea, guys, is the fact that when I go, as we get out of here, only way you're going to be able to travel if you got to go ahead and do it. You can't go to the Philippines if you don't travel in the States. So if it takes you to break that cherry and to hop on that one plane, you got to start somewhere. And then from there, you build on that. So just remember that, guys. You can't go from 0 to 100 real quick. Sometimes you got to go to speed limit at 25 miles an hour school zone. Then you got to go 45 miles an hour. Then you can get on the highway and do 65 and 70. Going to the Philippines, going across the seas, getting your passport is like getting on the highway. You got to go ahead and drive the streets first. Okay, guys? Yeah. Damn, y'all still going? I'm playing catch up. Replay gang. That's what's up, dude. I'm about to finish this up here, dude. Better. We just had a good conversation here. So just want to end off that note, guys. So yeah, Zick, we have conversations. We do trips like that. What we're telling you guys is stack your money now. Prepare now. So when it's time to go, and when one of your favorite content creators, your friends say you're going on the trip, you don't have to worry. All you got to do is say what day it is. Let me get them days off from work and I'm in. If it's only a weekend trip, you don't got to worry about days off, guys. It's all about prepping, planning, being responsible of your money, and being ready to go when it's time to go. All right, guys. Yeah, Theo, time to go here. You know what I'm saying? For 20 minutes short of 5 hours. Yeah, that's how we get down here, y'all. That's how we get down. You know that here. So time for me to go here. Replay gang in effect here. You know what I'm saying? But we'll be back here. We'll be back here coming week here. And as always, I'm that dude named Dave, and I'll see y'all later, YouTube world. And you know what we're gonna do here? I gotta do every show like this. We're gonna end it with little money world here, y'all. Yeah. You on me, Dave. That's it. You know what I mean? Welcome, guys. We're gonna end off with this as we do here, man. This track doesn't get old, man. So shout out to everybody here, and I hope y'all enjoy the rest of y'all weekend, y'all Saturday night, and y'all be good. Peace out, YouTube world.
Pasa verdadero, si tienen lo verde siempre llegará primero, pero llegaremos antes o después. Solo a lo suyo, que Dios te lo ve, que por más que tarde lo veré caer. Somos más lo bueno y tenemos fe. El dinero ya lo veré, no vendo mi alma, lo lograré. Seré el más grande, no olvidaré de dónde vengo ni cómo voy. Money work, el mundo quiere dinero. Money work, se arregla con dinero, Money work, yo digo las cosas como son, no quiero ninguna aceptación, tampoco vengo a pedir perdón, porque mis sentimientos se volvieron la canción, yeah. No me vale mucho como tú me ves, sabes tú me llegas solo a los pies, para mí ser grande es un interés, ser un buen humano para mí es un deber. El dinero ya lo veré, no vendo mi alma, lo lograré. Seré el más grande, no olvidaré de dónde vengo ni cómo voy. Money work, yeah. El mundo quiere dinero, yeah. Money work, se arregla con dinero, Money work, corazón, de corazón. La plata no te hace ser feliz. Yeah, de corazón, de corazón. La plata no te hace ser feliz. Money work, el mundo quiere dinero. Yeah. Money work, money work, se arregla con dinero. Money work, lunático. Yeah. Money work, el mundo quiere dinero. Money work, se arregla con dinero. Money work, si me quiero educar, dormir en algún lugar, un lugar para trabajar, y si no hay para emigrar. Todo money, todo el dinero. Solo un par de gente se lleva el botín entero. Funny, pasa verdadero. Si tienen lo verde siempre llegará primero, pero llegaremos antes o después. Solo a lo suyo, que Dios te lo ve, que por más que tarde lo veré caer. Somos más lo bueno y tenemos fe. El dinero ya lo veré, no vendo mi alma, lo lograré. Seré el más grande, no olvidaré de dónde vengo ni cómo voy. Money work, yeah. El mundo quiere dinero. Money work. Se arregla con dinero. Money work. Yo digo las cosas como son. No quiero ninguna aceptación. Tampoco vengo a pedir perdón porque mis sentimientos se volvieron la canción. Yeah. No me vale mucho como tú me ves. Sabes, tú me llegas solo a los pies. Para mí